A person who thinks all the time has nothing to think about except thoughts. So, he loses touch with reality and lives in a world of illusions. By thoughts, I mean specifically chatter in the skull, perpetual and compulsive repetition of words, of reckoning and calculating. I'm not saying that thinking is bad. Like everything else, is useful in moderation. A good servant, but a bad master. And all so-called civilized peoples have increasingly become crazy and self-destructive because through excessive thinking they have lost touch with reality. That's to say, we confuse science with the real world.
Beginning of meditation.
Most of us would have rather money than tangible wealth, and a great occasion is somehow spoiled for us unless photographed. And to read about it the next day in the newspaper is oddly more fun for us than the original event. This is a disaster. For as a result of confusing the real world of nature with mere science, we are destroying nature. We are so tied up in our minds that we've lost our senses. Time to wake up. What is reality? Obviously, no one can say because it isn't words. It isn't material, that's just an idea. Reality is
the point cannot be explained in words. I'm not trying to put you down. It's an expression of you as you are. One must live. We need to survive, to go on. We must go on.
We need to talk about Palantir, Mootin.
Let's talk about it.
How the fuck do these schools always manage to get my address and send me letters about my parking tickets? I don't know how they're tracking me from state to state, Mootin. This is ridiculous.
Oh my god, wait there. The schools you park at are sending you tickets?
What the fuck?
Is there anything they can do about it?
I don't know. Probably.
Just don't pay it.
No, what the fuck? And be a
If you don't pay it,
lawbreaker? A rule
there's literally
breaker?
nothing they can do. If you park there again, they'll tow you, but you're not going back.
Is that so?
Yeah. You're good.
That's what you think.
From Plaza, even.
The fighting game community is crashing out. The new Street Fighter character, Alex, who is American, ends up marrying his cousin / stepsister and has a child with her. Look at the second image.
Who gives a fuck, man? Who plays this game for the story?
Cousins are siblings, no, parents, siblings,
Kids.
children.
Yep.
Who cares? Call me when they're banging their brothers and sisters. What is second cousin and third cousin? What's that mean? Is that by marriage?
It's like your cousin's cousin.
Isn't everybody's
think it would be
cousin's
like your-
cousin their cousin?
That would be like your mother's cousin's kid.
Oh. Does that matter?
No. Dude, I don't even know. I couldn't name a single second cousin I have.
Okay.
I sent you 3 links. I don't know if you
Good.
saw them already, but they're good.
Really? I was going to sit here and stare at the screen all day, but okay. What do we got?
Yeah, get to it.
Get to it, get to it, get to it. Oh, I started gymming yesterday again. I ran a 5K in 24 minutes. How jealous are you? Not my best time, but, you know, pretty good.
Okay. You fixed the thing with Dan?
Dan did fix the thing. So now I'm not
How
going to
did he
make
get
fun
it
of him
done?
for 10 days. I don't know. He put things inside the thing, and he took out the thing, and he fixed the thing.
He's a god.
Why? I was bro. You cannot look up anything on fucking Reddit for anything. I would Google it yesterday. I was curious, like, what's a decent 5K time? And the people on Reddit are like 20 minutes is decent. Bro, I feel like that's pretty fast. You're pretty fucking in shape. What the fuck?
What subreddit were you in?
I don't remember, but I was thinking like 15 to 20 minutes for a 5K. I'm like, what? Who are
You
these
must have been
people?
fucking like expert marathon.
Who are these
subreddit.
people? Jesus. 24 minutes is very... No, I'm just kidding. I don't think I could run a 5K right now, okay? That's if you are in shape. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that if you can run a 15-minute 5K, that's like... I don't know if I would say... like... Who the fuck competes in 5Ks? It's probably not winning you any Olympic medals. I think that's an extremely impressive... That's like a 5-minute mile for 3 miles. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. Oh, also keep in mind, I'm 5'8", bordering on
No.
5'7" and a
5'9".
half. So
You're
it's
5'9".
also longer. It's a longer run for me if you average.
Yeah, but you're better at lifting.
That's not true either. Tall guys cope on that. You're worse at everything. Just being short is just a worse life. Except we fit in cars better
live
and go on
longer.
airplanes better. And live longer, yeah. A 5K is about 3.1 miles.
You see Hassan's going to Cuba?
Oh, he's floating right now.
I don't think he's floating, man.
Floating in first class.
Yeah.
Should measure distance in personal legs instead of generalized feet. True! If we're going to use feet as a measurement, it should be per the actual size of the foot of the runner.
True.
Shrimp-a-laz.
They'll have to move the finish line based on your height and where you're at.
Would you say proportionally, do you have average, short, or longer legs? Average, I guess? Short people take the same number of strides as tall people, at least in sprinting. Is that true? How could that possibly be true? That's the most cap shit I've heard. Absolutely no fucking way people are running near sub 5-minute miles as a standard. Everything you read online about lifting numbers or everything, it's like times 2 fucking everything. People be like, yeah, if you've been living for a couple months as a young man, you should probably be benching 315 for reps. Pretty easy. I would say maybe 3 or 4 months if you're not eating well.
People do that for like golf swings too.
Oh, I don't know fuck all about golf.
They do it for fucking everything.
Short guys can run further and work out harder. It's thermal dynamics, pal. People said that. 1, I don't believe it. And 2, when we looked up like all the competition lifters or whatever, they're all tall motherfuckers. Not super tall, but like taller. Like above average height. I still don't even, I don't know if I believe all the fucking lever arm bullshit or whatever. I think on a larger frame, though, you just put more muscle on. And I think for muscle, the most important thing is like... Never mind. I was going to say something that was not relevant and retarded. The most important thing is cross-section as opposed to density or something? Something like this. Like, there's a reason why little kids are so fucking good at, like, the monkey bars and stuff. Like, I think little kids can do pull-ups and shit, but it's because their overall bodies are smaller, and the most important part, I think, about your muscles is, like, how much cross-section or whatever bullshit there is. So that's why kids can do calisthenics so much better. I believe. I read that once.
Why doesn't your background look as good as Peach Owl's?
As whose?
Look at this. Peach Owl.
I fucking hate this dude. Isn't this guy
Look at his fucking background,
he's
dude.
European.
He's German, but he's really American.
Okay, this is an absurd amount of... Is that digital, or is he using a real lens for that?
He's using a real one. Real lens.
At what, f1.4? What is this?
Yeah.
Why'd you say yes to that? Are you just...
I'm pretty sure he's on 1.8 aperture.
Oh, you know what that means?
Hmm?
Bro, what is your f-stop, LeMayo? You are such a tryhard. Holy fuck. 1.8, okay. What a fucking loser. How far away is his background?
Right. What do you mean?
I don't even know what my lens, this sun's ghost on this camera.
How far away? He's just in a room. I mean, room length, normal.
Oh my god, and I think his camera is set to auto fucking whatever. Is it trying to autofocus, or is it doing like a auto expose?
I think he is trying to autofocus.
Holy shit, it's set for auto exposure. What a loser!
He's a god.
Or no, wait, it might be autofocusing actually. What? Do you
I
know
think it was focusing because it was focusing on
yeah,
him.
yeah, never mind. Yeah, I'm retarded. I just said another retarded thing. Fuck! I'm being retarded today. Because auto exposure wouldn't refocus the camera. That's not part of the exposure triangle. What is what kind of camera does he use? Is it a Sony?
He used a Canon. I don't know exactly which one.
Actually, if you take physics into account, shorter you are, stronger you are in relation to your size. It's the same reason that ants can lift 10 times their size. Is that why I can... It's really, really hard for me to pick up your mom with my arms, but I can hoist her out on my dick and she stays still? Boom! Wait. No, fuck, I didn't way. God damn it! orders, sigma. I believe this is a 18 to 35 millimeter. Is it this one?
You have 18 to 35?
Yeah, why? Problem?
I have an E4 PZ 18 to 108. No, 105.
It technically goes down to 1.8. If you want to have, oh god.
If you want the blur, you have to have really good fucking lighting too.
Yeah, fuck off. Yes, no, that's true. The blur is a function of the f-stop, but the problem with having a low f-stop
Good morning, gamers.
is you can fall in and out of focus
mic
easy. And I think the counter to that is a longer focal length, right? So if you have a 50 millimeter lens at a 1.8, with the aperture set to 1.8, then you'll stay in focus easier than if you have like an 18 millimeter lens at 1.8, right? Is that correct?
I'm not 100% on that.
I think that's how it goes, because he's not falling in and out of focus. I feel like when the aperture is set that wide, you go in and out of focus just leaning forward and backwards. Like I was running into that problem in the studio.
Yeah, you gotta have a tight frame on it.
But the problem is I don't have enough room. If I were to do a 50 millimeter lens, I'd have to push that camera back a lot. I don't have the room for it. Push it back a lot. And it would hurt me to push it back that much. I'm sorry. I'm done.
What the hell are you doing, man?
What?
You said you were gonna bully Dan for 10 days, and you're
That
out
wasn't
here
about
Sieg
Dan.
Heilin, man.
Oh, so you assume that my anti-Israel thrusts, my anti-Israel hand thrusts, are about Jews?
Well, my heart's going out to you right now.
The longer the lens, the easier it is to fall out of focus. Is that true? That's not true. I think it's the opposite. I'm pretty
I
sure.
think that is true. Because if you think about bird photography, right? You're not taking like the whole fucking area. You're usually zooming in on the bird specifically. So like his camera angle, he's zooming in on him specifically, so he's getting the blurry frame easier. Where I think your setup, you're trying to show a lot more of your background. So I think it would be really hard for you to stay in focus.
I don't think.
Because you're trying to jump on so many things.
Sure. I don't think that should matter as much, though. I think if you have a longer focal length, like I could. Also, I want people to see the board.
Yeah, that's true.
I hate you. Hold on.
You need to move. If you want people to see the board, you need to move the fucking board to the left side. So you don't give a fuck about the board, do you? You got up.
Am I in focus? I don't think I fall out of focus that much here. No, that's out of focus. That's more in focus. The ISO's too high. I don't want to fuck with this right now. I hate you. I need a larger room. I'm in a bedroom. It's hard. How are you not peeing all day with all the Red Bulls and the vitamins? I peed like 3 or 4 times. How much should I be?
Pee like twice a day.
You do?
Yeah. I'm not a big piss boy.
Twice a day?
Yeah. 1 in the morning, maybe 1 at night.
Your white balance could be warmer. You look so white. Good! That's how I want to look. I want to be cold. Turn your living room into a studio. I need that 3-bedroom. Fuck, because I'm doing interviews and shit again too, and I'm not. I need this 3-bedroom. I wonder if I could turn my master bedroom into the studio and just use this room as my bedroom.
Bedroom?
I can do whatever I want. I forget that sometimes because I'm an adult.
I mean, if you want to live in the living room, you could.
Holy shit, I could. I should go back to the drawing
you
board on
lay
this
in the
whole
living
fucking
room.
apartment. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Your color grading
Don't the
is super
masses
cool.
make you think?
I just turn on
You
the...
gotta live in a bedroom?
True. I just turn on the extended video section, which I think is for Rec 709, and then my white balance is always set at like 52 or 56, whatever the sun bullshit is. I hate color. I looked up color grading once, and I was like, that's the part I'm not going into ever, or at least not for now. Apartment people, do you have... They never have 3 bedrooms. They had one 3-bedroom that opened up that was actually fucking sick. It was like a 2-floor apartment, but it was $19,000 a month, and I was like, no.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, way too much. Do you live with another person? No, just me and the voices in my head and your mom when she comes over.
Hold on, I'll look at your apartment. I know where it is.
Doesn't the apartment ho... Oh, I have that on my bookmarks bar. I check every morning. Doesn't the apartment ho thing bitch about any of this? Bitch about this? No. Now, will they bitch about my apartment downstairs when I get all my stuff moved out because I screwed in all those wooden panels or whatever? I don't know. I need to find out what my 60 days will put in actually for that.
2-bedroom, 3,300, and they were gonna charge $19K for a 3.
Oh no! It was like I think it was a 3 big bedroom apartment on the top floor, and then the bottom floor was like a whole living room, kitchen. It was a huge.
It was like a penthouse.
It was, I think, bigger than that. It was crazy. It was a 2-floor apartment, like 2 stories, like up and down. Like yeah, like you could literally, like, what floor is your apartment on in the elevator? You go to like 8 or 9. Like, and it's just like, yeah, there are 2 entrances and everything. Yeah. Why are you getting rid of the downstairs studio? Well, I wasn't shooting out of it for a long time, enough to justify it. And I think I would just rather have a 3-bedroom apartment and then just have the studio set up in my apartment so I wouldn't have to transfer and everything. And then before, I think it was kind of to provide a little bit of a shield from getting doxxed and everything. But now that the cops visit me every week anyway, I figure, what the fuck, who cares? January, February, March, April. Okay.
Do you need a 3-bedroom?
April. Next month is April, right?
Yep.
Okay. My move out date is April 1st. Oh shit! I gotta move all the shit. Why are we watching Peach Owl? Because he's a fucking nerd. Move out date. Do you think it's ever possible to get a place and not get it doxxed? Probably not.
It's possible. But you'd have to do some retarded shit.
So I think somebody who either owns or was a co-owner or runs one of those bad doxing sites, I think, or, I don't know what his role was, but he was like I think he was a fan of mine. But he emailed me once because I was talking about the site and I was talking about doxes and stuff on stream. And he emailed me and he told me that, I don't know how true this is, maybe it's bullshit, but he said that one of the ways that people gain access to a lot of people's doxes is, unfortunately, sometimes there's just a lot of like local infrastructure, network-wise, that's just exposed to the internet. And if you have like certain passwords or whatever, there's just like tons of databases of like sometimes like driver's licenses or random insurance information that is just kind of like always exposed, or databases that have been dumped and then stored on places on Tor, on the darknet or whatever. And so even if you do everything you possibly can to hide your address, like if some DMV database gets dumped somewhere, it doesn't matter. You're just fucked, yeah.
When you have to do something retarded, like open a company and then put it as the company.
I mean, I kind of have that already done. Like I have a registered agent with an RA address in, I don't know, Fort Lauderdale or something. But like my driver's license has to be, I think, my home address. Like something has to be in my home address. Like I'm registered to vote and all that. You can probably you might be able to dox me by just looking at my name in Florida.
Just your registration to vote, right?
Florida registered voter lookup. Oh, they won't be able to find this because you need my first name, last name, and my date of birth, which should be top secret. Oh, yeah, nice.
No one knows that.
Well, forgot I just said that. Huh? Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, so, based. King.
Oh, GG.
You mean DGG. Oh, look, and it says I'm registered as a Democrat. And I'm active! That's right. I care about our elections. Did you see that Tabor signed with the Miami Dolphins? Yeah. Why do you think he got in?
I made a call.
No luck moving out of Florida? Well, now Tabor's coming. So maybe I'll stay. Who knows? You can have your license on your address be a P.O. box? Is that true? Usually places forbid stuff like that. Like, you can't list a P.O. box as an address.
You can't list your residential address as a P.O. box for voting.
Also, didn't help that your ex-wife show the apartment complex name day one on her stream. Oh, maybe. I don't think it matters. I think people find shit anyway.
It wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah. When are we going to watch Gun and Wing since it's all officially on YouTube now? Man, I'm going to be honest. Shonen from my childhood is very cringe if you rewatch it as an adult. We just don't watch that, okay? You know what? Is this a hot take? Oh, wait. How old are you again?
29 now?
I feel like... Oh, man. This might be a super hot take. No, maybe. I feel like I might have missed out a bit. When I grew up, the... capital T, capital H, capital E, the shonen was DBZ. I feel like Naruto might have been better.
I miss Naruto too. I didn't watch it.
Because I had DBZ.
That was DBZ. Yep.
And it feels like the Sasuke guy is maybe like a better Vegeta, and Naruto is like kind of a Goku. I don't know any of these characters. I just see clips or whatever. Like
I've never watched any of it.
It might be better than DBZ. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think DBZ is that good.
Well, I mean,
So
like
it's not a high
for
bar.
it's like a superhero movie, like for Shonen Slop. But no, that's true actually. Even for Shonen Slop, I don't think DBZ was necessarily that good. I think you just grew up with it. Do you have any? Dude, it was so traumatizing watching. Did you watch TV? Right? That sounds weird to say.
Yeah.
Like. Some of you guys are young. You're not going to know this, okay? Television, we didn't have DVRs or anything, okay? And you didn't really know what was coming next on the TV because it was, like the internet just wasn't really a thing. You didn't know anything, okay? It was just like we had to go sometimes to channel 7. Oh my God! Hold on.
Oh yeah, to go see like the whole scrolling list, right?
To wait and see the scroll. I think because this was the same. This was the same channel that
TV
had
guide.
school closures. I think as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you had to wait for this shit to see when.
Yep.
Well, I wonder what's going to be on channel 51 in Nebraska's Cartoon Network.
This is the preview channel.
Oh my God, this shit.
And if you're up late at night, you can see which one is like showing the softcore porn.
Jesus.
College football fans.
But with the way the anime worked was there'd be, I don't know if they were cut off precisely at seasons, but there would always be an episode where once the anime caught up to a certain episode, then the next episode it would rewind like 30 episodes. So as soon as you got to that episode, you all like crowded around the TV, okay, and you were so nervous and excited for when DBZ would come on or whatever anime you're watching because you didn't know if it was actually finally going to advance the season, show the next episode, or if it was going to rewind again 30 episodes. You're like, fuck. Was Toonami after your time? No, Toonami started up during my time. I was the Toonami child.
With the robot?
Yeah, Tom, I think was his name, yeah. And then the worst was when sometimes they would reshuffle the anime blocks for Toonami, and the anime started at like it was like 3 o'clock. So if you had after school extracurriculars, or if your school got out at like 3:30 and they reshuffled it, sometimes your anime would just be during school, and then you were fucked. It was over.
Okay.
You would just never, ever, 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 ever get to watch that anime until they reshuffled it, hopefully in the future. Right as Goku.
That means the West
arrived,
Coasters must have been really fucked.
Shit.
It
were
started
they?
3 for you.
No, because I think it would
started at
actually
noon for
show
them.
at different times for them. Like it would be the quote unquote same time, but it would be 3 hours earlier or later, whatever, because it would be in their time zone. Would it be or would it not be?
I don't think that's how TV worked.
Wait, yeah, true. Why would I say that? That can't be how TV worked. It would have to show at the same time for everybody, right? Oh no, it would be the same time. Yeah, because it would say like 9. It would say like 9 EST, 8 CST, or whatever. The Namek Saga. All of the Yeah, DBZ was a pretty shit anime, to be honest. Never mind. It was pretty bad. But we grew up with it. We had to love it, you know? Who was hotter, Raven or Starfire? I think that just had to do with if you preferred like e-girl goth girls or you would grow up to like blondes. That was the Starfire Raven division early in life. Rewatch it. DBZ is actually good. No, I think DBZ
It's not.
There's a lot of filler in that anime. Wait, they aired the California stuff 3-hour delay. I had the channel on our satellite.
No fucking way.
No, it must have aired at the same time.
It
But that can't be,
must.
though, because then what? You would air some anime at like 7 p.m. for some people? No, it must have been at different times. Like in the physical world, it was at different times.
I don't think it's how it worked for anything else, though.
Well, not for like live stuff, maybe like games, right? Oh my God.
Definitely
Are you caught
not
up
for
on the
fucking
pit?
games. Not caught up yet, no.
How did you?
We've been watching Survivor.
Are you one episode
on
behind or
season
2
2.
episodes behind?
We're like on episode 3
Oh, season. Wait, you're watching Survivor?
of season 2. Yep.
The reality TV show?
We try to watch it every
Oh my
fucking
God.
time it comes out.
They had the most unrealistic scene in the pit. The last episode, or was the one before that? That one kid is supposed to be from Nebraska, and he talks about going to a Storm Chasers game. Nobody watches minor league baseball in Nebraska. That was the most unrealistic thing. I remember. I feel like I was like
Huskers.
9 years old when we had. They were called the Royals, the Omaha Royals. I remember because the closest I ever came to killing myself in real life was going to a baseball game with my grandpa, and it was the most boring experience ever. Back then, guys, you had the raw dog life. There were no iPods. There were Game Boy sucked. There was no cell phones. You were just locked in. Wherever the fuck you went, that's where you were. Whew, and it was painful. Oh my God, it was so boring. Yeah, and then they
But
renamed
people were probably better.
What do you mean better?
They were better for it.
Maybe for you. That can be your burden to bear. Going to dance recitals, motherfucker, 4-hour dance recitals with my sister twice a year. I don't know how I survived. I almost had a PTSD response.
Do you remember going to church?
Yeah,
I don't know how I survived that. That shit's crazy.
Especially for Catholics, because we have to kneel and stand and everything so much.
That was a whole fucking day thing, too. Your
was a
Sundays are
whole
cooked if you go to
thing.
church.
I felt so bad for... I had my first, like... Generally, I'm, like, in touch with the kids, because just kidding. Stop! I generally, like, I remember what it's like to be a kid and everything. I'm not trying to blow up Nathan too much or whatever. We had to talk to Nathan about... Because sometimes he skips his class. And, it's probably the first time I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, why you... Don't do this. Just go to school. And he's like... And, you know, like, teenagers, they get, like, very moody. And they're like, and I'm like, why are you crying? What are you upset about right now? And he's like, nothing. And I'm like, you're clearly upset. Why can't you just tell me what you're upset about? Why do you have to be autistic like I am? He's like, I'm not upset. I'm like, okay, well, can't you just like go to your class? Why do you have to skip this? Why would you fuck your whole life up right now for no reason? Like your computer, internet will be there afterwards. They're like, you don't understand. And I'm like,
Brother, I understand.
I'm like, I do understand. I had a PTSD response when I dropped you off for preschool or kindergarten the first time. I was like, damn, this motherfucker's about to be in school for 20 years.
Rip.
Holy shit,
Good
that
luck,
sucks.
dude.
But why would you? Don't fuck your life up. Go to class, motherfucker. Or you're going to boot camp. Just kidding. Anyway, yeah.
But how do you even skip a class? Like, I never really skipped class. I mean, unless you're just skipping the whole day.
I went to private high school. And in private high school, when you're late to your first class, you get a fucking detention. These public high schools, these kids are doing some wild shit. Wild shit. I don't know. Yeah.
Like, I've left early, I guess, but that was with, like, I don't know. I guess, like, if I'm sick or whatever. I don't know. It was a whole thing. You'd have to get, like, your parents' approval to leave early. And if you didn't come in too often, they'd call you fucking tardy and then threaten to call the cops or something. I don't know.
Did I ever tell you? I think I told this story on stream before. When me and... It was the kid who stole my PSP. His name was Stosh. Stanislaus? Is that a real name? We called him Stosh. For me and him... I can't believe this is a real thing. I don't know how I did so much retarded shit as a kid. Where me and him drove to... It was Marion, because that was our sister all-girls school. I called the dean to impersonate his girlfriend's dad so that we could pick her up early from school, so that we could goof off and go hang out.
You impersonated the dad?
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck, because I must have sounded like a fucking kid on the phone. But I remember we did this whole ass thing. I remember they because a teacher, somebody walked her out, and Stash was hiding in my backseat of my 95 shitty ass yellow Dodge Neon, and then they saw me there, and they were like, "Hey, we're releasing her to whatever." And I was like, "Oh, this is my sister. I'm her brother." I don't know how the fuck I got away with that. They just didn't give a fuck. Jesus. I think that and the pillow car thing were probably the dumbest things I did as a kid. If Nathan did that, I would definitely murder him or ground him.
We're back.
Be careful. Watch DBZ abridged instead of the anime, better use of your time. The shit that used to go on YouTube or whatever. The pillow car story. I had my Dodge Neon was just fucked in so many different ways. It was just like there were just so many things fucked with this car, and at some point it got to the point to where what I would have to do is I would park the car up on a hill because the battery, it must have been what do you call it, like a hot fuse or an open fuse or something was leaking electricity somewhere. Something was on all the time that shouldn't have been, that was never turning off, and the battery would always die overnight. So what I would have to do is I have to park the car on the top of a hill. And I think you can, I don't know, can you still do this with manuals? But what you do is you would push the clutch in, and then you'd put it in first, and then you would unpop the e-brake, and then the car would start to roll. And if it was rolling fast enough, you can let go of the clutch, and then the rolling, it'll start the car when the gear catches, and you just have to make sure you gas it so it doesn't die. And this is how I would have to start my Dodge Neon for a while. And then at some point, what happened? My transmission like broke. I think I tried to switch it into a gear and it just didn't switch. And then no, that was a different thing. No, this is the time I tried to start it, and for some reason I couldn't rolling start it. I don't know what broke on it, but I couldn't rolling start it, but it was fucked. But tow trucks were $75. Okay, ain't nobody got time for that bullshit or the money for that bullshit. And I needed to get my car to an Amco station off of, I want to say it was like north. It would have been east of. It would have been around 25th and Fort Crook Road. And I was coming from 25th and Capehart. If I had to guess, maybe a 5-mile drive. And I had the genius idea. This is just so unbelievably retarded. But I had the ingenious idea to I had a friend, Alex Molini. He's the guy that plays piano in the saxophone fucking Ocarina of Time thing that we recorded in that church. We pushed my car out into the middle of the parking lot outside of it was Targaryen Senior Residences is where I live with my grandma in the old people, whatever place. So my car is in the parking lot, and then his car is behind me. And then I called him on I don't even know what fucking phone I had. And then he picked up. We duct taped pillows to the front of off of his bumpers. And then he pushed my car. So I would drive in the front, and he would gently push my car with his SUV about 5 miles to the whatever the fuck. I don't remember what car shop we took it to. But this has got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever done in my entire life. Yeah, I remember the craziest part of it was the left. It was like a left turn intersection. I think it was, it's a big intersection. There used to be a huge Walmart there. It's like something off of Fort Crook. Can I look this intersection? 25th and Fort Crook Road, Bellevue? I think is a city, right? Bro, I'm not gonna be able to fucking find this shit anymore. What the fuck? Wait, what is this? This is not Nebraska. Where's Highway 370? Cornhusker was north or south? Wait, where am I? Hold on. I will find this. No, I will find this. Okay, 72nd and... Aw, Kia would drive me up this road to school. What a time to live. This is 370, I think. Did they rename this? Strategic Air Command Memorial Highway. Wow. This whole place... This is so crazy. I would like, oh my God. We would just like sit on, this is all grass. None of this existed like 25 years ago. All of this area was just grass. Damn, I don't know if these existed either. I think this is called Shadow Lake now, or so. Oh yeah, Shadow Lake Town Center, yeah. This whole area is not developed. Okay, hold on, where were we? South Ridge Apartments. Did they rename these? I think they were called Targaryen Senior Residences, which is kind of weird given Game of Thrones, but everything looks so flat. It's the Midwest, dog. Oh, Fort Crook ran north-south. Not east-west. Hold on.
I'll be back in 30 minutes from now.
You better hurry the fuck up.
Store.
We got shit
I'll hurry,
to do.
Sir.
Wait, where are you going?
I know. Coffee and then to a plant store that's nearby.
You're getting more plants? How many do you fucking need?
We're gonna look at them. I don't know. I might need another for my background or two.
Okay, be careful.
I'll be back.
Okay, how far north on Fort Crook? Fuck. I don't know how much of this has changed. It couldn't have changed that much. I feel like it was around here. Anyway, there was a huge... the scariest part of this drive was the big intersection. It was a big intersection on Fort Crook. I have it in my mind. I feel like it's directly south of the I-80 exit. Huge intersection at Fort Crook. I wanted to make it, and he didn't want to go, but I felt like... it would be too hard to make like a left turn on like from a red or whatever. I don't know why. There's a reason why I had this, why we had to go. And I remember he pushed me through, but he stopped at the stop where the light was. And I sailed through this fucking intersection completely on my own. No power steering, no nothing. And then I just my car just floated through until he managed to catch back up. Every time a cop would come, there was only one, but like we would have to say, okay, back up or slow down, so that my car would be like ahead of his, so it didn't look like he was pushing me. That was some shit. Fuck that car. Fuck that piece of shit car. I'm just kidding. I love my Dodge Neon. No, it's not I-80. It's I-29, I think. I think you get off on I-29, and there's an exit onto... Fuck, I wish I could remember what it was. If I was driving there, I could find it. It's just not... I've never looked at it on a map before. Whatever. Did you ever do vandalism? I don't think so. The worst type of stuff I did, I think I mentioned this. I think we were like 6 years old, and we would all run outside in our apartment complex, and we would like... call the 911 and then I'll run away from the phone and do that over and over again, like dipshits. I mean, people on the road know when you're doing some stupid shit like that. Probably safer than usual. Yeah, maybe. I don't think anybody gives a fuck. People just do their thing, you know? Talk about your instrument story? Where somebody broke into my car and they stole my car stereo and my shitty saxophone. I used to, I would go to UNO, but I had so many parking tickets. I was afraid that they were going to boot my car. So instead of going to the actual parking lot, I don't know if all colleges are like this, if colleges just troll the fuck out of their students by never having enough parking, but you could park at, it was Crossroads Mall off of 72nd and Dodge, and there was a shuttle that ran back and forth. And, I guess my the final ensemble of the day. Was it jazz? It might have been jazz. Got out later. It's like 3 or 4 o'clock or something. And when I got back to the mall, my car had been broken into. And they stole my shitty sax and my stereo. And then when I put in an insurance claim for the saxophone, they asked you, what was the sax? What was it worth? And I was like, can I just put anything here? And I just put like I don't know, some Yamaha $5,000 something. They just cut me a check for it. And I thought, I'm fucking rich. And then I bought my Reference 54, the thing behind me. Based. Oh God, I remember not finding parking and missing class. How could you not find parking? The whole street is parking. If you've got your hazard lights, you just park on the side, throw them on, and run into class. Was it you that told a story about how you called a kid retarded because he was holding some animal by the tail, and the kid was actually retarded? Did I? Have I? I don't remember that story. The park anywhere lights. Yeah, that's what your hazards are for, bro. The craziest thing I saw in Omaha, a random car on fire in the middle of the road with not a single person around at like 9 a.m. That's pretty weird. I think the weirdest thing I've ever seen on the streets before, one of the times I was visiting and hanging out with V, we were walking to a theater to watch a movie. I think I told the story before. We were walking to a theater to watch a movie, and then there was it looked like a lady had hit a guy on a bike, on a motorcycle, or it might have been a car accident, like a fender bender car accident. And these two people were arguing over whether she needed to go to an ATM to get money to give this guy. And it was a smaller intersection. They weren't blocking everything, but it was like a kind of a block. And I remember we watched the movie, and then we went walking back to her apartment like 2 hours later, and they were still there having the exact same argument. And I wasn't sure if it was like performance art or something. I was so confused. What did the Tinder date stop sign crash happen? That was so awkward. That was right outside my house off of Hillsdale. That intersection was, there's an entrance to I-80 off of 42nd. It would have been off of 42nd and not Hillsdale. What was the street up there? It was probably not Center or Grover, because I think it was further south than that, right? Hold on. Damn, I'm not used to looking at Omaha on a map. Okay, 42nd. No, that's 24th. You would take I-80 to the 42nd Street exit. Okay, and then you would go south. L is up here, so I would have lived up here off of Hillsdale. Right here. This is my old house. Oh my God! Oh, look who lives there now. Science is real. Black lives matter. No human is illegal. Love is love. Women's rights are human rights. And something is everything? Wait, what does that say? Oh, kindness, everything. Okay. Good job. Whoever these people are, good job. We have seen this before. Listen. Well, hopefully it's updated and they still live there. Oh, it says June 2022. Are you sure the strangest thing in the world was De Laguna running up to you? Dude, I thought I was high. I thought it was something. My mind was blown. That's probably will be the most shocking thing for a long time in my life. Holy shit. Hillsdale, 42nd. Oh, it's probably this. This would have been the intersection. Damn. Is that big concrete flat surface next to the house parking? Yeah, there's like a hall here that people can rent out for shit. This is where the deaf people all knocked on my door once. And I thought I was getting invaded by zombies. Because apparently when I put my e-brake on my GTI, I guess I didn't put it on enough or something because my car rolled like it had rolled from this parking spot into like a car right here. And so they all came knocking at my door, and it was like 12 people at my door were like, oh, and I was like, and I just woken up because they knocked on my door. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What's the story about the old woman getting signatures for some stop sign or something? Well, I don't want to show my current house on map, but basically there's an intersection near my house that is an annoying stoplight that was going to be replaced with a stop sign, which is based. But then some old lady was going around the neighborhood with a petition to save the stoplight for children's lives or some bullshit. And then they saved it, yeah. Adjusting the e-brake is easy as hell too. You should always your car should always be in first. I don't know why. I guess back then I just didn't do it. But you should always just have your car in first when you park. What year was your GTI? I think 2007. Volkswagen GTI. I think it was a 2007, yeah. First gear or reverse if you're on a downslope. What? Just put it in first. Or any gear. Why put it in first? First has the highest amount of inertia? Something like that? That sounds right. Owning a car when you are poor is probably one of the most stressful things ever. It's almost better to just ride a bike. I don't yearn for those days back. I mean, if you can, I guess, but how do I make this thing go top down again? Why? I don't need to be fucking playing The Sims. I don't need this slanted view. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. There's no way I could ride a bike to work. Because I was commuting from, it was 42nd and Hillsdale here, and then I'd have to go east on I-80 into Iowa, and then fuck, where's the casino? It's right after you go to Iowa, right? Hold on. Is this 29? Did I have to get on 29 to go to the casino? I don't remember, fuck. Oh, Sap Bros. Oh, this is where I would sleep when I was homeless for a month. Sometimes you'd wake up and there'd be like truckers fucking staring at you from their big ass fucking cabins. I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. So the casino has to be near here, right? Wait, where the fuck is it? Is it in here? Is it in this block of things? Am I losing? Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, it's right here. The horseshoe. Makes sense. Are you homeless? I was just between places because I broke up with my ex. And then I was starting to date Rachel, but she lived with her parents. One of the times I snuck over at her house, her dad got home early. And he got a shotgun. He said he would kill me if he ever found me there again. So we had to get an apartment. And I don't want to go back to my ex's apartment. Fuck that. Well, technically our apartment, I guess. But then we found a new place on, I think off of 108th and Maple. But they weren't ready for moving for a month, so just hung out in my car. Practice. Played my saxophone in my car. Sometimes I would shower at Kyle's. Or I think it was the Sap Bros. You could go in and take a shower. And then I would work, go to class. Dumbest driving mistake you've made? Probably I've hit 2 signs in my life. One time, I guess I should have said something earlier on this, but I mean, we were kids, so it was dumb. My girlfriend in high school, Catherine, would do this stupid thing. I don't know if she thought it was cute, but if she really wanted me to like go somewhere or take a turn, she would like reach over and like pull the wheel. And I would get like kind of irritated. I probably should have said like, you need to stop this shit. But something happened. I don't remember if she pulled the wheel or she just said, oh, we need to go right here, whatever. We were driving somewhere. And I definitely, there was no way we were turning right in time. And then I think I ate a stop sign. I think it was like 17 or something. And then The closest I've ever come to dying was definitely, I think most of you know this story, but I had rented a 911 Carrera to do my drive through New Zealand on the South Island. And we were driving to it would have been the Milford Sound. What a fun, beautiful drive with an amazing, beautiful car. My God. I'm trying to think of what is it the Milford Sound? Milford Sound? Whenever you see those stupid car commercials where the roads are like, woo, 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 like you need a performance car, but this is like these roads, and this is just a stunningly fucking beautiful country. And there's like nobody there. Nobody lives in this place. Like in America, when you find beautiful places, there's like 1 billion people that live there. But here, there's just nobody. And I remember driving there and back. And then afterwards, we rented, because I only had this Carrera, I think, for 2 or 3 days, because it was like $800 a day for this rental or whatever. And then I think the next day I had a Mustang, and I went to take a turn. I was still in Carrera mode, I guess, and I slid off the road, and I just like stopped there for like 20 seconds, because like we were definitely like on the edge of a mountain. I was like, I could have just died. We could have just died. What a horrible, horrible time. But I got super spoiled driving that Carrera. Oh my God. Have you ever was so tired that you didn't defrost windshield and drove like you're a tank in the winter? Oh, actually, fuck those two moments. The most dangerous, stupid shit that I've ever done driving, 100%, is driving tired. Whoo, leaving the casino and driving tired. Not good. But the second was, who's... whatever. Pretend you're inside your car. Who's ever driven? And then this is the snow. And then you either get out your snow scraper or a credit card, and you do the legendary visor. And then you drive tank mode. This is easily the most retarded shit. Oh, man. Woo! You scrape it off, because who the fuck is going to sit out there in negative 20? And the problem, too, was there were days when it was so cold. I feel like this is not possible. Or maybe it would just take hours. But there were days where it was so cold that I don't think my engine would warm up on idle. Like if I turned my car on and I left it sit there for 15, 20 minutes, it wouldn't get warm. Like the temperature gauge on the engine would still stay at the like it hadn't moved, because the needle, it needs to be at a certain temperature before it starts going up. And if it doesn't get hot enough, your defrosters won't work, because I think it takes the warm air from the engine, I think. Or my dad told me that a long time ago, and I believed it, and I've never looked it up since. But yeah, the engine would never get warm enough for the defrosters to work, so... Please don't talk about temperatures. You think a PC can heat a room. Nice. Good troll. Also, the side windows are completely covered in ice, so you can't check for cars at the intersections. Oh, you check out your tank visor. You just like look left and right. And then you pull out very, very slowly, and you pray every time. You're like, no way would somebody hit me, knowing that I'm pulling out so slowly, right? You ever do this and then the inside of your windshield starts steaming up? Yeah, I think, I'm going to be honest. I think if I should have spent some time studying. It would have taken all of 10 minutes. I do not know how steam and defrosting and all that shit works. The physics of that always eluded me. The days where you would fight with this, and then depending on how much it worked, Or what if I had done class and work that day and I was so tired, I was like, oh, fuck it, dude. Jesus, take me. I'm not going to fuck with this. I don't know why my shit is fucking steaming up. I got my windows down. I got my defrosters up. I got the air recycler turned off. I've got all the buttons. I don't know why the fuck this shit is fucking steaming. I don't know what phenomenon in the natural universe can explain why the fuck. And it's like, and it'll be some shit where it's like you turn your shit on and it's like steamed up here. And then it starts like unfogging it down here. And then as the unfogging reaches up, it starts to refog it down here. And I'm like, take me. I'm ready to die. I can't fuck with this right now. I just want to die. Fuck me. Kill me. How'd you feel about driving in England? You mentioned some tiny roads. And yeah. Oh, driving through Wales is crazy. First of all, I drove from because if I go to places and I have time, I like to drive because I feel like driving. One, I enjoy driving, and then it's just I feel like I get to know the people. I drove from Cardiff. I always want to call this Cardiff. Oh look, it pops up. Hay on Rye. First of all, okay, not to say anything about the bongers. I mentioned this before. This is a very, very, very beautiful country. Holy shit. I was like, I thought, because I've usually when I go to England, I'm just going to London over and over again where it's kind of gloomy and it's raining all the time. Oh my God, this is like lush. Beautiful greens and just cute. Everything is adorable. The little houses and the cars and everything else. But the roads, I'm driving on this like single lane road and I feel like my car barely fucking fits. And then the grass is like taller than my car, so you can't see anything. And then there are cars coming from the other direction and it's not actually a single lane road. It's a 2-lane road. And it's not like the rest of Europe where when I'm in the cities in Germany, even, no offense, Germans, and especially through Sweden, these motherfuckers are like 40, 50 kilometers an hour everywhere. It's the slowest traffic in your life. Not in fucking Wales. These guys are hauling ass down these roads. I feel like I'm about to die every time a car passes me. And then and then also like my shifter's on the left, and I've got to keep my car more to the right that I'm used to because my driver thing is on the right. And I'm like, what an adventure. Oh my God. Whew. What did you think of Oregon? I feel like the whole Pacific Northwest, I've always said, this is super beautiful. All of this area, Seattle. I guess I haven't been out in Oregon more, but in Washington I have. I'm behind in VOD, but Goku is one of the greatest protagonists ever. He was a complicated character. He was both an absent father and a universe-saving hero. I don't think Goku was complicated. I think the writers just changed their mind all the time about what they wanted him to be. Like, sometimes they want him to care about his family, and then sometimes they want him to just be, like, a guy who is obsessed with just being the best warrior, and then other times he's, like, genuinely emotionally driven, and they go between these things without any air of consistency. I think the main idea for him was he just needed to be like a person who wanted to be the best fighter ever, and that's all he cares about. But then there are times where it's like, fuck, we need to have like an emotional hook to this plot, so let's kill Krillin. And it's like, okay. Despite the roads, UK drivers are still safer than US drivers, I guess. I don't know what this says. No sabes lo que estás diciendo. You do not know. You don't know if you're what. I don't know what diciendo means in English. Oh, you don't know what you're saying. About what? Okay. You've never been to any national parks? I don't think so. Vegeta's character is way more consistent in Destiny, except the Bulma relationship, which just happened. Yeah, I don't know why that. I don't know. Don't know. We don't think about that. Zoom in on East Hastings. I've walked through East Hastings a few times. Those are my zombie brothers. I feel like somehow Vancouver shuffled all their homeless people into No, Vancouver in general there are homeless people. It's not as bad as LA or San Francisco or Seattle. I still firmly maintain, nothing has changed my opinion on this, that these people on the East Coast, when they talk about homelessness, I've just never seen homelessness like San Francisco, LA, and then Seattle. But San Francisco and LA is just another world. I don't know why too. We should watch something on this sometime. Do people really just go there because the weather's nicer or something? It is just insane. Every single overpass, so many homeless people. It's crazy. It's crazy. Also, we need a cage match between Santos and fucking Langdon. He needs to kick her ass, okay? You don't make eye contact with them either in the Pacific Northwest. I feel like that shouldn't matter. I don't think I've ever had a bad interaction with a homeless person before. Just sometimes they scream at you. On that same walk when me and V saw the crazy, whatever that performance art was on the street, I remember there was some guy that was screaming at us when we were close to our apartment. Something about us being married, and the guy, but like homeless people just scream at you sometimes, and I don't know. They're just, well, I mean, it's probably because they're fucking crazy. they're like literally they have like whatever mental illness untreated going on.
Any pain, sir?
No.
Spoilers. What?
What's oops mean?
I can feel it in the air here. This place is like quick.
Why are these trailers so dramatic? Is this an official Twitter account?
I need help! You're worried if you don't leave tonight, you won't leave at all?
What's going on? Code Hula Hoop, Central 14.
Code hula hoop. What does that mean?
Hospital worker
I can't show it. Somebody said it was not safe for work.
assault.
You ever gonna tell me what really happened in there?
Nowhere.
I'm very concerned by what I've witnessed today with some of the staff.
Why is this so dramatic? Robbie is out of control. Nobody calls him out enough for me. What do you mean he's out of control? Robbie's got it on lock, bro. What are you talking about? Fuck you. You're a hater. Robbie is gonna neck? Do you think he's gonna kill himself? Do you think that's why he wants to go on his drive? Fuck. Destiny, defend this.
It was my fault. Yeah, I wanted to keep going with Ativan and Keppra, but Dr. Mohan had an excellent idea to treat for hypernatremia even before her labs came back.
Temps down to 102.4.
Good call, Dr. Mohan. Another minute.
God, this actor. Ugh.
More.
Listen, she was fucking stealing his drugs for no reason, okay? Clearly the other guys didn't need him. Louis died. Why would you waste drugs on... I was going to say on addicts, but I guess he's addicted. Fuck you. Destiny's unstable. He doesn't support Mohan and can't handle the new AI doc's good ideas for the ER. I will say one thing that super surprised me that I really appreciate. I sometimes there are stereotypes that are like so played out, where it's like, oh, I get it. And when they have like this is how we run our ER, and then the one lady came in and she's like, we're going to use AI to optimize the ER, and I was like, okay, I get it. So the Pitt are going to be like, these are the rough and tough street doctors that know how the game works, and here comes the retard lady with her crazy wacky technology suggestions. But it's nice that like she might have her wacky suggestions, but she's also super competent as a doctor, I guess, because she does that weird they have to do a special trach on that kid, and she does it like perfectly, I guess, because I think somebody else in there commented, and she was like, oh, I've only ever done this in the sim labs before. But usually when people say that in the Stanford simulation lab or whatever, but usually when people say shit like that, usually they're incompetent at everything. So I thought it was cute that she's not like a retard. Al Hashimi, I think is her name, right? No, she fucked it a little. Did she? I thought she did it. Wait, did I misread that scene? I was doing my emails at the same time. I thought she did it almost flawlessly. Because didn't the other person ask the surgeon that comes up from the other place? Didn't she ask her? She's like, oh, how many times have you done this or whatever? Yeah, she did it perfectly. Yeah, fuck you. The cut was bad. The surgeon got mad at the cut. Did she? Why should Santos be expected to forgive Langdon after what he did, where he faced basically zero consequences? Listen, he is in rehab. Didn't he take like 6 months off? Like, so he fucked up a little bit on the drug thing. Not great, but so his whole life has to end? Also, I think I would feel differently if she wasn't a fucking autistic cockbag to fucking everybody. She's more autistic than the actual autistic doctor. And yeah, he's hot as fuck. It's actually impossible to read the intention of the scenes in the pit, LOL. Have you seen all the Santos fans in the subreddit? They've interpreted everything completely differently. Wait, what? Link. Robbie literally scolded the nurses for helping the junkie, saying the hospital walls are a force field and to leave outside shit outside, and then immediately decides to worry about the ICE detainee. What? No, hold on. Robbie got mad because they're having their computer systems are all down and they've got a ton of people that are in the hospital and these guys are out, and she took a doctor in training out to go and treat somebody that's not even a registered patient at the hospital, number one. And number two, when he said treat this hospital like a force field and leave everything on the outside, he was talking to, I always forget her name, the one brown doctor, because her outside stuff was influencing her performance inside the hospital. But those statements from Robbie they're not ironic, but like clearly Robbie is like the master emotion bottler, like hasn't confronted a bunch of shit that he has to deal with or whatever. So he's projecting a little bit, probably too harshly on the other doctor and getting upset at her for letting outside stuff bother her at the hospital when he probably has issues that he needs to deal with, right? Is it Mohan? Is that her name, Mohan? Do you think screaming at Mohan was justified? No, I think he lost his temper. Or he just has issues. I don't know if you call it projecting or what, but he has issues that he clearly hasn't dealt with, and he just got irritated seeing somebody else. Yeah, no, it wasn't good. Not good. Rank Santos, Huckleberry, and Dr. K. What? When will you watch Severance? It mogs hospital slop to death. I don't know. I can try. The problem is people keep marketing Severance to me as this hugely deep show or whatever, and I feel like I've seen several episodes of Black Mirror, and I feel like Black Mirror is like 90% slop. So I don't know. Did you watch ER back in the day? No. Santos, view spoiler. Sorry, I know everyone is kind of tired of hearing the complaints about Santos, but the news episode made me want to scream. Like, I kind of understand where Santos is coming from, but at the end of the day, it's not really your business or your life. Why is she so bothered? Like, I understand to a certain point, but to tell Langdon needs to tell every person in the ER what he did. Also, even if he did that, she wouldn't care. She wouldn't forgive him. She's just a fucking... She's just such a cunt. That's the issue. She's such a fucking, she's so annoying. Like, if she was nicer to other people, but notice how she's had confrontations with literally every single fucking person, right? If she was like on good terms with most people, like she calls people nicknames they don't like, she sucks at charting, she's just so many issues with everybody. She's nice to Huckleberry. She let him live with her. Yeah, because she's not a bad person. She's just like an asshole. I don't think she's like evil, but she's just like annoying as fuck. And then her seeing like every single time, like, be me, go to the hospital with Nathan to get a fucking vaccine. Nathan accidentally has a bruise from soccer. Get Dr. Santos. I'm getting fucking CPS called on me because she thinks I'm raping my kid in the arm with my fucking bruised it. What the fuck? Every single fucking person. She's like, we need to call CPS. Like, what happened? This child cried. Why were they crying? I don't know, but they're 2 months old. They're being raped. Jesus. They try to parrot Destiny media takes on Game of Thrones. Unironic. Who? What are you talking about? Hold on. What are you motherfuckers? The surgeon lady said she did a bad job. But that's the lesbian bitchy surgeon. Oh wait, that was earlier. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Okay. Good job though. Both of you found a way to feel superior to chat. That's the important thing. Oh, actually, to be fair, I didn't watch chat while they were watching the episode, so maybe they were retarded. They were confused by every choice the doctors made, confused by he spent more blood and time on his dead friend's son's girlfriend, confused by Santos and threatening the guy. They're just fucking confused. Confused by Robbie and his emotional breakdown. This chat is too retarded, dog. I'm not kidding. They treat characters, plots, and everything like some logic debate. It's like, it's a TV show / movie, aka dramatization of things. Well, that last message was retarded. Just because you're dramatizing things doesn't mean they have to be retarded. But I feel like most of the decisions and emotional things by the people on the show make sense, no? As someone in emergency medicine, AI has been a huge help. With Epic, doctors used to spend a lot of time checking meds for contraindications or calling pharmacy, and in emergencies, time matters. Now AI scans the patient chart instantly and flags issues. You can't rely on it completely, but it's a powerful safety net that speeds up care. Dude, this chat was confused by every doctor's choices. Wait, people are saying she... Hold on. Andrew Wilson has confirmed he'll be suing Tilly. Okay, cool. I guess we'll be fundraising for it. Fuck. Was it the 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. episode? Stalked my last question. Do you think Santos was a little crazy for thinking that dad essayed that daughter in season 1? I don't feel like the show gave us enough to know if that was actually happening or not. Well, no. Hold on. I'm being harsh. To be fair, if I saw a kid with that many fucking bruises, I would assume that kid was getting the shit beat out of him. Although I'm not a doctor, so maybe checking for... It's not hemophilia. What's the name of the condition where you bruise super easily if you're not making enough? Is it a shortage of iron? Is it hemophilia? Is that where you bruise super, super, super easily? Oh, is it anemia, maybe? But that kid had a lot of bruises on them. He's asking about the guy whose wife was giving him estrogen. Oh, I wouldn't believe that lady. That's crazy. You're poisoning your husband? I don't know. Everything about that sounded crazy. I don't know.
To see if he has any purposeful movement.
I did. Ultrasound showed...
Free fluid?
Okay. Hold on. I gotta see if she fucks this up or not. Now I'm curious. Wait, when is it around? 20... Oh, no, wait.
It's 87.
I don't think that's the right episode. Hold on.
Bronzo tape.
Bougie into the airway.
Show video? I can't.
Thoughts
It's
on what's
copyrighted.
Next, Dr. Whitaker?
Insert the ET tube into the
And it's got a lot of blood.
Suction. Lots of blood in the airway.
Al-Hashimi didn't fuck up. It's just the type of cut she made is messy and the surgeon works have to clean it up, so Garcia was annoyed. Yeah, but it sounded like it was necessary because I remember at the end of this, Al-Hashimi, she snaps back at her because I think I remember this now because the surgeon is like, she says something snarky like, oh, well, we'll clean this up, I guess, in surgery or whatever. And I think Al-Hashimi is like, oh, well, maybe you guys will thank me that he's still alive. She fucking, she got him. She fucking got him.
Okay, bag in. Check the CO2.
Anemia is just low hemoglobin. UT doesn't cause easy bruising, but hemophilia... Oh, it doesn't cause easy bruising, but hemophilia does. Okay, thanks, buddy.
Says coming up in the 80s. Bilateral breath sounds. And tidal CO2 is 70. That's crazy high.
It'll come down. Tie down the tube, control all the bleeders. Spray an empavepi on a stack of 4x4s.
Okay, stats are up to the 90s. Good. CO2's in the 50s. Good heart.
I feel like way too many people in this show are way too attractive. I think it takes away a little bit from it. This is like a fucking Jesus.
Heart rate.
You forgot the last step. Change your underwear. How many of these you done?
First one.
You serious?
First one.
None.
And even Dr. Robbie hasn't done one of these.
Just in the sim lab when I was at
She was in the sim labs.
Stanford.
What'd I miss?
All the fun.
Slash trach.
Seriously?
Fractured larynx, couldn't oxygenate, couldn't ventilate.
Use a meat cleaver on this kid?
ENT can revise the trach in the OR.
They'll be thrilled to clean up your mess.
Or maybe they'll thank us for not letting him die.
Oh! Smack! Even Robbie is like, ooh, you can't see his face, but wait. You can't take snips? You can't take screenshots of HDR content? Okay, good one. Based. Anyway. She got him. What? Everybody looks average as hell on this show, LeMayo. True, actually. Also, I think Sabrina Carpenter is a 6. It's not HDR, it's DRM. I mix these terms up all the time, sorry. Oh, I should have taken a photo with my phone, you're right. Also, I don't know if people made this joke before and I just didn't see it, or maybe it's because I've been away from Mel now for a while. Does Sabrina Carpenter look like Melina? Am I crazy? Sometimes I see stuff and I'm not sure I'm seeing like there's like a Photoshop. Somebody's fucking with me. I am crazy. Oh, never mind. Okay, just kidding.
Football history. I guess it was iconic also, but not quite in the same manner. But I watched that. That was incredible. The annual Army-Navy game is truly one of the most special occasions in all of sports, but in recent years...
Remember when you liked that random blonde woman's Twitter pic? Bro, that was similar, okay?
Most special occasions in all of sports, but in recent years, the football history, I guess it was iconic also, but not quite in the same manner. But I watched that. That was incredible. The annual Army-Navy game is truly one of the most special occasions in all of sports, but in recent years, the college...
Okay. I only followed college football as a kid. That's it. Because of Cornhusker shit and then Callahan. Never NFL stuff because in Nebraska we didn't have an NFL team. I don't know if they do now. I have never in my life heard of this Army-Navy game. Is this actually like a big deal thing that like a lot of football players watch or follow? Or is this just like a military thing? I had never heard of this shit before. Okay. A lot of people in chat saying yes. Okay, I guess it's just whatever then. I've heard about it all my life. How have you never heard? I'd never heard of this until a few years ago, I don't think.
College football playoff expansion has encroached on this sacred 4-hour time slot traditionally reserved for Army Navy. So, what did I do? I went out. I don't know if I could have pulled it off. I have much more power in my second term, don't you think? What do you think? Would you say, Brandon? Much more power. First term, I don't know if I could have gotten away with this, but what did I do? I went out and said, I'm going to sign an executive order to ensure that the second...
Big in military communities, question mark, did you grow up on base or were your parents off-base losers? My parents had real jobs and social lives that weren't confined to your little rat cages known as base. No, actually, my parents retired, I think, when I was like 6 or 7. So I've never lived on base before. Although I would go on base to buy my tax-free shit at the BX and the commissary. So get fucked.
Saturday in December, sign an executive order to ensure that the second Saturday in December is preserved exclusively. Nobody's playing football. Not Ohio State against Notre Dame. Not LSU against Alabama. Nobody's going to play football for 4 hours during that very special time of the year in December. It's preserved forever for the Army-Navy game. Now, if you don't want to watch football, you don't have to. But if you want to watch football, you're only watching one game. You're not watching 19 different games. All of them, in many ways, big. So, Coach, that puts a little pressure because the whole world's going to be watching. So nobody else is going to be allowed. Of course, we'll probably get sued at some point. We always get sued. But
everyone's saying this is a big game, or actually just Army/Navy brats/retards. I'm not saying that like there's not a rivalry or the people that follow this don't care a lot about it. I just never heard of this before. Like I'd heard of NFL shit and the Super Bowl and that stuff. And then obviously for college football and when we changed conferences, the Big Ten, all of this. But I'd never heard of, maybe they mentioned it once or twice on the radio, but I've just never It feels like when I hear Trump bring this up, it feels like he's saying this is like a monumental football game that all football fans watch and care about. I just never heard of it growing up.
We always get sued, but we win those suits, and we'll win this one. The only game that's going to be played, so we preserve that time, no matter who it is. You're playing the Army
Do they play by NFL rules or by college football rules?
Navy game. It keeps it special. We like it, right? Are you okay with it?
College football rules. Wow. New reporting reveals that Trump's longtime friend and special White House envoy asked ICE to detain the mother of his child amid a custody battle. The mother of his child was deported last month. Wait, what? Why not put the name? Am I missing this? What's the name of the person? Why would you not put that in the tweet? Okay. Paolo Zampoli, a former modeling agent and longtime Trump ally. Damn. Did you see the clip of Trump patting that Secret Service woman on the ass? Nope. I saw this. Bruh. Move your camera.
Say that this
mate.
War need to stop immediately. The aggression need to stop immediately. Because everyone knows who is the big beneficiary of this war and dragging the whole region into this conflict. And unfortunately, what's taking place now, it's a serve for those agendas. Thank you very much.
Santos's issues with Langdon are really projections of her issues with justice, the abuse she faced, and the implication of how it was handled within her family, if at all, and the perception of him as a golden boy, as she put it. She feels like a pariah while he gets away with everything. Most likely, that is what happened in her own childhood. Yeah, but the issue is Langdon does seem genuinely really good at his job, right? So it's not just, like, he's not a... Well, I mean, golden boy doesn't imply that you're not meritocratically good as well, right, I guess? The one she should really be mad at is Robbie. It was on Robbie to report Langdon, not the student doctor. Listen, not to be a Santos apologizer, but... On the other hand, I understand where Santos is coming from. If I were in her position, I would feel upset about the situation too. He did break the law. I will say that the most unfair thing to Santos was that Langdon was definitely fucking riding her ass and kind of gaslighting the fuck out of her because it was her first day. It was already obviously, it's a TV show, so it's even more crazy as her first day. But then she's like, she can't open like a fucking vial of medicine, and Langdon is like gaslighting the fuck out of her over it, but it's because he's been tampering with it. So, I mean, like, I think she has, like, good personal reasons to be like, this motherfucker, you know? This is the clip. This puppet show stays on because of you. Listen, as much as I hate him, I think he's just happy. I don't think he meant it this way. That would be my guess. I wouldn't assume that. And then Langdon tried to throw her under the bus to Robbie when they're at the lockers. Yeah, I guess, maybe, yeah. She doesn't have to like him, but letting her disdain affect patient care is unacceptable. That is true. I don't think Langdon has ever taken something with him to a patient and fucked a patient thing up. Whereas it seems like she can get very emotionally triggered and then make bad decisions. Senator Lisa Murkowski has submitted 15 amendments to the Save America Act. One of them would exempt people born before December 31st, 1960 from having to prove their citizenship in order to register to vote. They are all aged 65 plus. Okay. Also, that guy got out of committee, Mullen, 6-5, I think, right? By one vote, by fucking Fetterman. Oh no, 8-7, not 6-5. Sorry, 8-7. Fuck, I hate that guy. I hate Fetterman. Langdon replaced the bottle with one not containing the drug it actually had, which kind of fucks with the patient. No, yeah, definitely could be. Yeah, for sure. Also, I think I'd have to go back and rewatch, but I think that one patient that he's giving a little bit more of the drug to, the reason why they need a little bit more is the implication because he took some of the other shit or whatever. I don't remember if that was that implication there. This was never ever confirmed, was it? No, it was definitely confirmed that he was taking drugs from patients. I don't remember if he apologized to two of them or just one of them. I know he apologized to Louis because he was taking medication from Louis, and then he might have been from one other patient as well. I thought he watered it down or something. Yeah, I think so, yeah, by diluting the... Do you think Robbie is going to kill himself? I don't know, it seems so. Also, wait, what are we supposed to know? Wait, can we please step back for a second and just level? We all agree we prefer Fetterman to fucking Dr. Oz, right? Yeah, but here, this is my issue with Fetterman, okay? Fetterman seems like he fucks with Democrats for the love of the game, okay? Like, Sinema and Manchin were our crazy pivot swing votes that the whole country was looking at, and their votes were vital in the Senate. These were like the most important people on the planet, okay? Until you knew the power they had. But now it's not like the Republicans have a single Senate vote up or whatever, and Fetterman is our huge swing vote, and that's what, he just fucks with us for the love of the game. He just fucks with us for the love of the fucking game. What the fuck? Yeah, and it's not like Fetterman is sitting in some hugely deep red fucking state or whatever, where it's like, oh, well, that's all we got. Fuck that guy, dude. The question is, do you hate Fetterman more than a MAGA Republican? If Fetterman is gone, he's not getting replaced by another Democrat. Is that true in Pennsylvania? You don't think so? I don't know if that's true or not. But Fetterman to me is not, like, he pushes the boundary of, like, I don't like this guy. Like, I almost wouldn't care if he was replaced by a Republican. Because I don't even know how reliable of a vote he would be. And when I see him because Fetterman uses terms like Trump derangement syndrome and everything. And he, both sides, yeah, I don't know. I don't like the dude. Heading to vote, and I will remain the only Democrat that refuses to shut our government down. Pay TSA agents. Reopen. Yes. PA seems to be going heavily Dem this year based on special election performance. Hopefully we're all going heavily Dem. We're waiting for a response back, but the meeting yesterday was... I'm trying to get heavily involved with that. The 23rd District of Texas. Let me check my emails. We laid out kind of our proposal and everything for that. I want to sink my life into that for the next 6 months. If the other side agrees. Like this shit. from a monthly high of 302,000 to less than 27,000. Sorry, I'm a Democrat that votes for a secured border over a wide open one. Like, bro. The fuck is... Come on, bro. Ooh, also, what is the race? Who are we looking to support? Well, I'm waiting for a response. I don't know their last name. The campaign name is like Katie for Congress or whatever, but we just have to make sure everything's on the up and up for us to start doing shit. And then I'm going to need Spanish speakers in this community because it's a very Spanish district. Or we're all going to start doing Duolingo on stream 6 hours a day. Oh, I talked about it a little bit on stream. I talked about more on anything else actually earlier, but I don't think we'll watch all of Tulsi's hearing or whatever, but from what I was hearing from Tulsi Gabbard's stuff, if I'm not misunderstanding, it really, really, really sounds like Tulsi Gabbard is throwing the White House under the bus significantly. That's what I heard. When somebody asks you, like, did you guys assess that Iran was an imminent threat to the United States? And she says, the intelligence community is responsible for putting together all sorts of stuff. We don't assess whether or not something is immediately a threat or whatever. That's up to the president. Like, when she was saying that over and over and over again, what's being communicated in my mind is this was a decision that was solely made by the White House. It did not come from the intelligence community, which is a pretty big... Can we watch Desai's video on it? Does he point this out?
Feels like for you, first of all, to be back in Washington.
Oh man, this.
Did Desai get a tan? Here. Oh, maybe it was this. Hold on.
That only the president. Yesterday, you said that only the president, the only person who can determine what is an imminent threat is the president of the United States.
The only thing that makes me second guess my interpretation is it seems like the people questioning her weren't picking up on this. But so maybe I could be wrong. And I feel like they would know, but I don't know.
Yesterday, you said that only the president, the only person who can determine what is an imminent threat is the president of the United States. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, I do.
Director Ratcliffe, do you agree with that assessment? That the president is the only person that can determine if something is an imminent threat or not?
To me, it sounds like she's just really afraid to say outright, we did not tell the president the threat was imminent, which does what you said, but also dissolves any trust in her position. I disagree. Taking her at her word and then reading between the lines, I don't know if you say reading between the lines. It sounds like what she's saying is that the intelligence community, I need to find the exact line of questioning. I listened to it with Mooten. I don't think it was on stream, but somebody was asking like it was a clear line of questioning. Did you blow up all of Iran's nuclear reactors? Yes. Did you really obliterate their facilities? Yes. And do you think there was an imminent threat? The president decides that. That sounds to me like you're saying, we said shit was fucked. We were fine on it. Everything was good. Iran was nowhere near anything. President's the one who decides whether... That's what I heard when she was speaking. But I don't remember I don't know which part of it we were listening to, or if Mooten had the link to that. I think it was just watching their stream when he was watching it. Oh, it might have been when Ossoff was questioning her, actually.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. And before I
We'll
ask
just listen to his whole line of questioning, I guess.
a few questions, I want to call everyone's attention again to this fundraising email signed by the president that Senator Kelly mentioned earlier.
These are crazy, bro.
In which the president of the United States invites his campaign donors to, quote, claim your spot, join now to receive private national security briefings. to his political donors, featuring a photo of the president at a dignified transfer ceremony with a flag-draped coffin of an American service member killed in action returning to their family. And the American people need to know that the President of the United States is fundraising for his political campaign and his...
Tulsi Gabbard just doesn't know how to spin this. I disagree. I hate her, but I think she's... I think if she needed to spin this, I think she could. The reason I'm bringing this up now is because I feel like my analysis was bolstered by, if it's even true, but if it's not true, then forget everything I'm about to say. Laura Loomer today was tweeting out that Gabbard is on her way out, but maybe Loomer's just trying to create pressure, or maybe, I don't know if she just tweets random shit or whatever. Dude, people that use Twitter this much, this is not healthy. What do these people do all day? I get paid to do this shit and I don't tweet this much. What the fuck? Scoop. You know it's true because she put scoop. Tulsi Gabbard's political staff expect that she is about to resign following the resignation of her colleague, Joe Kent, 16 Jan 19. But I don't know. I would wait for other people to report on that for it to see if any of this is true or not, I guess.
PAC using images of American service members killed in action, and it's a disgrace. Now, Director Gabbard, I'd like to reground this in your core responsibilities. Under the law, you are responsible for providing national intelligence to the president, correct?
Yes.
And to the heads of executive branch departments and agencies, yes?
Yes.
And to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and senior military commanders?
Do they need to spend anything at this point? Yes, because I think the writing is on the wall that this is not a popular war. I can't tell you. I can't give you a state of mind or predict. I really don't know. I don't know.
Across the IC, yes.
And to the Senate and the House and relevant committees, correct?
Yes.
And the law states that the national intelligence you provide to Congress, quote, should be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations, correct?
Yes.
And you noted in your opening statement you're here fulfilling a statutory responsibility and that your testimony, quote, represents the IC's assessment of threats,
That's right.
correct? That opening statement, as submitted to the committee in advance of this hearing, stated that as a result of last summer's airstrikes, quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
Now, don't always think about what they say. Think about what they're not saying, right? Now, again, these people aren't stupid. So she knows where this line of questioning is going. Now, if this was like a Christy Nome or Pam Bondi or whatever other bullshit, one of these other fucking stooges who's up here, right? If they were said, you guys said correct that you obliterated Iran's nuclear capability, correct? Instead of just saying correct, they would say, yes, but they could still be working on something. We obliterated what was there at the time, right? They could say a whole bunch more, but she doesn't. She gives a crystal clear, yes, it was destroyed. Yes.
Quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated.
Obliterated. The nuclear enrichment program, not just their warheads, not just the bomb, but their enrichment program was obliterated.
End quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that in fact the assessment of the intelligence community?
Yes.
Yes. That's it. Yes. Nothing else. Yes. Just yes. That's it.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
That's it. Yes.
And the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And
that's it. No effort to rebuild.
The assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of this year that this war was launched and was, quote, a military campaign to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, end quote. That's a statement from the White House. Quote, the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
There are a million ways that she could answer this question. She could just meander to other facts. Well, Iran has been hostile in the past. They could, try to get weapons again. We know they were trying to reacquire them, or they were rebuilding, or we don't know where all the nuclear material. There's a million ways that she could answer that question if she was trying to provide any cover whatsoever for Washington. Right? There's a million ways she could answer this question.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it
the intention to
assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False.
The only person who can make that call about imminent threat is Trump. That is a total shuffle of responsibility to that decision. All of that is on Trump. in my opinion, especially given how much every cabinet level fucking loser has carried water for Trump, that is a crazy fuck you to the White House. To just totally, because it doesn't sound to me, now maybe in other parts of this hearing, maybe I changed my mind, I've listened to the whole thing, maybe in other parts here, she's more supportive of Trump, but this sounds to me like a complete and total, we gave him the intel, you know, I said what the fuck I said, whether or not he thinks we're gonna get blown up, that's on him to figure out. We didn't say shit about that.
This is the worldwide threat.
This is exactly what Trump wants. He has the power to decide is how he sees it. I disagree. I think it's what Trump wants in reality, but in presence to the media, I think Trump wants other people to kind of like take some bullets for him or to shuffle the responsibility around, especially with this war being so fucking unpopular, right?
Threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. You've stated today that the intelligence community's assessment is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated and that, quote, there had been no efforts since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat?
It's not unpopular for the people that vote Republican. I think that overall with the American people it's very unpopular. I think Republicans have kind of sort of supported it, but less than they have other things in the past. Give me polling data for Republicans right now and how they feel about it. Also, it won't survive the gas price hikes. It won't. The opinion will not survive that.
Threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the president based on a volume
no,
of information
it is precisely,
that he receives.
it is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States.
It absolutely is the responsibility of the intelligence community. It absolutely is. Like, obviously, this is part of your this is part of your threat assessments, right? For presidential briefings and everything else. Of course it is. You would never leave this up to just the president. Now, it might be the president's final call to act, but
this is the worldwide threats hearing where, as you noted in your opening testimony,
Tulsi is just saying it in a way that will make Trump happy because he hears that he's the boss on this. I disagree. I totally disagree. But who knows? I could be wrong. Maybe I'm looking at this completely differently. I feel like this is throwing him under the bus completely on this.
Quote, you represent the IC's assessment of threats. You are here to represent the IC's assessment of threats. That's a quote from your own opening statement. And so my question is, as you're here to present the IC's assessment of threats, was it the assessment of the intelligence community that, as the White House claimed on March 1st, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
Once again,
well, look who it is.
Stream.
And Senator, the intelligence community has
what I miss
provided the
I'm just rewatching this Tulsi Gabbard thing.
Inputs that make up this annual threat assessment.
Do you want to answer the question?
She is throwing her under the bus. You were correct.
Wait, why are you saying I was correct? Did something come out to prove my point?
I sent you
The
3
Laura
links.
thing?
That kinda, but I sent you 2 other links of this hearing, and she kinda did another Donald Trump bad-esque move.
Oh, shit. Okay, I'll check. Hold on.
Imminent threat that the president has to make that determination based on a collection and volume
You're here
of
to be
information and
timely.
intelligence that he is provided with.
You're here to be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations.
I don't think he's ashamed of being responsible for this war, considering he uses literally every opportunity in front of a camera talking about the war. Yeah, but you don't want the impression that like your top cabinet people are not supporting you on it, and this is not a supportive decision. Or she's not giving supportive statements.
Exactly what I'm doing.
No, you're evading a question because to provide a candid response to the committee would contradict a statement from the White House. Let me ask you about your presence in Fulton County on January 28th of this year.
Now that was weird.
You were present at the FBI's raid on the Fulton County Elections Office on January 28th, correct?
I was present for part of the FBI exercising a warrant approved by a municipal judge.
Yes, and the FBI was there executing that warrant to seize ballots and materials associated with the 2020 election, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that members of this committee have already opened inquiries into your election-related activities?
Yes.
And are you aware that your general counsel and deputy general counsel have already provided testimony to this committee regarding those activities?
Yes.
On February 2nd, you sent a letter to Senator Warner regarding your...
If she is throwing Trump under the bus, why isn't Ossoff playing along? Genuine question. I actually don't know. That's the only thing that makes me second guess.
I don't think it's super obvious, and I think he's just going down his line of questioning.
Yeah, usually these guys have their line of questioning written down prior to coming into here. Like they're reading off papers and everything, yeah.
But also, he probably wants a harder response, right? But she can't. I mean, you can't really do that. She's doing it enough. I agree.
Sure. Well, technically, if she wasn't a Republican fucking sellout piece of shit, you would hope that this person would be publicly stating we had no reason to believe it was an imminent threat. But then, of course, she would be immediately removed from the cabinet, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, she'd be removed from the cabinet. But who else has like done this besides, I guess, maybe like what's his name, Tillis or whatever, who's not running for re-election? Even the people who aren't running for re-election haven't really gone full out like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I guess.
Sure.
Letter accurate?
I don't recall the exact date, but if I sent a letter that had my signature, it was accurate.
You stated in the letter that your presence at the raid was, quote, requested by the president, correct?
Yes.
When did the president request your presence at the raid?
The day of the raid, the warrant execution commencing.
The day of the raid?
Yes.
He called you on the phone?
I'm not going to disclose how the message was delivered, but it was a request from the president's administration to go and help oversee this warrant being executed along with the deputy director of the FBI.
Is it your...
Oh. Oh, fuck. I feel like I actually should watch this now. Because
you should.
I might just be autistic, or I might have totally different interpretation from everybody. This is also, I don't know if she has to say anything about what comes from the president, because there's this really broad thing that I don't understand called executive privilege. And I think it's like the Fifth Amendment, like times 20 billion. Basically anything related to the president, you can just like, executive privilege. I don't have to talk about this. I don't know if she actually has to say anything about communication between her and the president. But she's literally saying
it's an order from the president. Is crazy.
Yes. She's literally saying the president of the United States is the one who ordered me to go to Fulton County to be there. Like, that's a pretty crazy statement.
The letter that
Warner regarding your presence at the raid, was that letter accurate?
I don't recall the exact date, but if I sent a letter that had my signature, it was accurate.
You stated in the letter that your presence at the raid was, quote, requested by the president, correct?
Yes.
When did the president request your presence at the raid?
The day of the raid, the warrant.
And the day of the raid, Jesus. Okay.
That's a crazy one too.
An execution.
But I mean, was she even in the fucking area?
I mean, she's a DNI. She could just take a. I'm sure they got like a CIA Black Ops jet or something, right? They can invoke that in court, but Congress has the power of oversight. No, the executive branch can't conceal things from the legislative branch. No, I'm pretty sure they can, right? Because I think on the J6 Select Committee stuff, a whole bunch of that people were claiming executive privilege and stuff, right? Like Mark Meadows never had to testify or anything. What?
Kafka typed too.
Executive privilege isn't that strong. They can overcome it with a sufficient showing of the need for evidence. Yeah, I guess I don't know what that sufficient showing means or how often executive privilege is overcome or...
That's probably not a hearing though. That's probably like
yeah, no, it wouldn't be here. It'd be another
thing.
Yeah.
So she could just claim executive privilege here and then make him like actually do that later would be my guess.
Maybe, yeah.
Request your presence at the raid.
The day of the raid, the warrant execution commencing.
The day of the raid?
Yes.
He called you on the phone?
I'm not going to disclose how the message was delivered, but it was a request from the president's administration to go and help oversee this warrant being executed along with the deputy director of the FBI.
Is it your role to oversee
the FBI agents who were conducting?
Is it your role to oversee the execution of criminal warrants?
It is my role, based on statute that Congress has passed, to have oversight over election security, to include counterintelligence.
But you said you oversaw the raid, correct? You just testified you oversaw the raid?
Portions of it.
Okay. Did you handle any ballots or election-related materials?
No.
You were inside an FBI evidence truck, correct? You were photographed inside an FBI evidence truck.
It was an empty truck, yes.
The president stated, quote, you looked at votes that wanted to be checked out.
The senator's time is expired.
Did you look at votes as the president
Senator
stated?
Ossoff, your time is expired.
You respond
can
for the
have
record?
her. No, she cannot respond because...
No, for the record. Will the director please respond for the record to that question is my
I'm happy to respond to questions for the record.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate. Fuck.
Wait, she said she was happy to respond to questions.
Well, that's where the Twitter clip ends. Okay, actually link me that whole thing. I need to watch it. Fuck.
I don't have the thing.
Did you see the retarded way they were doing DEI shit? It is as retarded as it looked. Apparently they were just feeding a bunch of stuff into fucking ChatGPT or Claude or Grok or some shit. And they were asking like, is this DEI? And if it said yes, they were just like, it was just fucking retarded. Oh my God.
DEI to them is literally just like...
anything that mentions black people
woman,
or
black,
whatever.
Jew.
Not the reason they were, so I want to make sure.
Hold on, what is this? Timestamped 4-minute segment about Strait of Hormuz strategy and the ADC of what the Trump admin is doing.
Sure, I clarify that. I never like to leave anything out there where I make a mistake. All right, that's your update on the Strait of Hormuz and the different sectors. Last, I want to talk about what the Trump administration is doing regarding to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And this is going to be out there. I'm sorry, because I got a couple of stories here, and I'm having a hard time digesting them. I'm not going to lie. This is giving me a little bit of pause here. So the first one here. The U.S. may soon remove sanctions from Iranian oil that is stranded on tankers to help lift global supplies and reduce prices, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said on Thursday. In the coming days, we may unsanction the Iranian oil that's on the water. It's about 140 million barrels. So depending on how you count that, that's 10 days to 2 weeks of supply. Bessent said the addition of sanctioned Iranian oil into the global supplies would help keep oil prices down. Oil prices have been above $100 per barrel. The Treasury recently took a similar step to allow the sale of sanctioned Russian oil stranded in tankers, which Treasury said added 130 million barrels. Besson said the U.S. would take other actions to increase supply, including a unilateral release of stocks from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve above last week's coordinated joint G7 release of 400 million barrels. I don't even know how to respond to that. I just don't know. We are bombing Iran. We've been bombing Iran since February 28th. We are trying to cripple the regime and destroy its leadership and its military power. Yet, we are allowing Iran to load tankers, sail them through the Strait of Hormuz, out into the market. We have sanctioned Iranian oil for years. I mean, almost decades we've sanctioned Iranian oil. This has been this is what created the Dark Fleet, is sanctioning Iranian oil. And now, Secretary Besson says, yeah, we're going to unsanction that, and Iran can sell their oil. Oh, and by the way, the Russian oil we've sanctioned, you can sell that too. Oh. I don't know how to answer this. I try to explain everything. I really do. I try to make this understandable. I don't understand this. I am at a loss to understand this. You know where there's oil right now, Scott, that can supply the world? In the friggin' Persian Gulf that is bottled up there because you're bombing Iran. Get it out. Those 3,200 vessels, a lot of them have oil on it. I know because I'm talking to some of them. Get them out. Don't make the country you're bombing be the one that saves the world from the oil shortage because you're bombing them. Again, I'm not sure what logic we're using right now in the administration. And to be clear, everybody...
I mean, they want it both ways, basically, right? They want to have war without any of the consequences. It is kind of funny to think about, because war seems like some real shit, but then sometimes it seems like some goofy shit. Like, imagine you're like the manager at a Walmart, and you've got like an employee who's like a pretty important, a good employee, but you're also like personally beefing with them. So like you show up at their house and you like kill their dog and you like stab them in the leg. And, you know, you manage to flee the house before the police get there. But then you call them the next morning and you're like, hey, I know I stabbed your leg last night. We're like trying to kill each other, but like, I need you to come and work your shift today. And the guy's like, yeah, okay, I can do that. But we're going to fight after. And I was like, okay. It just seems very goofy.
All right, I'll come in.
Everybody always sits there and yells at me and says, oh, Sal, you're MAGA. Oh, Sal, you have Trump derangement syndrome. I am going to question any administration in what they do. Understand that. I try to be as objective as I can. I don't understand this. I don't understand what they're doing right now. Because to me, the logical thing to do here is to get the oil that's on ships, loaded already, in the Persian Gulf, out. And not depend on Iranian oil, which, by the way, they're going to get the money for. And you...
Holy shit! This is a number I'm going to remember forever. And it's only going to get bigger by the end of this administration. If you had to guess, right now I think we have some... is it around $32 trillion in debt? Or is it 37 trillion?
39.
Okay. 39 trillion. Wait, did you see this last night in chat? Do you know what percentage of the debt is due to Trump's admin?
Oh, percentage? I don't.
It's
I would guess
27%. A quarter of the U.S. debt. And I don't even know where that number comes from. I don't know if that includes, like, because it's impossible to make this argument because conservatives' minds explode. But, like, most of the borrowing that we had to do under Biden can, in my opinion, can be fairly blamed on Trump because we lost so much revenue from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that the loss of all that revenue necessitated more deficit spending because it wasn't paired with any spending cuts, right? So the majority of the borrowing that Biden even had to do in his admin was to fund these stupid fucking Trump tax cuts that Trump never paired with any spending cuts. I don't know if that 27% even includes that or if it's literally just including the... Can somebody link me where this... Is it literally just the money borrowed? I guess I should be able to look this up, right? U.S. Deficit by year, St. Louis, Fred, whatever the fuck.
Debt increased by president.
Federal surplus or deficit. By year, going back 10 years.
So Bush had a 72% change in the debt. Obama 64%. Trump in his first term 40%.
Jesus. Okay, hold on. Annual. Average sum? Should that make a difference? No, sum is what I want. I think. Okay, so so Trump would have been responsible for the spending through all of 2017 through 2021, right? Or no?
Yep.
2017
to 2019,
18, 19,
right?
20. Okay. So he borrowed, it would have been 680, this would be billion. And then 872 billion, 1 trillion, 3.4 trillion. So
3.4 trillion was for COVID,
3.3,
yeah?
Yeah. 4.3, 5.1 to 0.9. So this would be about 5.9, almost 6 trillion.
I got
Yeah,
the number
that would be, wait,
here.
go ahead.
7.8 trillion. Here, look at this website.
Yeah, what do you show me?
This is a really good way to see it. Scroll a little further.
Yeah, just saying the article was written. Okay, measured by comparing the national debt level when a president enters office to the level when a president leaves to calculate the percentage increase or decrease in debt during the presidency. The first year in office, though, aren't you technically, like, you're borrowing for, is it the last year's spending? Am I kind of correct in saying that, or?
I would assume so, because it's usually made by the last president, right?
I don't know how the fiscal years work out. Top 5 presidents who added to the national debt by percentage is FDR, Woodrow Wilson, Ronald Reagan, George W. Bush, and then Barack Obama. National debt continues to rise under President Trump.
You missed the Keynote graph. I just sent it to you.
Wait, oh, above?
Yeah, there it is.
Percentage change of the debt. Oh, sure. What does that mean? 7.8 trillion and the percentage change is 40%. So that means that it was so X times 0.4 is 7.8 and X would have been so our debt was
previous
like,
debt.
what, like 17 trillion when Trump came into office his first term?
18, I think, but yeah.
Okay.
Maybe 19, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Obama ended his term with basically 20 trillion in debt, yeah.
Okay, 20 trillion in debt. And then
Trump in his first term did 8 trillion, and now, I mean, didn't you say he added like 3 trillion already?
No way, in 1 year? And then
Oh,
Biden
maybe.
spent
No,
8.5. I'm curious with that 27% number, how people calculated that. Fuck, I clicked an article yesterday and then I should have read through the whole thing.
Oh, you're saying like 27% of like the total debt we've ever had, or are you
Yes.
saying 27% of the current debt?
Well, that's the same thing, kind of. It's our debt, right?
Kind of, but debt got paid off at one point.
Sure, of our current debt, I guess.
Okay. Who was the last person to balance the budget?
Bill Clinton.
Bill?
Yeah.
Low job, Bill. Bubba.
The U.S. national debt soared past 39 trillion this week amid growing concerns. The figure published by the Bureau of Fiscal Service consists of over 31.3 trillion in public debt on top of the 7.6 trillion in intragovernmental holdings. There's also an article that I needed to read. Fuck. Somebody linked an article. It was posted to Our Economics about how our real debt is actually like over like $100 trillion. And it sounds like a fucking like a retarded meme thing with like some shit you would see on ProPublica. But the argument made by the author was actually really compelling. It had to do with like how the CBO scores stuff out and that there are outstanding obligations the U.S. has that you could legitimately believe that. Oh, is it this? It was this.
Does the debt even fucking matter at this point?
Yes, I think it. Well, it'll at some point it will. It might be at this point. Who knows? We'll only know when it's too late.
Yeah, literally.
The U.S. national debt is nearly 39 trillion. One of the country's top fiscal economists says the real number is closer to 100 trillion, and that Washington's own accounting rules are designed to hide it. As is when depressed, the national debt clock stood at 38.92 trillion per Treasury data. According to Kent Smetters, faculty director of the Penn-Wharton budget model and one of the country's most respected fiscal economists. That 39 trillion number is a polite fiction. The real tab, he argues, is closer to 100 trillion. It has to do with the accounting distinction between explicit obligations, legally binding debts the government must repay, and implicit pay-as-you-go obligations, expected future spending commitments that carry moral or political but not legal force. What we call implicit obligations are twice the size of explicit obligations, Smetters told Fortune in a recent interview, referring to the unfunded liabilities buried inside programs like Social Security and Medicare. The U.S. government were required to report its finances under the same accounting rules as a publicly traded corporation. Smetters pointed out the debt to GDP ratio wouldn't be the current level of 100%, which is bad enough. We'd be reporting a debt to GDP ratio closer to 300%. The gap between those two numbers, he warned, is not a rounding error. It is the deliberate product of federal accounting standards designed to keep the full picture hidden from the public. A shell game, not a Ponzi scheme. Smetters is careful about the language he uses. Critics of Social Security have long compared the pay-as-you-go structure to a Ponzi scheme, in which early investors are paid with money from later ones. Smetters rejects that framing. It's not a Ponzi scheme, Smetters says. It's a shell game, insisting that the distinction matters. A Ponzi scheme implies fraud, but Social Security never promised a higher return than market returns. It's more of a shell game because Social Security and entitlement reforms can be moved obligations off book. From explicit Treasury obligations to implicit pay-as-you-go liabilities because federal budget rules do not account for implicit liabilities. In 2001, Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill attempted to explicitly book the value of pay-as-you-go liabilities, but several events later that year, including the 9/11 attacks and the Enron meltdown, shifted the focus toward more immediate challenges. The newer accounting framework was outlined in a 2003 book published by the American Enterprise Institute. In Washington's case, Smetters said that misdirection is written directly into federal law. His Beltway credentials include a stint as an economist at the Congressional Budget Office and as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Economic Policy at the U.S. Treasury. And PWBM is widely used in Washington, D.C. to analyze the fiscal and macroeconomic effects of federal policy proposals. So he knows what he's talking about when he rattles off from memory. Accounting legislation from 1985 is the origin of this shell game. By statute, Smetters pointed out, the CBO is required to analyze Social Security on what's known as a scheduled benefits basis, meaning its models assume the program will pay out full promised benefits indefinitely, even after the trust fund is completely exhausted. The problem, of course, is that current law also requires benefits to be automatically slashed the moment the fund runs dry, while the CBO is legally barred from modeling that reality. This accounting quirk has enormous political consequences. It allows lawmakers to craft Social Security reform bills that appear on paper to close the program's long-term funding gap, while actually doing nothing of the sort. Smetters points to the Social Security 2100 Act as a prime example. The bill was widely celebrated for eliminating the program's 75-year actuarial shortfall. In reality, he argued, it actually worsened the long-term picture by increasing implicit debt by more than $1 for every $1 of reduction in explicit debt. Smetters said he believes this was an unintentional effect. It can just happen when working with an incomplete accounting framework that focuses on explicit federal debt. This bill simply shifted costs from the explicit ledger, where they show up in official debt projections, to the implicit ledger, where they vanish from public view entirely. They reduced these explicit liabilities, but it actually increased implicit liabilities by even more. And so instead of helping future generations, instead of incentivizing saving and labor, it ultimately, in the end, did the opposite. Handcuffed accounting. As a longtime budget watcher, Smetters attributed the issue to something almost mystical in the gears of government, remnants of legislation that remain even as Congress keeps writing new bills to supposedly correct the errors from previous regimes. In particular, he pointed to powerful remnants rooted in the 1985 Graham-Rudman-Hollings Balanced Budget Act, which effectively prevent the agency from projecting discretionary spending to grow faster than inflation over the budget window. During his own 3-year tenure at CBO, Smetters claimed staff recognized this constraint as unrealistic and effectively required CBO to consistently produce debt projections that were too optimistic. One of the things that's left over from Graham-Rudman-Hollings, Smetters explained, is that CBO, by law, is not allowed to grow discretionary spending faster than inflation over the next decade. Over the budget window. And if you ask them, does this modeling make sense? They'll be the first to say no, this absolutely makes no sense. In practice, this means the CBO long-range models have a structural problem built into them. They constantly underestimate the growth in the debt, Smetters said. Congress passed the 1985 law in a moment of genuine fiscal panic. Deficits had exploded during the early Reagan years, and lawmakers, desperate for a mechanism to enforce discipline, created a statutory framework that required automatic spending cuts, sequestration, whenever the deficit exceeded preset targets. To make that system work, the law needed a standardized apples-to-apples definition of what counted as a deficit, so Section 257 codified the rules governing CBO's official budget baseline. The political logic was straightforward. By locking in assumptions about what programs were supposed to spend, Congress could measure any new legislation against a fixed ruler. The agency also faces restrictions on dynamic scoring, the practice of modeling how a policy change ripples through the broader economy, for any measure that affects fewer than 1 million people. This is a pretty nutty one too, Smetters said. The blinds budget and analysts to hundreds of billions of dollars in potential tax revenue generated by high-skilled immigrants over their lifetimes, he explained. Oh, this blinds budget analyst to hundreds of billions of dollars in potential tax revenue generated by high-skilled immigrants over their lifetimes, he explained. Even high-skilled STEM workers who pay much more in taxes than they receive in benefits are scored as losing the government money on average, he explained, pointing to a 2024 analysis of this published by PWBM from former CBO director Douglas Elmendorf and MacArthur Genius Grant awardee Heidi Williams. Setting aside the politics, Smetters argued, the economics suffer. Suppose that we were to shift immigration away from low-skilled to high-skilled workers, even though we know those high-skilled STEM workers, for example, they're going to pay a lot more taxes. CBO is not allowed to account for that. The result is a federal budgeting apparatus that, through an accumulation of outdated rules and political compromises, consistently produces rosier projections than reality warrants. 6 years to a Social Security reckoning. For Social Security specifically, the law directed CBO to assume that scheduled benefits would be paid in full indefinitely. It was a conservative modeling choice at the time because the trust fund was healthy following the 1983 reforms. What nobody fully reckoned with was that this assumption would become permanently embedded in law, transforming what was meant as a neutral accounting convention into a tool that could make structurally insolvent legislation appear fiscally responsible on paper. At one time, according to Smetters, there simply wasn't a budget problem in the United States because there wasn't an automatic stabilizer, like in the Graham-Redmond-Hollings legislation, to keep benefits from growing at the same rate. If you just look at the data, he added, discretionary spending clearly grows with the size of the economy. I mean, it grows clearly faster than inflation, but it can't do that by law. Graham-Redmond-Hollings was never explicitly, or Hollings was never explicitly overturned, just parts of it bit by bit. And so CBO just is not allowed to grow discretionary spending faster than inflation. The stakes of these accounting games are about to become very real. The Social Security Trust Fund, which covers old age and survivors insurance, is now projected to be depleted by 2032, 1 year earlier than the CBO estimated just months ago, a provision driven in part by recent tax legislation. When that happens, the program is legally required to cut benefits to whatever level incoming payroll taxes can support, a figure currently estimated at roughly 84% of the scheduled payments. Tens of millions of retirees would face automatic cuts with no congressional action required to trigger them. That looming deadline should be forcing urgent reform debates in Washington. Instead, Smetters said, turning inwardly critical, although he said he doesn't believe PWBM is a bad offender in this regard. Years of alarmist rhetoric about crisis from think tanks and budget hawks have left lawmakers cynical and disengaged. They're kind of tired of the boy who cries wolf, he says. They've been saying the sky is falling for the longest time, but the sky hasn't exactly fallen yet, he said, likening it to predictions that the world was supposed to be underwater by now. That's a dangerous approach, he said, adding that what really needs to be done is really serious, thoughtful discussion of modeling and explaining to people. That fatigue is dangerous because time is the one resource that fiscal reformers are rapidly running out of. The longer Congress waits, Smetters warned, the narrower the range of available solutions becomes. A structural fix implemented today could be spread gradually across generations. Modest adjustments to the retirement age, phase benefit recalibrations, incremental revenue increases. A fix implemented in 2031 under pressure of imminent insolvency will look very different. A steep, sudden, and politically brutal, think a steep tax hike rather than a gradual structural adjustment. Last part. Underlying all of it, Smetters argued, is an epistemic failure in how Washington evaluates fiscal policy. The simplified models and politically convenient scoring rules that dominate budget debates don't just misrepresent the debt, they actively mislead the policymakers who are supposed to fix it. The Treasury's own financial report of the United States government puts the 75-year unfunded shortfall at $73.2 trillion, driven entirely by Social Security and Medicare. The reason the distinction matters is compounding urgency. The longer these implicit liabilities remain off the official ledger, the less pressure lawmakers feel to address them, while the actual cost of closing the gap grows larger each year. The CBO already projects that deficits will hit $1.9 trillion in fiscal year 2026. That's crazy. And balloon to $3.1 trillion by 2036 under current law. And that projection still assumes Social Security pays full benefits even after the trust fund is projected to run dry around 2032, obscuring just how much worse the trajectory actually is. Without transparent, micro-funded economic models that capture the true generational transfer of costs, he warns, lawmakers will keep falling for proposals that shuffle liabilities from one column to another without changing anything fundamental. They're just going to get duped into simplistic solutions that really don't do much, he said. The United States is not, Smetters insisted, on the verge of imminent collapse. The debt is manageable in theory, but the window for a manageable solution is closing, and the accounting rules that were supposed to help Washington navigate a path forward are, by design, pointing in the wrong direction. Damn. Sheesh. By the way, hell is freezing over. Conservatives on r/conservative defending Biden on gas price and attacking Trump. You've overemphasized how bad American media is over and over again. Simultaneously, you have downplayed people's attacks on billionaires and wealth inequality. These things are connected. What do you mean downplayed people's attacks on? As in, I'm saying that they're not attacking them as much as they are, or that I think those attacks should be more serious, or... I think I don't fully understand what's being talked about here, but I think that what's being talked about here is the idea that Social Security, like, let's assume this is the amount of money you have to spend to fund your government. Like, this is how it's accounted for ordinarily. And then let's assume that this is, like, how much money you need to fund Social Security. I think what the article is saying is that if you look at how Social Security gets paid into, and you look at how Social Security pays out, that in 2032, right here, there's going to be a shortfall in how much money is available for Social Security. But that this shortfall for where the additional funding would have to come from is not accounted for in ordinary budget projections. And as soon as we run into this, we're obviously going to have to do something about it, because it's going to be hugely unpopular to just slash Social Security benefits by 15%. And so we're going to have to start borrowing a ton more money to pay for this thing that no budget projection is currently accounting for, because they just don't account for things like that and the way that we do budget projections for Congress, for the way the CBO models stuff, which would obviously be bad. Peter Miller.
Isn't it kind of retarded that somebody who, I don't know, has like $20 million in the bank still gets Social Security?
Maybe.
I don't know how much it would matter, I guess, in the long run. Like, I don't know how much are we actually losing by all of these people with money getting Social Security. I don't know if it's like a number that should even be worried about or what, but
people really don't like means testing, or at least
it's retarded.
The economy people on the left don't like me. I don't know. Probably, I feel like a couple things you could do to help Social Security is you could, man, I don't know.
Take off the max amount that people have to pay in taxes for it?
Well, you would slowly raise the cap. You wouldn't just take off the max amount, because that'd be a huge, massive tax increase out of nowhere. But you could definitely... I
mean, we need... the United States needs in tax increases.
Yeah, I think you could lift that Social Security tax. Somebody says it stops at $400K a year. Is that true? I thought it was like 170.
I thought it was like 200K.
How much income Social Security tax applied to? Is 176K right now. Like, I think you could lift that to 200 or 250. Should you phase out benefits? The thing is, Social Security is like a thing you pay into, and people feel like they're entitled to it when they retire. It would feel weird to pay into a thing that you're guaranteed in retirement, but then you don't get it when you're retired.
Sure, it's just a tax, though. At that point, you just got taxed higher.
I guess. I don't know.
ASOS linked a thing and said means testing would only save like 2%.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like I think raising the cap on how much of your income it applies to. I don't even know how many earners actually are over 176K. What is the top 1%
Probably
income?
not many.
Actually, yeah, that might not even help that much. Top 1% income U.S.
Oh,
is 730 to 800K. I wonder what for top 5%.
What's top 10%? Top 10% is 210K.
Jesus, you motherfuckers are making way too much money.
Okay, wait, hold on.
We need to go back to poverty time.
Any gifters?
What the fuck?
Wait,
you guys are spoiled.
Top 20% is 130K to 150.
Yeah, I'm seeing top quintile, which is 20 is, yeah, I see 117 in 2022. Okay, maybe that would raise.
I mean, that seems like it'd raise a good amount of money.
An okay chunk of change.
Where's Doge? They could have done this, right?
Yeah, the other thing that people really don't like to hear, but raising the retirement age is another thing you could do.
No, I don't think they're going to do that. What is it right now? 62?
I thought it was 65. Age for full Social Security benefits.
What do you want to raise it to? 67?
Good one. Oh, it is 67. But this is like, yeah, political suicide.
I mean, that's pretty high. No? Already?
Yeah, people don't like that. Well, but we also live longer now, too.
We are,
motherfuckers, you need to work more. What are you retiring at 67
for?
for?
Average person live? The average person lives to 72? I
Wait,
guess I should
in the
type
US?
in the USA. I didn't type.
Yeah,
in
it's got to be
USA.
like 78 or something, no?
78.4.
Okay.
So I get some, what, 11 years?
Get him out of here. Get him out of
All
here.
right, raise it to 70. Fuck it.
Hell yeah. Make it race bait. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Get to work.
Peter and Avi are fighting. Uh-oh. Additional government spending is deficit spending spread across the population, hence the analogy. Did you seriously triggers like cast you as a borrower? Frame my support for war to merely blowing up kids. Okay.
True. How hard is it to prompt?
Prompt what?
Well, if we raise the age, they're just going to need to prompt harder for more years.
True. Oh, there's a fact check on this. In a tweet on January 17th, former Republican Congressman turned MSNBC contributor David Jolly claimed that around a quarter of the country's $31 trillion national debt occurred while Trump was president. Oh, this is 3 years ago. Lay epic pandemics. Needs context. True enough. Okay, I'll take it. Uh-oh. In a sudden turn of events, U.S. 12-month inflation expectations have surged to 5.2%, the highest level since March 2023.
Problem?
Oh, shit. I understand all of it now. Trump is just trying to get those rate cuts.
Inflation go up means rate cuts don't happen, right? Or is it the other way around?
Rate cuts do happen. Basically think of the lower the rates go, the easier it is to borrow money. So if you borrow money easier, you spend money more, usually pushes prices up. When inflation goes up, when inflation goes up, you usually want rates to go up because you want to slow down the velocity of money through the economy. I don't remember what you initially asked me, but if the inflation is getting higher, usually the Fed wants to increase the interest rate. If the inflation rate is lower,
so then Trump is going to be pissed off then because the interest rate might get increased and he wants it to go down.
Yeah, correct. So never mind that. What he referred around that didn't make sense. I don't know. He's just fucked. I'm trying to find something for him. Okay.
It's all right, man. You try your best.
The Federal Reserve has two mandates, though. It's for unemployment and it's for inflation. And if you have inflation so generally, if inflation is getting higher, you want to increase rates to slow down the money through the economy. If inflation is getting lower, then you can loosen up on rates so that more money can flow through the economy. And for unemployment, if unemployment is getting higher, usually you want to lower rates to get more money flowing, increase demand, keep workers hired. But if unemployment is going, what did I just say? If unemployment goes down, wait, I might have mixed up unemployment with employment. If unemployment is going up, so more people are unemployed, as unemployment goes up, you want rates to go down. As unemployment goes down, you want rates to go up. Yes. So you have to balance these things together.
Yeah.
The big fear, hopefully these things are moving opposite. one another when employment, because what you don't want to happen ever, there's a thing called, this concept is like stagflation or whatever. If you have it so that your inflation is increasing, but your unemployment is increasing as well, you're in a rough spot for your economy, because the Federal Reserve looks at the increase in inflation, things are getting more expensive, which makes them want to increase interest rates. But if unemployment is going up and more people are losing their jobs, if you increase your interest rates, it tends to slow down money in the economy, which would hurt people who are unemployed by making even more people unemployed. So when those things start moving in tandem with each other, you're in a very scary spot.
Isn't this precisely what's happening in the U.S. right now, then?
Kind of, sort of, yeah. But our
unemployment... They released job growth numbers, and they were fucked.
Yeah. The unemployment, though, I think natural rate of unemployment you usually shoot for in an economy is about 5%. And it's been low for quite a while. So it can, like, there's a bit of wiggle room on that. I don't know where we're at right now, though.
U.S. unemployment.
I think it's still below 5.
4.4%?
Yeah, so technically we still have wiggle room there.
But if it keeps getting worse and worse, then the U.S. is in, like, a real fuck spot.
If both of those, if they move in tandem, yeah, that would be bad.
Wow. What's up, Metaloid?
Yo.
Howdy.
If you want to ask any questions, if not, I'll just stay quiet.
Well, if I was going to ask you questions, wouldn't I just ask you if I see you in fucking chat, you fucking cuck?
No, because you hate me. That's right, because I'm a retard.
That's true.
You're right, though, Mootin, with your general framework.
Okay. Give me the well, actually.
So I logged to Destiny, then.
Also, I have a show that I'm doing in literally 3 minutes, so I'm about to ditch.
Well, it's just that, like, the situation in America is kind of fucked with Trump's deportations, because he kind of makes it very hard for the Fed to do their dual mandate, because they even talk about this, but I mean everyone knows it, is that, like, if you're exploiting loads of people and you've got like a zero kind of default like job growth number, so it's like zero, literally that's the equilibrium, then if they hike because of inflation is going up, which is going to happen because of this stuff, they're also risking unemployment. They don't know how strong the economy is, because like having zero equilibrium makes it incredibly hard to deal with. So like, yeah, I wouldn't say we're in stagflation yet. I mean, some people think we've already been in stagflation the last like 4 or 5 years since COVID, because we've had like higher than average inflation than we want, and also, you know, we've had growth, but like inflation's been going up and employment's been going up as well, or up and down. But it's never usually like one direction.
Sure. When you say there's no equilibrium, do you mean because we're like doing so many different things at once that it's hard to know where anything's going to settle?
Oh, when I said the equilibrium, I mean specifically just for job growth.
Gotcha. Wait, was it true that Jay Powell said that there have been essentially no new jobs created in the past 6 months? Is that?
I think I was probably referring to revisions, but those, it's really, I would never really look at that sort of stuff. Like revisions can, lots of people saw it, but it's one of those things where it's like, it doesn't really matter, because it's like, it has no bearing on like the Fed's policy, for example, and it like they say that they're backward dated, but they're not gonna, like if it's really obvious, like that there is some level of employment in the, like, because you'll see it in demand, right? Like you'll see it in like personal expansion, consumer expenditures and stuff like that. So it's, even though the revisions can come and there can be like a really bad report, like last time we've talked about, it's not worth it. Like the employment, the labor industry can be really weird, like short term, like 6 months.
Okay. Any final thoughts for my last minute here?
No.
Damn. Okay.
Say gotcha.
Gotcha. I'll be back in like 30 minutes, okay?
Alright, I'll be chilling.
Fuck you. Don't eat your plant. I gotta turn this down in advance because it's gonna be fucking loud. Test. My mic works here. Okay.
Jews celebrating Diwali. When I see Jews,
you got to get out there and vote in the midterms. You got to get out there and vote, and you have to make sure that we never get a MAGA Republican back into the White House ever again. So obviously joining us right now, somebody that has a huge platform. He's one of the largest live streamers on the planet. And certainly I have a lot of respect for him, and I always like picking his brain a little bit. And we're also going to be out there at Arizona State, flying out there on Sunday to have some good spirited debates. And I'm looking forward to joining me. Who joins us right now on the program, known as Destiny. Destiny, it's good to see you, my friend. I appreciate you coming back on the show with me. How you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Doing good, man. Thanks for coming on. So much to get to with you because so much has transpired since last time you and I spoke about this. I mean, we've heard like 5 or 6 different reasons as to why we went to war in Iran. And while you and I might disagree a little bit on Israel and the Israeli government, and maybe we can get into that a little bit, what do you make of all the excuses from Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump? First, it's regime change. Then the civilians need to rise up. Then after we learn that, Marco Rubio, in a sense, says that Israel forced our hand. Then it's about nuclear capabilities. When we were told we obliterated them eight months ago, it's excuse after excuse after excuse. What do you make of this?
It's very hard to have a theory of mind for the current administration on a lot of things. My feeling right now is that Netanyahu told Trump that if he got rid of the Ayatollah, it would be like a great American president achievement, and he would be super cool, and it would help everybody. And Trump was like, okay, cool, let's go. As stupid as it is, that's just kind of my take on it. I can't think of any other. I don't know what else is going on. I can't.
I hear you, but let me give you a theory, because Lev Parnas brought this up to me a few weeks ago, and it makes sense now. I mean, the two people that have benefited most from this, I would start with Vladimir Putin. When you look at the amount of money that they are making because of the oil reserves and this situation, Vladimir Putin has benefited a great deal from this. I think you would agree with me on that. And I think Benjamin Netanyahu has certainly benefited from this as well. But let's start with Putin. Would you agree with me that this war so far, at least, has been very beneficial to him financially?
I don't know. I mean, I've heard this a lot, and I'm going out on a limb here because I don't hear other people do this analysis much, so I could be totally wrong. But like it's going to help in the short term in terms of being able to sell energy at higher prices, for sure. Yeah. But in the long term, man, poor Vlad has lost a lot of friends in the Middle East, right? Like Assad is gone. That was a very close friend to Russia. And now the Ayatollah, I guess, is gone, or whatever parts of it keep coming up, keep disappearing. So with Iran and with Syria out of the picture for Russia, does Russia even have, do they have any foothold in the Middle East at all anymore? Or is that region now just completely abandoned to I guess, the West now, whatever the West is or will be, after this regime change happens or doesn't happen or whatever? I don't know what's gonna end there. Yeah.
What do you make, though, of the reports that came out that, and even the White House has pretty much admitted this, that Putin and his regime have shared intelligence with Iran, putting our troops in harm's way? And Donald Trump pretty much shrugs his shoulders. Oh, well, he shouldn't do that. I'll talk to him. I mean, what do you make of that? Because that's already been confirmed.
I mean, as the U.S. president, as the leader of your country, you're not supposed to say that. But I mean, that realistically, this is kind of what happens. You're going to be intelligence sharing with allies, even if it puts U.S. troops in harm's way. That's always going to be the case. But there's supposed to be a public song and dance about that, where Trump is supposed to chide Putin and say something or do something or whatever. But I mean, like I think that's kind of to be expected. Yeah, it's not like Russia can help out much in many other ways right now. So yeah.
That's true. I mean, did it surprise you, this guy stepping down, his resignation, basically saying that Iran is not an imminent threat, which obviously I agree with. I would imagine you would as well. Did that surprise you at all that he did this? Because this is a guy who is a huge Trump guy. He's got white supremacist tendencies and a history. He's anti-Semitic comments he's made. This is a crazy lunatic. But did it surprise you that he stepped down and made that statement public?
Are you talking about the Joe Kent?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. You asked me these questions. Does it surprise me? I don't know if anything would surprise me at this point. Trump could threaten to use a nuclear bomb right now, and is it surprising? There are different factions. One of the games that you play, one of the deals with the devil you make when you have such a wide tent of different people, as long as they all support Trump, is you get a lot of different ideas floating around that are mutually exclusive ideas. So like Tulsi Gabbard and other people who ended up joining this new right-wing movement were quite isolationist in nature. So when Trump said, "I'm the president of no new wars," you've got the voter base that'll go along with him on almost anything. But the ideological people, or the ideologically driven people that are part of his cabinet or part of his new team, not all of them are willing to go along in that direction. So it doesn't surprise me that he's picked up people that have strong disagreements with him. I feel like Tulsi Gabbard is another one who doesn't want war with Iran and doesn't want the United States blowing everybody up and kidnapping everybody. So it's not the most surprising thing in the world. Yeah.
What did you make of Tulsi Gabbard's testimony? Because she obviously wants to toe the line. She doesn't want to upset dear leader Trump, But at the same time, you know, she eluded certain questions, and she was obviously not willing to say under oath that Iran is or was an imminent threat. Very similar to the words that she used 10 months ago before we bombed them. What did you make of that testimony?
So I haven't watched the full thing yet, but I've seen a couple 10-minute, like I watched Ossoff's questioning of her. And my impression from that was that Tulsi was completely and totally throwing the White House under the bus. It sounded like the way that she was answering was because, you know, I try to point this out to my audience. It's not so much what she says, sometimes it's what she doesn't say. We've watched enough of these congressional hearings now. When somebody asks you a question, right? Can you imagine if Pam Bondi is there and, you know, Ossoff asks, well, didn't you guys say that you completely obliterated Iran's nuclear stockpile? Like if Bondi is answering that question, she's scrambling to pivot and diverge. Like, well, we said we blew it up, but, you know, there's always a little bit left and you don't know, they could rebuild and, you know, maybe they've still got this hidden and it's essential. But Tulsi was incredibly like forthcoming and very short on every answer she gave and right to the point. Yes, we blew it all up. Yes. Did we destroy everything? Yes. Did we obliterate their capabilities? Yes. And it was very short on everything. And then when it came time for the question where everybody's trying to crucify Tulsi on this, and I'm all in favor of crucifying Tulsi and on anything, but you know, when Ossoff is asking her, well, who determines if it's an imminent threat? This is the job, obviously, of the intelligence community. But for her to say, oh, that's left to the big guy in the White House, is she's basically completely throwing the responsibility of initiating this war solely on Donald Trump, which I think is a really big deal. Yeah.
I didn't really think of it like that. And you're actually right. She put the responsibility on Trump. She's basically saying, hey, here's our intelligence. Here's what we were told. But it's up to the president to decide. So you're right about that. Let's talk a little bit about gas prices.
I don't want to say real quick on that too, because I listened to that also thing, and I'm right after we finish the show, I'm going to listen to this whole thing because I now really want to hear everything she said. The FBI stuff with Fulton County was really crazy too. One thing that I'm kind of familiar with over the J6 stuff is you don't really have to say, it seems like you don't have to say much, especially in front of Congress, about your communications with the president. They always exert this like, I have executive privilege, and blah, 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 blah. Tulsi Gabbard was like, he told me to fly out to supervise that the same day the warrant was served. I was there because the president told me to be there. He commanded it. He told me, he said on his own for me to go. That's pretty crazy. She's throwing a lot of weight and a lot of sole responsibility onto Trump there to make it seem like he did not have the support of the intelligence community or anybody else behind him when he was making these decisions, which is, in my opinion, is a pretty big deal.
Agree. And in that testimony, she was asked, well, were you a part of this investigation? Because they talked about why they were there. And it appears that the only reason why they were there was conspiracy theories, all these conspiracy theories that were unproven. They shouldn't have even been there. Yeah. And then her response was, well, I was just there to observe. I wasn't what do you mean you were there to observe? Who asked you to do that? Well, Donald Trump asked me to do that. Well, why? Why did he ask you to do that? Why were you there? You're not supposed to be there. The whole thing is so absurd, and you'll watch the rest of it, but it is mesmerizing. Let's talk a little bit about gas prices. You know, Destiny, I use the term hypocrisy a lot with these MAGA Republicans. So as you know, during the Joe Biden administration, we got into this, well, we didn't, but Putin invades Ukraine, a new war, that affects gas prices. We're coming out of a global pandemic, but everybody on the right blamed Joe Biden for gas prices. By the way, Joe Biden didn't start the pandemic, and Joe Biden didn't start a war with Ukraine. Donald Trump started a war with Iran. You see what's happening to these gas prices now. This was a choice that Donald Trump made with no contingency plan, nothing. And then I hear from these MAGA Republicans and elected officials, well, don't worry, everything's going to be fine. Be a patriot. That moron, Michelle Tafoya, yesterday said it's patriotic to spend $5 a gallon for gas. Are you kidding me? My head's going to explode. What do you make of the hypocrisy? And if somebody in the Biden administration made a statement like that?
I mean, it's funny that you say they didn't have a contingency plan for the Iran stuff. They didn't have a plan. I don't think they had any plans at all. Like the idea, yeah, I don't know, man. I can't believe that they would, be mining up the Strait of Hormuz and they'd be attacking other players in the region when we're trying to do an existential regime change on the entire country. I can't believe that they would be fighting back. It's like, what do you think is going to happen? I don't think when it comes to it's just the level of salience of gasoline prices is too high. You drive to buy gas stations every day. You go and you fill your tank up. You see the gas price go up. There's no way that you can obfuscate that to the American public. I don't think that even his fan base of supporters will bear that for months and months, let alone the moderates or the Republicans that aren't fully bought into MAGA, let alone those people that you would need to sustain any of your electoral viabilities. We're talking about the Senate. The poly market odds might have switched, actually. Is it in favor now for the Democrats to win the Senate? Or if not, it was like 50-50 last I checked.
I think they might have a slight edge.
geez, how much of you were messing up real bad at that point? Like, this wasn't even supposed to be part of the conversation.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I don't know, you remember the moment where Donald Trump was wearing his baseball cap that he's selling on his website for $55 when these brave men and women, sadly, are coming home in caskets. And then he actually tried to fundraise off of that. Well, he didn't try. He did. He fundraised off of a dead soldier. And you recall, again, hypocrisy, when Joe Biden looked at his watch for a half a second, right? A half a second when this, and by the way, he would look at his watch. That was like almost like a nervous tick. Like he did that everywhere. And MAGA Republicans still talk about that moment. And then Fox News shows old footage of Donald Trump, not at that ceremony, or for lack of a better term. What do you make of that? He wears a hat because he doesn't want his hair to go all over the place when it's windy outside. But yet MAGA Republicans aren't, again, they're not talking about that. They don't think it's a big deal, even though Fox News tried to hide it. And they still talk about a half a second when Biden looked at his watch.
I mean, there's obviously there's no decorum on the Republican side at all. These people are ghoulish. There's nothing more to be said about that. I mean, Biden has a family, children that served in the military. Am I making this up, or was the theory that, is it Bo Burnham that did I just say Bo Burnham? Can you edit that out? I'm sorry. That was it. Bo Biden was the idea that he might have died because of exposure to burn pits or something. Or my memory's
that's exactly So that's exactly what happened.
Okay, yeah, and also keep in mind, Trump is a draft dodger. Right? Trump is a draft dodger. And so the idea that, and also keep in mind that at this point, more people more American soldiers have died in Iran than died in that Afghanistan pullout. And I've heard about that for years. Where are our Benghazi hearings for Donald Trump, for any of the... This guy just like moonwalks from one scandalous day to the next. And yeah, like I think you said at the beginning of this convo, like, wow, we haven't spoken in a while and so much has happened. When you say we haven't spoken in a while, we could just not speak for 7 days and so much would happen. I don't even know if the last time I spoke to you, if Maduro had been captured or deposed yet. I'm not sure how long, it's just everything. It's just, man, it's just so much.
Yeah, and you're right. Bo Biden died. He had brain cancer, and there are other soldiers, sadly, from those burn pits. And then Joe Biden is accused of saying that he died service, and they attack him for that when it's obviously that's been proven. And you're right. Donald Trump is a 5-time draft dodger, suckers and losers. I don't respect John McCain because he was captured. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. I have to ask you a little bit about Mark Wayne Mullen.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up. The guy that went on the ultra super duper secret mission that's so ultra duper super secret that nobody can know who even made it ultra super duper secret. That Paul had said that they had asked like the CIA, the FBI, and everybody. Nobody has a record of this ultra super duper hyper secret mission.
I know, and he was asked about that too. What an idiot. So first of all, here's a guy, as you know, who took over his father's plumbing business. And I have respect for blue collar workers and plumbers. I'm not attacking them. But is this the guy you want to hear talk about foreign policy? I mean, it's just the guy who helped make sure that your toilet flushes. I'm just saying, okay, I'm just going to throw that out there, number one. And number two, this is the guy who challenged somebody to a physical altercation in the House chambers. This is a guy who has been hit in the head way too many times. I actually think that he is more of a threat leading DHS if he's appointed than Kristi Noem was, and she was a complete disaster.
This might be an unpopular take. I think he's more qualified than Kristi Noem, but I will never get over her being asked what habeas corpus was and not having an answer to that. That's unbelievable to me. The head of DHS just not having an answer to that. He seemed to at least know like the basic law, the process and procedure more. I've heard it said, I don't know if this is true or not, that he's the only member of Congress that hasn't graduated college. So education level might not be the best there, but I'm all in favor of Democrats, mucking up as much as they can the nomination process or doing whatever they can to slow this administration down. But I would say that the big problem with DHS is probably not Kristi Noem. It's not going to be Mullen. It's going to be the directives coming down from the president. So it's not like there's a good person they're going to nominate for that, because no matter who they put there, they're going to want them to carry out their completely and totally unhinged mission for everything.
Yeah.
Thank God, though, we have brave souls like Fetterman to make sure that he gets out of committee, though. Thank you. Wow.
What do you make? Let me ask you about him for a minute, because Destiny, as you recall, when he had a stroke, I, like many others, were defending him when people on the right were calling him a vegetable. I did not know a lot about him. As I've learned more about him over the years, here's a guy who never really had a real job in his life. He comes from a very wealthy family. He looks like a blue-collar worker. He's not. He became mayor, and he has this stroke. The guy has zero work ethic. He dresses like a slob. I thought I dressed like a slob. The guy dresses like a slob. And I didn't know strokes turned you into right-wing radical MAGA Republicans, but what the hell, I guess my question is, what the hell has happened to this guy? Or was he always like this?
I can't speak to that either. I have no idea. I feel like you could put this guy like into a classroom with a bunch of psych students and do like a split brain experiment on him, and when they go to test the other side of the brain, he just dies because it's just not there. Like, this guy is phenomenal to me. Like, I spoke about this earlier. Like, for Manchin and Sinema, like, these are people who these were essential swing votes in highly contentious or completely lost to the Senate. Like West Virginia, there's no other Democrat going there besides Manchin. Like, you need these people. And so they had a lot of political capital as a result of that. But like Fetterman, senator from Pennsylvania, like, I know it's a contentious area, but like, this guy is, and Fetterman's not even it's not like the Republicans just need his one vote in the entire Senate, and so he's like so politically important. He just he hates on Democrats for the love of the game. How do you get this guy walking around saying like Trump derangement syndrome, or like, I'm the only Democrat that wants to fund DHS, and I think I'm the only Democrat that doesn't want open borders? And it's like, oh my God, bro, you're like, your skull is literally open right now. Like, come on.
It seems like he's on Fox News every day. Like,
Yeah.
that's his job. He just makes his appearances on Fox News, and they love him. Fox News and right-wing media love him because then, he'll attack Democrats, and they eat that alive.
He's the new era's like Tulsi Gabbard or RFK Jr.
Yeah.
When you ask a Joe Rogan type, like, do you like anybody on the left? And they're like, of course I do. I've got lots of leftist friends. Like John Fetterman is like, he's one of those types of people.
Yeah, he is one of those people. You're right about that. I do want to ask you about the SAVE Act. Now, as you know, that there are a lot of Republicans out there that are claiming, this bill is all about voter ID. Now, as you know, there's a lot of other areas in the SAVE Act. It's not just about that. But I get into these debates and arguments, for lack of a better term, with MAGA Republicans, and I always ask them the same question: how many undocumented immigrants have voted in the last 10 or 15 years? And as you know, Turning Point even put out these statistics. Less than 100 undocumented immigrants have been proven to have voted illegally in the last decade. This is not an issue. Why have MAGA Republicans made this an issue?
I mean, because the broad, this is a Mott and Bailey in a way. Like, the easily defensible position is some kind of ID required to vote is probably okay. There are a lot of countries that do it. Like, if we had an ID that was easily accessible, that, did discriminate against certain types of people, that didn't have like a 7-week waiting period to get or whatever, I could be on board with this. I almost think that Democrats should try to compromise with this and asking for something big in the future. Like, we're going to do a national ID so that we can have voter ID or whatever. I'd almost be okay with that. But like, these requirements of like, if your name is different than your birth certificate, you've got to bring along first of all, how many people even have their birth certificate? That you have to bring along some other form of identification. So every married woman, Hispanic people that for whatever reason hyphenate 50 million last names, like, all these people are going to have all these different, it's obviously there just to throw up roadblocks to get certain types of people not to vote. And I think any good faith actor, when they look at it, can see that that's exactly what's going on. And this isn't even touching the whole, which I never want to hear for the rest of my life, the whole states' rights issues of states have the right to determine how they do their voting place, time, manner, and place, and all this. This is up to the states to figure out. The idea that they'd be okay with the federal government coming in, and now Republicans are like, well, yeah, the federal government can dictate to us everything for how we register our voters, and we'll give our voter rolls to them, and we'll let ICE come in and bully people. That's also ridiculous to me. But I guess states' rights only matter when it's things that you either agree with or things that don't matter, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. I just wanted to ask you about this because it does appear as though there's a lot of infighting, as you know, these days between MAGA. For example, Megyn Kelly saying that Mark Levin has a mushroom penis, and then you have the Groypers, and you have, people that are anti-Iran war, pro-Iran war, and then you have the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world and others. What do you make of that, and what do you make of where the Republican Party is at right now? Because at least in my estimation, the war certainly hasn't helped. They seem to be very divided on a number of different issues. I've said the writing's been on the wall for this for a few years since the election. And then the writing, I think if you're paying attention, right, it's a cult. And when I say it's a cult, what I mean is it really is centered on Donald Trump himself. Like, it is the Donald Trump movement. So everybody knows that when Donald Trump recedes, there's going to be this huge vacuum. And because it's a cult, because it's built around Donald Trump, you're not here because you have like a consistent set of principles or values, right? We can talk about hypocrisy literally all day. We can talk about
one of the largest kinds of new tax expanses ever has been a tariff that Republicans all championed, or the Donald Trump ban bump stocks for gun reform. That, but like we can go thing after thing after thing. All the massive new debt that I think what the DoD is begging for another $200 billion, which I don't know why we need, because I thought Trump said that he rebuilt the whole military in his first term, but maybe Biden destroyed it in one term. I don't know. That's why we need peace in the Middle East for the 5th time, I guess, because everybody keeps ruining it. Just when you have a coalition of people brought together like this that don't have a common shared principle foundation, then it makes sense that as soon as the leader starts to recede, now everybody's individual ideologies are starting to show, and you've got people with a huge set of disagreements with each other over policy, over ideology, over American ideas, and everything else. So yeah, it seems pretty natural that this would happen.
So I think we pretty much agree on, for the most part, everything that we've discussed. We might disagree on this. I am pro-Israel, Destiny. I am, in a sense, anti-Israeli government. And I think Benjamin Netanyahu is corrupt. And I think he does what's good for Benjamin Netanyahu, maybe not always what's good for his people. And I don't believe we would be in a war in Iran right now if not for Benjamin Netanyahu using Donald Trump as his puppet. I really do believe that. I don't think Netanyahu's done a good job protecting his people. He certainly didn't during those Hamas attacks. I don't put all the responsibility on him. But I look back to the war in Iraq when we were told weapons of mass destruction under the George W. Bush administration. A part of that, quote unquote, faulty intelligence was from the Israeli government as well. I am anti-Israeli government. I am pro-Israel. Israeli people are wonderful people. I want them to be free. I want them to be safe. You won't see me crying for the Ayatollah. You won't see me feeling bad for what was an evil regime. But the problem is now there's another evil regime in there. I don't know. I'm just not a very pro Benjamin Netanyahu guy. I think he has a lot of characteristics very similar to Donald Trump. That's my personal opinion. What are your thoughts on that?
I hate talking about the Middle East ever. I hate anything having to do with the Middle East because it hijacks so much of our discourse in the United States. I hated a lot of the ultra rabid pro-Palestinian far left people because a lot of the criticisms and things that they talk about when it comes to Israel are just not quite true, and a lot of the criticisms that they give to U.S. leadership is not quite true. So Israel historically, like the thing that people need to understand about the country of Israel is that if a guy walked into a room with a huge delicious Kit Kat bar, like the country of Israel is not going to walk up to the dude and beat him up to take the candy bar. But if the guy goes to the bathroom, they will absolutely sneak and take the candy bar and eat it all before he gets back. Israel is like very opportunistic in that way, and that if they see an opportunity, then they'll take it. And holy Jesus, Arabs in the region will never falter when it comes to giving Israel opportunities to do crazy things. One thing that people don't realize was how much restraint the liberal administrations especially kind of placed on Israel when it comes to how they function I mean, like for specific examples, like, that there was going to be a huge assault in Rafah that Biden slowed down considerably to make sure that like 1 million people were evacuated out of there before the IDF moved in and started blowing stuff up again. Or at the beginning of the war, I think there was like a 4 or 5 day ceasefire. There was a halt before airstrikes began to allow some people to move to camp so that it wouldn't have been as disastrous for civilian life as possible. People seem to think that like Republicans and Democrats are the same when it comes to Israel, but that's not true. I wouldn't even say Republicans and Democrats. The problem is that Trump just has no mind for the Middle East, and he's so easily manipulatable. And Israel historically and under Netanyahu has zero consideration for the political realities of other world leaders. So if Netanyahu thinks that he can get something from Trump, he'll get it. I wouldn't even say that Trump is a puppet because that implies some level of manipulation. You don't really have to manipulate Trump. You just have to like kind of buddy up to him and say this would be epic if we did this, and now we have epic fury or whatever for Iran. So yeah, I think the issue is Trump can't say no to Netanyahu because he probably lied to him about getting a Nobel Peace Prize or something for killing the Ayatollah, and beating up Iran would be cool, and Trump's been talking about it for a long time, and he'll basically go along with whatever he says. Like in the short term and maybe even the long term, the war is going to be super beneficial to Israeli interests, but also Israel doesn't care if they're handcuffed to the US anyway. The far right people in Israel want to lose that association because they view it as golden handcuffs because they've been restrained by so many prior administrations. So if this causes a breakup in relations between Israel and the US, like think about it. Israel eliminated almost every single major enemy they had in the region. Hamas is gone. The Hamas leadership is gone. Hezbollah is gone. Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, is gone. Assad is gone. They're bombing Beirut now. The Ayatollah is gone. Like every major enemy in the region is gone. They got like every possible thing they wanted. Like this would be the best time for their far right people to split from the United States and to now, embark on their own mission and do what they want.
You would think. Yeah, I think for the most part, we agree on that. A question, one more question about the Middle East, and then then we'll let you go here. But the school children, over 175 of them, young girls between the ages of 7 and 11, who were.
I was so angry when I heard that because it was Iran hijacked. They stole one of our Tomahawk missiles and shot it at their own school, I think, right? Is what the U.S. president said.
Correct. And Pete Hegseth holds this press conference, and he's so stupid and incompetent, he doesn't even realize that the target that he's showing is right next to the school. That's how stupid these people are. And then when he was questioned about that, you have Donald Trump. Hegseth didn't say it was Iran, but he didn't say it was the U.S. either, even though at that point he knew it was the U.S. And then Donald Trump says maybe it was Iran when Iran doesn't even own Tomahawk missiles. He doesn't even own. It's such an easily proven lie, but yet Donald Trump immediately blames Iran, and he has yet to apologize because he doesn't apologize for anything. And then we wonder why some of these people hate America when these young girls were murdered. And I understand horrible mistakes, sadly, are made in war. And I also would say that, innocent people die in war. I didn't want this war to happen, but what do you make of the way the White House has responded to this? I have yet to hear an apology.
I mean, there won't be an apology. I have yet to hear an apology from this administration. We're showing videos and bragging about blowing people up, in the ocean that we haven't shown any due process or warrants or anything for. I think, didn't we just blow up 3 more people? Or I think we blew up their boat. I don't think we killed the people off the coast. Yeah. There's not going to be any apology. This administration is shameless, and it's just trudging from one day to the next, from one horrific thing to the next, from one war to the next, from the president of peace and the Department of War to the next regime change. I don't know. I hope at one point listen, I'll forgive 20% of this if he can just show the same energy towards Putin. Okay, I'll forgive 20% of this.
He won't. Yeah, he won't. It's interesting because I was debating somebody the other day about this, and not to go back to Kamala Harris, but a lot of MAGA Republicans that I talk to, even some people that I speak to on a regular basis, I'm like, don't you regret your vote? And some people, not all, but some people still say, no, Kamala would have been worse. And I say to myself, correct me if I'm wrong, Destiny, she wouldn't have started an ill-advised war. She wouldn't have rolled out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin. She wouldn't have stolen $175 billion from the American people when it comes to these stupid tariffs that have ruined the economy. She wouldn't have given the top tax breaks to the top 1% of $100 billion. There's so many things I could say that she wouldn't have done, and things she would have done. She wouldn't have taken 20 million people off of healthcare coverage and taken millions of people off of food stamps. I mean, these are pretty basic, pretty important things that Kamala would not have done. And I just think we would have been in a much, not that Kamala's perfect, but we would have been in a much better situation as far as our economy goes if Kamala had won the election.
We would have been in a much better situation as far as literally everything goes. Yeah, it's no question. I don't buy that. Somebody made a post on my subreddit the other day, and I agreed with them. It's not enough if you're talking to, especially another content creator, influencer, but even to an individual, when they're like, man, I don't know, I kind of regret voting for Trump. I don't care if you regret voting for Trump. I need to hear you say that Kamala would have been a better president. That's what I need. Until you're ready to say that, you've not truly understood the despair that you have thrown this country into. By the end of the first Trump term, I was like, man, I thought it was going to be really bad. It was kind of worse than I thought in some ways, especially after the January 6th stuff. This term, we're a year and 2 months in. It's just, there's nothing that he could do that would even be surprising anymore. The thing that surprised me the most, he hasn't saber-rattled over nuclear weapons yet. I'm surprised I haven't heard Trump threaten to nuke anybody. I don't know why he hasn't. It's just unbelievable.
I'm sure it's coming. I'm sure it's coming. Yeah. How do you deal with these people on the far right that say that the misogyny? I mean, I get it. I won't even mention names, but there's some people that I've debated recently that think women should be in the kitchen and they shouldn't be allowed to have careers and they shouldn't be allowed to run for office. I was debating one guy last week. I'm not even going to mention his name because he's such a clown. But he made the statement that, well, women are too emotional. And then I looked at him and I said, you voted for Trump. He has nicknames for people that he disagrees with. You couldn't find a more insecure person, an emotional person than Donald Trump, who puts on 8 layers of orange makeup every day. How do you deal with these people who are misogynist? You get it all the time. You're one of the more popular people that share your views that are similar to mine. They'll call you homophobic slurs, right? They'll call you, other words that I can't say on the air, and they have no real arguments. Do you just ignore it? Do you just laugh at it? Because that's a large base of these people. This is who they are, and they can't defend the indefensible. And a lot of these people I find to be, it's part of the culture of MAGA Republicans. I find them to be extremely misogynistic.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. Let them do it. Women are some of your most important activated, like voter related people in terms of like doing on the ground work for volunteering and everything. If you're not gonna have women as part of your movement, then we'll take them as voters. Let them be as misogynistic as they want. Like you've seen these divides historically where women have kind of broken off of these movements because of how insanely misogynistic. Like, you know, even as a white Southern woman, you can only tolerate so many times Andrew Tate is being held up as the model man. And yeah, you know, if you want to exclude half the population or 52% or whatever from your political movements, I mean, be my guest.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one. Well, Destiny, hey, it's going to be fun. I look forward to seeing you at Arizona State. We're going to be debating some people. It's going to be fun. I always look forward to it.
On the 23rd, right?
Yeah, I believe. The 21st is Saturday, right? Yes. On the 23rd, I'm flying out there on Sunday. And I guess we're going to be out there with the tent and we're going to be having fun. And I look forward to it, man. Always fun watching you debate and to be able to be there next to you and debating with you. I'm really looking forward to that, man, because I think you're, and I'm saying this sincerely, I think you're one of the best. I think you're one of the best.
Well, I'd say I am the best, but, you know, I'll take one of the best. I guess. Okay.
No, but you know what? The hate that you get. Before I let you go, you know, I was actually talking to somebody in Tim Pool's crew, believe it or not, about this. And I said, because you deal with this every day. I said, and as my show, I'm nowhere near the following that you have, but as my show gets a little bit more popular as the days go by and more people want to debate me, I get the homophobic slurs, I get the retard stuff and all these other words that are used on social media. And I said, man, these people are brutal. And this woman says to me, she says, if they weren't doing that, you would be doing something wrong. The reason why they're so angry at you and they hate you is because you're a threat to them. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with that. This is why when you look at the very, very far left people, like your Hassan Pikers and everything, these guys are, in a way, these guys are like controlled opposition. They don't really get that same type of hate or that same type of threat. And they spend most of their time fighting with the left that also want to attack them in that type of way. And the reason why is because the conservatives like to have those people in existence because they can just use them as kind of like props every now and then to attack the broader left-wing movement in the United States. So, yeah, I mean, I also feel good because when I see people throwing those types of insults at me, it means that they have nothing of substance to critique me on. So, you know, in some ways, I'm really disappointed by some of the debates I've had. My Norman Finkelstein one comes to mind. But, like, if I was sitting across the table from supposedly one of the Western preeminent scholars on Israel-Palestine, and this guy, on the few facts that he tries to challenge me on, he's incorrect, and he spends the rest of the time screaming names at me, I don't know, I consider that kind of funny. I feel like it kind of vindicates my position a little bit if that's the most you could bring to that conversation. So when you see people say things like that to you, you better believe that if you were wrong on the facts, they would be pounding the facts. But they're not able to do that, so they call you names instead. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Brian, you were dog walked. Oh, Brian, you were cooked. Oh, really? How? Why? Because somebody says a woman shouldn't be allowed to vote? That somehow I was cooked? I mean, again, these people are extremely difficult to take serious. Destiny, you're certainly one of those guys that should be taken seriously. And I look forward to seeing you out there on Monday at the Arizona State campus with the NF America Tour. And I always appreciate it when you take the time to join us and your large listenership to be a part of your platform too. I certainly appreciate that. We'll see you out there, my friend. Safe travels and look forward to hanging.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'll chat with you 3 wars from now, I guess. Have a good one, man.
Yeah, probably. Have a good one, Destiny. Take care, my friend. That's Destiny, everybody. And he has an enormous
dick. That's what he was going to say next.
Oh, that guy seems really, really chill.
Duh.
How'd you meet him?
I don't know. Probably as part of the Unfuck America Tour. Wait, did I cuss one time in that? People were telling me not to cuss. Did I cuss? Did I swear?
I think you're allowed to swear sometimes. I just don't think it can be like too much on radio, if I recall.
You dropped a small hard R.
Well, retard?
Oh, not that one. Not that one, baby.
Oh, based. Problem?
Problem? Where is my streamer?
For this being an emote on Kick?
Jesus,
Don't show it on stream.
I wouldn't risk it. Oh, on Kick? Maybe.
On Kick.
On Twitch, I wouldn't, but but I don't think I'd risk it. Why? Don't do it.
Why
Just
not? Yeah.
Why bring?
We won't. Why bring problems?
What is this? Hold on.
When I see religious events in Trafalgar Square, when I see Hindus celebrating Diwali, when I see Jews celebrating Hanukkah live, when I see Christians performing the Passion of Christ, or Muslims praying, that shows the great strength of our diverse city and country. I've never heard her party call out anything other than the Muslim events. It's only when Muslims are praying. The only conclusion is the Tory party has got a problem with Muslims. When I
Wow. Here, here. Here, here, Moot Tony.
Hey.
I think the thing that I think
JP.
good number of people on the committee are concerned about is just
wait. When is he leaving? When is he gone?
Very, very low level of job creation. If you adjust what has been the trend job creation over the past, let's say, 6 months, if you adjust that for what we think, our staff thinks, is the overstatement due to overcounting, effectively there's zero net job creation in the private sector. The thing that
he's not out until 2028. He's just stepping down as chair in May. Wait, why? Oh, also, Kafka, you're here. Would it be possible for me to pay, I don't know how much you guys are charging fees, if I could get a whole bunch of you guys to pick up clients in the Southern District of Florida that are on any of my judges' dockets and then try to transfer those cases out by arguing different jurisdictions so that you can free up.
Is that legal?
Why not?
Why not, I guess? Well, I guess they'd be working for you, right? Versus the interest of the client?
Well, no, they would be in the interest of their client. Damn, I would pay
Well,
them
is it
under
in
the
the
table.
interest of the
It'd be illegal.
client to
I'd be paying them
swap?
illegally, okay? Chill. Oh, man, who tweeted out? Oh, I think it was that Bad Stats guy tweeted out the Zhang test. If you have this Zhang guy on your program and you just like uncritically platform what he says and you treat him like a serious person, you're just like, ugh. This afternoon, I had a thought. Hassan changed his camera so his dog isn't on stream. Sonny's traveling to China now to Cuba. I think he might be right. His dog is dead. I don't know if he's dead. He might have gotten rid of it, though. I do think it's funny that he changed his camera angle, though.
There's no way he got rid of his dog.
Well, if he can't show him off on stream infinitely, yeah, I think that's probably the only reason he had him. Okay. Sorry. What are we doing? Read his answer. Wait, read whose answer? Oh. Ooh. Now I hope it goes to trial. I'm pretty sure. I feel like we probably will, or I don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows anything now.
Do you know who stood in the way of all of this? Just a fact. Just a fact. Don't let me inconvenience you. Do you know who stood in the way of this entire thing? Joe Biden. Joe Biden did. Because Joe Biden did not take the bait. He didn't take Israel's bait and fight Iran. He had two opportunities. When Israel provoked Iran on April 24 and in July 24, Joe Biden deterred Iran but did not attack them. glazing Biden a little too hard. More love for Obama on this point than for Biden. It was Biden's National Security Council. It was Democrats in the Senate that tried to constrain U.S. weapon supplies to Israel. They wouldn't give Israel a 2,000-pound bomb. And when Joe Biden got in, the first thing he tried to do was reconstitute a nuclear deal with Iran. Go figure. That was the first thing he tried to do. What happened in August 2023? Just 2 months before October 7th, Joe Biden had a prisoner exchange with Iran and unfroze $6 billion in assets that were tied up in a South Korean bank. Yeah, that was their money. That then made their way to Qatar and were on their way to Iran. Because Joe Biden was trying to make a grand bargain. It was under Joe Biden that China brokered a rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which is a diplomatic revolution. So think of Trump ripped up the nuclear deal. Trump killed Soleimani. Trump designated the IRGC a terrorist group. Trump allowed Israel to annex all of Jerusalem and declare it its capital, which set the stage for Al-Aqsa flood, which set the stage for what is happening.
Those Abraham Accords and the moving of that embassy, not good.
True. Trump oversaw the repassing of the Memorandum of Understanding. Actually, I think it was renewed under Obama, just before. Can't blame everything on Trump, but he set the stage for all of this. Biden tried to interrupt it, and then Trump was brought back to resume.
The trustees of the U.S. Social Security system currently estimate that the OASI trust fund will be exhausted when the which cuts are mandated by their change law. The response to the impending exhaustion, is likely to rely more on the general government borrowing than on increases in Social Security tax or reductions. As in the most recent major change in Social Security finances, the most prudent way to address the impending exhaustion of the OASI trust fund would feature a balanced combination of payroll tax increases and reduction of the benefits received for any given retirement age. Okay.
All right, turn on the hearing.
Hold on. I'm about to. Oh, I got it. Oh, 1 sec. Just going through my other clips for the day.
Content.
If I could get away with that on the right, man, I'd be making 10 times as much money.
Your guys' biggest content creator is Candace Owens.
She is a liberal.
She is on the right. There is no question. She is completely on the right. There isn't a question. I don't know what to tell you. She's for traditional values.
Like Tim Pool considers himself like on the left to / left center, but
she wants conservative fiscal policy. She was pro-Trump, right? Like she's on the right. She is on the right. She's not part of the left. And what do you have? We have one receipt where she strings together a whole narrative theory about Erica Kirk.
You could fairly say she's neither.
Oh my God.
We couldn't say that. She's either right or far right, but she's
anti-Trump over Epstein. She's anti-Trump over the Iran war.
Oh, look at that. Anti-Trump over Epstein. Anti-Trump over the Iran war. Oh, does she think that Kamala would have been a better president than Donald Trump then?
Yeah, she's jumped off the Trump ship now.
A long time ago.
Is Nick Fuentes left?
2 years ago. Nick Fuentes is it.
I think people will start biting that bullet though.
What? Oh, maybe at some point, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. The time to test is when you vote. That's when it matters.
Like, it has been advocating for voting Democrat for like 4 years.
And all of these people, mark my word, all of these people will support the next Republican candidate no matter who it is.
No, actually, he advocated for voting for Trump only with the Iran stuff. He's
4 years. No. It has been advocating for voting Democrat for like 4 years. 2 years ago. Nick Fuentes has been advocating for voting Democrat for like 4 years.
No.
Did Fuentes not support Trump in 2024? I don't remember. Split the VOD. Fuck you. But okay, splitting.
Actually, he advocated for voting for Trump only with the Iran stuff. He's swapped to Democrats. Would you actually try to say that Nick Fuentes is left?
Nick Fuentes said not to vote for Trump, and he also said don't vote for JD Vance, and now he's explicitly saying vote Democrat.
Yeah, because
he's a Democrat or a liberal.
Well, he's definitely on the right. He's far right because he's a theocrat.
Well,
I like how Fuentes is not on the right because he's saying vote Democrat or whatever. But if somebody voted for Trump, that's not enough to say they're on the right. So what is this is not serious. He's a dealing serious person. Okay. Man's decided the cops aren't doing enough, so now he's launching desserts at speeding cars. Throwing a cake at speeding cars in school zones.
Fake.
What do you mean? Like AI?
It's just a meme. Fake.
What do you mean by that? Got him.
Going 60 into 25 in a school zone.
Oh, this is
super.
You see
it's not on? Yeah.
Well, yeah, this guy is driving like fucking 20 miles an hour, 25 maybe.
Going 60 into 25 in a school zone. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That ain't good.
Wait.
Oh, looks like we got another one.
Never mind.
Yep.
I thought it was going to be an epic
cane
meme.
sauce off your car, buddy. 61 and a goddamn 20.
Oh, I think we have another speed.
20.
20 in a school zone?
20? That's so slow. I feel like kids would survive that hit. 25 is good. They survived 25.
Down 47.
You know who the best anti-speeder guys are, right? Well, not anti-speeder, but anti-driving in places you're not supposed to drive.
Oh, the Russians?
Oh, yeah, you've seen it. The sticker guys.
Yeah. Stop a douchebag, I think.
Oh, my God.
No, that's true. Ice.
Oh, true.
Good one, Shatter.
Rage bait.
All right, y'all. I'm officially coming out as a Republican.
Hot. I wish I could post proof of this. This person can sue me if I'm wrong. When you see random people like this that are popping up and are like, oh, I've decided to switch to a Republican or whatever, these people over half the time are getting paid. There are organizations or there are people that are paying these people as part of these videos, by the way. I know this is 100% true. I know this is...
They don't have to declare it?
I don't believe they do, no. But this is, yeah, because I've learned over the past few months that there are like payment things set up where these people get paid money for these types of stupid fucking videos.
All right, y'all. I'm officially coming out as a Republican. The left has truly swayed me over to the right. And I think they're proud of it too, because all of this stupid controversy going on because of a comment that I made on a TikTok video. The left mob is absolutely losing its mind. And I used to be on the left. I used to be gung-ho LGBT. I was an activist for the LGBT people.
It was really rude talking about New Zealand that early before I was awake. Please reconsider next time. Also, Jesus Fuck not showing a street view. I don't need to show a street view. Everybody knows what it looks like because it was in The Lord of the Rings, right? Wasn't that filmed in New Zealand?
Mm-hmm.
And The Chronicles of Narnia. And not knowing where Milford is while scanning the area was infuriating. Listen, 50% of world maps don't even have New Zealand as a fucking country, so you should be lucky that I even found it on the goddamn Google Maps.
Before gays even had a legal right to marry, I was going out and I was a Glenson representative in my school district. But at this point, I don't want to be associated with the LGBT either, despite even being gay, because I can't stand y'all anymore. I make one comment about a grieving mother who was very respectful about how they were referring to their trans child, by the way. They were referring to them as both Michael and Lexi. And in the comments of people that actually knew her child were referring to her child as Michael. And she was shit on in the comments for referring to her child as her son. Because the left, the trans mob, will never accept that. They can't let a woman who is taking responsibility for not being a present enough mother, for not loving her child enough, who's trying to...
Okay, I don't care. I'm good. Trans people and Jews all need to go to the same place so that we don't talk about them anymore. Just kidding. Pentagon officials made detailed preparations, for deploying U.S. ground forces into Iran, with senior military commanders having submitted specific requests aimed at preparing for such an option if such a decision is made by President Trump. Wow. Based. Is this DEI in my military?
I see. I love my black warriors. That's what Trump would say.
Also, what is this abomination? I thought they'd switch to, what's that new gun now? Or is this what they look like? What's the new thing they're all shooting? With the 10, is it 10 millimeter round? Or no, what are they even?
What are you talking about, Corn Pop?
They have new guns now with a new cartridge. Oh, is it 6.8? I don't know. The M7 and M8? The mate rifle? Never mind, that's based. If you're a normal civilian and you buy any firearm that's in this nasty beige color, you're a loser. You're a loser and a LARPer. Okay? Get it in black. Or gay it out and get it all chroma painted or whatever, but not this. What a disgusting color. What do you do, roll around in the dirt?
I would get mine in rainbow.
Hell yeah. What is this?
Confronted, turned Fetterman says he rushed his son inside, called 911, and took off in his truck after a masked man in black he saw running. But Chris Mayeras, the man Fetterman confronted, turns out to be an innocent jogger who police say had no weapon.
There wasn't any assault rifle shots. It was bottle rockets behind the library.
Mayor Fetterman did have a weapon.
A 20 gauge.
God, how tall is this guy?
A shotgun under the back seat of my truck, which I pulled out and I showed to just say, look, we're going to wait here and we're going to get this all sorted out when the police arrive.
So he held him captive? Also, 20 gauge? Why? What are you shooting at?
Mayeras and the mayor tell very different stories. He says Fetterman
followed me into North Braddock and pulled a shotgun and aimed it at my chest.
Did you point the shotgun at him?
No, I did not. I pointed it, in a way so that he would see that I was armed, but I did not point it at him. In fact, I didn't even have a round chambered or remove the safety at that point.
For both men, it was frightening. North Braddock's police chief says his officers tell him the shotgun incident was over when they arrived. Mayeras says that's not true. The police tried to laugh it off.
I mean, there's a mayor with a shotgun and 6 other cops surrounding me. What else can I do but this?
I believe I did the right thing, but I may have broken the law during the course of it, and I'm certainly not above the law.
What?
It's fucking base.
Yeah.
I may have broken the law. Fuck it.
There's already 2,000 Marines on the way to the Middle East on amphibious assault groups. What are they going to amphibiously assault?
I mean, is there even water in the Middle East?
Exactly.
They lost a primary. Part of a larger story, Mr. Berman. And I would just say that John Fetterman is doing as well with Pennsylvania Democrats as the New York Giants are as liked in the state of Pennsylvania or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I mean, just look at this. Among Pennsylvania Democrats, the net approval of Fetterman. Back in 2023, he was a Democrat liberal darling. He was at plus 68 points. Look at how low he has fallen down to negative 40 points. He's down there with the Titanic among Democrats in the...
Is it true? People were saying Hassan ardently supported this guy. Is that true? John Fetterman has lost it. He has made a turn from his progressive roots.
Fell for it again.
So what's going on with Fetterman? I watched part of this before. Damn, I don't remember any of this.
And Oz, you know, people talked about earlier about does it bother them? It was an exit poll. Does it bother them that Oz is a new resident of the state? As a Pennsylvanian, let me just say the issue wasn't just that he's a new resident of the state. It's that he's from Jersey, which if you're from Pennsylvania, that's not
big
true.
no-no.
That's not from Connecticut. That's a whole other thing it means. But look.
Yeah, you should be disqualified in general. No one from Jersey should ever run for office, and yes, that includes myself.
We're just checking out there outside of Philadelphia.
Disqualified.
40,000 mail-in ballots now have been scanned. They're
In Turkey.
Where was he born? Was he born in Jersey and then he grew up in Turkey and now he lives in
This
California?
dude from New Jersey, dude. I cannot imagine a more sus combination for American politics. You know what I'm saying?
Epic.
Anyway, moving on.
In 2020, they were disproportionately Democrat. In Bucks County, I've been talking about this all night, but because it's so important. You know, Pat Toomey wins Bucks County 6 years ago. He's reelected in a pretty competitive race in the United States Senate, right? So this is very key. Again, so the mail-in ballots. If you look at the moment, that's a 20.
Okay, I don't care that much.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And, you know, to put a comparison point on, you know, we always talk about how Chuck Schumer is not well liked by the Democratic base nationwide. Chuck Schumer has a net popularity rating of about -2 points. He is 38 points more popular than John Fetterman is with Pennsylvania Democrats. And I was also looking at Kristen Sinema, who, of course, ended up leaving the Democratic Party in Arizona. She was considerably more popular just before she shifted over than John Fetterman is at -40 points.
Is this a 108 point swing?
This is an 108 point swing. Very good mathematics here.
I was honestly thinking, is that even possible? All right, how does this compare to other? He faces a primary. If he wants to run again, you know, he faces an election in 2 years. If he runs in a Democratic primary, how have senators who lost their primaries, how does their whole situation compare to this?
I would just know John was like off on the screen going, what? Wait a minute, 108 point swing. You never see anything like that, but my goodness gracious. I mean, just take a look here. Okay, 2,000 senators, own party net ratings about when they lost a primary. Bob Smith plus 15, Arlen Specter plus 13. Of course, he switched parties to Democrat. That didn't work for him from Republican. Plus 6, Joe Lieberman. Dick Lugar was at 0 points. Lisa Murkowski was at -15 points.
Dick Lugar.
All of these were considerably more popular than John Fetterman is right now at -40 points. He is below the lowest, the ones who actually got beat in a primary. There is no historical analog to this. That is how unpopular John Fetterman is with Pennsylvania Democrats. There is basically no doubt in my mind that Fetterman decides to run for re-election as a Democrat. He will face a primary challenge and will be a very competitive one.
So Fetterman says that Democrats are suffering from what he calls Trump derangement syndrome. Is that a compelling argument to make among the voters there?
No. I mean, that is the last thing that Democrats want to hear. I mean, look at this. Lowest approval among Dems at this point in term 2. Donald Trump has just a 4-point approval rating. George W. Bush, who was not well liked, was at 10%. Richard Nixon was at 11%. Donald Trump is the lowest of the low on this point. The bottom line is this. John Fetterman, when you look at his net popularity rating at -40 points, he's on a completely other planet from Chuck Schumer, who is also unpopular, and he's on a different galaxy entirely from other incumbents who actually lost re-election far less popular than them.
We set it up by talking about his vote to push Markwayne Mullin through committee. How likely do the prediction markets think Markwayne Mullin is to get confirmed?
Yeah, John Fetterman basically was the bow on this because just take a look here. Okay, Chance Mullin's confirmed as DHS.
This guy's energy is making me uncomfortable. This guy is our new king. He gives us bad polls and he gives us good polls. He's going to be our new needle. Okay, I hope he's there on election night. I'm running our needle.
Secretary, and this is before May of 2026. Look at this, a 98% chance according to the CalStreet prediction market. John Fetterman is the big reason why Markwayne Mullin is going to get confirmed as DHS Secretary. Another reason for Democrats who already didn't like him to dislike him even more.
Harriet, thank you very much for
Thank you. I like you though.
Oh. Okay. Oh, we already saw that. Cringe. What is this? Use @time on desktop. Everyone sees the timestamp in their own time zone. No more, wait, 8 o'clock your time or mine? Did they not know how to put time zones before? Got them.
Criminal. I did vote for Mr. Trump. Deporting the criminals is a great policy. These foundations are poured ready to go, and we can't even start the construction on them. But we voted for the American dream, and unfortunately, right now, we're not seeing that.
For months, federal agents have been sweeping up workers at construction sites in South Texas.
ICE has raided us anywhere between 10 to 15 times throughout different subdivisions.
Now, work sites across the Rio Grande Valley have ground to a halt. And that's got some Trump supporters in this midterm battleground changing their minds.
These people would just show up to our job sites with no warrants, taking all our workers, even the workers with proper documentation.
Many who work in the construction industry here told us they largely rely on immigrant workers, some of whom are undocumented. DHS did not respond to the Times request for comment, but in a previous statement, it said these raids protect the nation's workforce.
I've supported Mr. Trump in every election that he's been a part of. We just never thought that this would come and affect us in the construction industry, but most importantly, affect our economy here in South Texas.
We are seeing a reduction of almost 60% of our volume on the residential side of our business. We applied for bankruptcy in December.
We saw a drop in sales of about $5.3 million. For 40 years, we had never laid anybody off, and until this happened, we were forced to.
And beyond construction, local businesses say fear is keeping shoppers at home.
And there's been a lot of loss of sales because of that. It killed us this year.
Construction is one of the main pillars to the economy here. Everybody's hurting.
In the Rio Grande Valley, two of President Trump's top priorities, the economy and mass deportation, are colliding as ICE raids upend the construction industry. And at a parade along...
I will say I am grateful for these Hispanic people, so I don't have to just be ashamed of the Cuban Gusano fucks that are all fucking conservative. I see that also extends to all Hispanic retarded fucking people in the United States. So amen. Good job, guys.
The U.S.-Mexico border, Democrats are trying to capitalize on voters' frustration.
The economic implications are huge. People who voted for Trump are no longer doing it because they can't afford to do it anymore.
For decades, the Rio Grande Valley, where more than 80% of the population...
Wait, am I face blind or I just don't know what's face blind? Is this Talarico or is this somebody different?
That's Talarico.
Okay, based. All right.
Where more than 80% of the population is Latino, reliably voted for Democrats. And in 2024, voters here swung further toward President Trump than almost anywhere else in the country.
You know, I think Democrats stopped showing up here. They took this community.
Do Hispanic people have any other holidays besides that Dia de la Muerte or whatever the fuck, the Day of the Dead? Why do I feel like in everything
Cinco
that has...
de Mayo?
Oh, I hear about that one. I don't know what the fuck that even is. But I feel like every time there's like a Hispanic, any TV show, movie, whatever, they're always celebrating like the Day of the Dead. Do they just do this like nonstop? Is that the only... Do they celebrate this holiday 12 times a year?
I love that holiday, man.
It's just Mexican.
For granted, and so when Republican politicians showed up and made big promises, people took a chance. A year later, we're seeing those promises weren't kept.
So we were going to build 196 apartments here in a year, but because of all the ICE raids and all the enforcements that we've been seeing, it's going to take us 3 years now to go ahead and finish this development.
Wow.
County property records
have thought about using AI.
Show these slowdowns have spread throughout the industry as banks that lend to home builders report fewer transactions.
We were seeing certain banks that did that kind of lending suddenly have much slower activity. Those numbers were declining, about 30 to 40%. We weren't sure why exactly, and I started asking some of these lenders, what is going on?
Name more than 2 white or American holidays that aren't Catholic-based. President's Day and Memorial Day.
Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Yeah, that too.
We found out that they were struggling to keep their people on the jobs because of ICE.
In February, Mario requested a meeting with ICE through his congressional representatives. He went to Washington, D.C. with a few other builders and pleaded with them to ease up on job sites in South Texas.
They basically told us that if a construction site is not fenced in, it's considered public property, and that's why they don't have to show a warrant. So we started fencing in all our properties.
He said that after the meeting, ICE activity at job sites did decline, but the damage had already been done.
I hope they realize that this is really, really affecting us.
Hispanics celebrate Catholic holidays, bro. How many Catholic holidays even are there? I know that like Easter and Christmas are the big 2. Is Halloween considered like a Catholic... What other Catholic holidays? Lent? Who the fuck? Get out of here. Ash Wednesday? Bruh. Who cares? Lent, Ash Wednesday, Good Friday. None of these are federal holidays, are they? Holidays to me.
Suck.
Holidays to me are when the federal holidays, when you're out of school and everything, okay? I know that I know that Wednesday wasn't a stupid fucking holiday because you had to go to school with those stupid fucking ashes all over your forehead. Oh, I'm so holy. Fuck out of here.
And it's affecting the way that we feel towards the administration.
Wow. It's affecting the way we feel. Okay. I have like 20 links open about Santos. True. Santos all of season 2. God, she just needs to get punched in the spirit to make her shape up or ship out.
She should have been fired season 1.
Whoa, just for being
She's
mean to
there
people?
on fucking day one causing problems, man.
Well, but she also discovered a drug abuser, so. But
he had it handled.
True, he did have it handled.
He had it completely handled. I don't know.
Ah. Professor Zhang made it to Tucker Carlson. This guy, dude. How much force did the ratchet strap put on this guy? Not safe for work. What's gonna happen? Oh no! Wait. What's gonna happen? Oh!
The fuck are you watching?
Is that like an instant death, or is that like a... Hold on, here.
I'm not watching it if it's a real person
Well,
getting fucking murked.
he might
by
not
a
be dead.
Lawnmower?
Well, no, not a lawnmower. Just there was a strap to hold a tree, I guess, and it snapped.
Oh, okay. Hold on, I'll watch.
Somebody said almost fatal levels of force. He's legitimately lucky to be alive. Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, he fucking lived. Who cares?
Oh, wait. The consensus on r/Felling Gone Wild was that Felling Gone Wild was that unfortunately this was fatal.
Oh,
yeah, that guy might be super dead.
Oh, yeah, he's for sure dead.
Oh, yeah? You're a felling expert now?
Yeah, big time.
You probably didn't even level your woodcut.
I didn't play that shit game. I played WoW.
Wow.
Wait.
Okay, we got this. Okay, my hearing. Okay.
Wake me up inside.
I'm going to do a quick... We didn't get to do this earlier. Do a quick tier list, and then we'll watch the hearing, okay?
Let me see.
Okay. Is it because I'm getting older, or do people not use names as much? I don't remember these people's names all the time. Do you know all the names of the people in the show?
Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Okay, Jesus. They got some wild ones.
There's a lot of names, too.
I need my Davids and my Michaels, my safe white names, okay?
It's fucking DEI, man.
It's DEI. It's too many weird-ass names, okay? Remember when Asian
Where's
people...
my Cameron?
When Asian people came to this country and they realized we need to name all of our children John or Emily? That's what we need to go back to, okay?
They knew what was going on.
Okay. Abbott is S tier. I'm sorry. Okay. I just don't know how I feel about her. And I heard the actor for her, she didn't like the abortion storyline or the miscarriage storyline, so she just left.
Wait, she just left over that?
That's why she's not on season 2.
Jesus Christ, crybaby. F tier.
F tier?
If you're gonna leave out of the fucking show?
The actor is part of a church that does gay exorcisms. Okay, fine. We'll F tier it.
Well, hold on. We might have to A tier her.
Stop. Oh, nurse lady? I like her quite a bit. And she handles shit generally. But she's a smoker. She got punched. She did come back to work. She's one of the few people that can talk to Robbie.
Which one? Oh, yeah. A tier for sure.
Okay.
She's great.
The sexy nurse guy that the Indian girl has a crush on, I think, is this guy.
C for me.
Yeah, he doesn't do much.
He doesn't do anything.
Talking about him. That's not him? Wait, am I mixing him up with oh, no, wait, that's this one.
No.
Ooh, this guy actually is a bit hotter, too.
Oh, wait, no. The Indian lady liked him in season 1, too.
No, it was definitely this guy. This guy is just a nurse that comes in and chats sometimes, but he doesn't say much.
In season 1, the guy that you're clicking right now, she tried to ask out, and he said he doesn't do that with colleagues. But then the lady who had the ankle monitor in season 1, she like invited him out for drinks, and he was like, yes.
I think that was this guy.
No fucking way. No, I think everyone in chat is literally wrong. I'm 99% sure I'm right.
No, it wasn't this guy. Because, yeah, this guy manages the bets and stuff. Which is cute. I'll put this guy as a B tier. There we go, okay. I like the mean surgery lady who works in the... Is it like ICU or the other? I like her.
She's fine.
I'll A tier her. Man, I sure do wish I could do things on Chrome without it being crazy. Stop. Who is this?
No idea.
The night shift doctor. Other night shift doctor. Doctor who got deposed along with Mel. Oh, she gave Mel advice and said it was pretty easy and not that bad. Has she only been in like 1 or 2 episodes? I feel like we've barely seen her now.
Oh, people said the deposition fucking sucks. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, you don't
Maybe
see any
Kathy
of
said
the
that.
deposition at all, so.
Sure.
She was in season 1 more? I'm just Ding her, just because we don't see much of her. Social worker lady. I mean, I like nothing special. She just doesn't do anything bad. I'll see tier her. Hospital administrator. Okay, so she's a stereotype of an annoying, overly burdensome administrator. However, props to them for not making it just an old white guy to be evil. So I'll see tier her, okay?
Yeah, I don't think she's not a bad actor or anything.
Well, this isn't about the actors, how you like the characters.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, then why did you put that lady in F tier then?
Well, because she has a miscarriage and leaves. The fuck?
But that's about the actor, not the character.
Well, she left the hospital too, right? She's not there anymore. The character left too.
I guess. So you're going to say because of the miscarriage? Okay.
Yeah, she must have. They have to write it in. Our TikTok star? I'll B tier her. Yeah. What?
It seems like a little... Oh, you know, I don't know. I don't like the fact that she's like a fucking 22-year-old prodigy.
An Indian with a parent who wants them to go into the same high education profession as them that's pushing them to overachieve or whatever? Is that super unbelievable to you?
No, it's too believable that it's kind of meh.
Langdon? Oof. Well, hold on.
King shit.
Can you make more tiers or whatever?
Just put him at the top of S tier.
No. I feel like there has to be like... Why do I have to keep moving this window to make this work? Okay. I would put him as S tier, but Abbott is just like... Okay. Nurse lady with the ankle monitor and everything. You know what?
I like her.
I A tier, I think. Yeah. I like Mel. Is that okay? The autistic doctor girl?
Yeah, she's good.
A
good
tier.
actor. Good character.
Okay, this one, Marone, what's her name?
Oh, I don't remember her exact name, but yeah, I like
nice.
her too.
Good one.
She was fun.
Mahone?
Mahomie.
She's okay. I feel like everything she's involved in is like a little bit preachy. Like a black person comes in and like this is like the kind of girl where if you were black and you went to a hospital and you're like, I don't want to be treated by a racist doctor that's not going to take my pain seriously. She's like, I'll take you so seriously. I'm going to diagnose you with sickle cell just by looking at you. Like it's a little bit too much, you know? She's a doctor? Wait, did I say somebody here wasn't a doctor? These two are doctor. All three of these are doctors. This one's not a doctor. Did I call her not a doctor? She's a doctor. You called McKay a nurse. Oh, sorry. McKay's a doctor. Nurse. Her and her friend. Are these the two that are always speaking Spanish with each other? These two?
Yes. Yes, those two.
I feel like they're pretty funny. But they don't do anything exceptional. I'll B tier them, I think.
I don't do anything wrong.
Robbie.
Our king.
Our king.
I'd put him behind the other guy, but...
Spanish, yeah. It's Spanish. Close enough, okay. I am Santos's #1 hater. I hate this motherfucker.
Me too. I think she should have got fired season 1.
God, I hate this motherfucker.
She came in and acted insane immediately.
Yep. This is the mom of the Indian girl. She's kind of mean to her daughter. I'm C-tiering this one.
Is she mean?
Yeah. Oh, and she
I
roasted her
watched most of
daughter
season 2.
over the when the system was down and that patient thing got fucked up. She's like, "Oh, you're better than this." Like, I don't know. I just feel like I don't like her. Not a big fan of her. Not a big fan of her. Actually, you know what? I haven't even seen her do anything like exceptional medically. Like I haven't seen it's not like she comes in. It's like, oh my god, she really knows her shit. She really just comes in and she's just like a doctor. She's like a whatever.
Yeah, that's how it's always felt to me. Season 1, she just came in and
oh, I'm a doctor.
She's just doctoring around.
Yeah. Fuck that. The latest episode she does. What did she diagnose her do in the last episode? I'm trying to remember. What was it?
Holy shit! Can you imagine if House shows up in a season?
True.
Actual cinema.
Cuts the rib open. Came out today? Wait, an episode came out today, or you mean the one last night? If she's a surgeon, then she's a surgeon. That's her fucking job.
I mean, the other lady's a surgeon, and we like her.
Which lady? Oh, this? Yeah, because she's funny and epic and based. And she's like, and even though she's smashing Santos, she doesn't let Santos get away with being a dickhead to Langdon. So I respect that. She separates her work and her personal life.
True.
Asian doctor guy, I feel like he has aura. I'm putting him on A. I liked his introduction. He was outside the thing. Robbie's running through all this shit, and you think that Robbie's like the only serious doctor, and that this guy's like a jerk off. And then after Robbie runs through, like he's like, "Listen, bro, I can handle shit. Okay, calm the fuck down. Go get your wristbands. Go have an emotional breakdown."
That was season 1, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I liked him.
Yeah, I like this guy. He was good. Who is this white woman?
I think that's like a new second season doctor, if I recall.
Night shift surgeon. Oh, I feel like I barely have seen her. I'll see to her, I guess. I don't know if I've seen her like at all. Well, but I D-tiered her for not seeing her much. I feel like D-tier should be like you don't like her. No, I'll C-tier him. Because I feel like D-tier, you gotta fuck up to get down here, you know? And I don't feel like these two have fucked up at all. Our Nebraska boy, I like Whitaker. And he's smashing the wife of the fire burn guy and like stealing his family.
Yeah.
What? What do you mean Jesus Christ?
I mean, that is not...
What?
That's not good. He can't do that. That's fucked up.
Why not? He's just absorbed a new family. They got a farm and everything. He's taking over that dude's whole estate. That's Chad.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that guy... That's got to be against some sort of code.
I think the rats did a good job running around while I steered them.
The rats were good.
This doesn't have some season 2. How do we not have... Wait, am I crazy?
But stealing drugs is okay? I mean, the guy wasn't using them.
True. Oh, wait. This is just season 1, isn't it? Are any of these people season 2 exclusive? Or new on season 2? Okay, I don't know.
Aerith's calling you a racist and a sexist.
Based. New Trump clip.
Been hitting him awfully hard. I mean, what we've been hitting him awfully hard. I mean, I don't know if you can possibly get hit harder, but these are thugs and animals and horrible people. But you can't hit anybody harder than we've hit them. But I'm not surprised. They executed 3 young people for protesting. Well, we've been hitting them awfully hard. I mean...
Okay.
You said opening the Strait of Hormuz is a simple military maneuver. Very simple. Yeah, but what did you mean by that? It's a simple military maneuver. It's relatively safe, but you need a lot of help in the sense of you need ships, you need volume. And NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the courage to do so.
Like, he's just so stupid. That's the thing I hate about him the most. He's just so stupid.
And others could help us, but, you know, we don't use it. You know, at a certain point, it'll open itself at a certain point. But we've defeated the enemy, and they are an enemy. They're a sick group of people. The leadership is gone, the Navy is gone, the Air Force is gone, the anti-aircraft equipment that they have, the radar they have is all gone. Everything's gone. The strait itself, the actual strait, how are you? The strait itself is, we're doing a good job. But it would be nice if the countries, including China, if the countries that use it, China uses it 90% of their energy. Japan is 95% of the energy. It would be nice if those countries would get involved.
And it's very cool. Oh my gosh. Isn't that great? Just went up yesterday. Wow.
That's awesome.
Think Joe Biden would do this? I don't think so. Do you think he'd think of it? Do you think he knows what it is? Wow. No, but...
Oh my God. All right. Let me use the bathroom or wash this hair. One sec.
It's called the restroom. Tomorrow, everyone, viewer call-ins on Destiny's stream. Subscriber call-ins, I guess I should say. They're going to be moderated by me. I'm going to not allow any AI debates. I'm probably not going to allow any debates on veganism. I'm going to institute you have 3 minutes, and then chat will vote on if you are kept or if you're kicked. We're going to keep trying that. I liked that last time. Israel-Palestine will be allowed at the beginning, but if a topic becomes too much, I'm going to then ban it, and I'll upload like the pin in the DGG chat. So currently at the start, the ban topic is AI, and there's a soft ban on veganism. If you come in to debate veganism, you have to have a stance that you are anti-vegan. I don't want to hear any pro-vegan arguments where you're trying to talk Steve into veganism, because that's boring. Yeah, sure, fuck it, 5 minutes then. Ban abortion? Well, hold on. Let's let one come in. What happened to farming Asmongold callers? That is going to be hopefully either next week or the week after. I don't know why they wanted to do subscriber call-ins this week. I was going to do Asmongold, but then subscriber call-ins were called, so. We will get that going, though. 10-minute ads. Ban life and financial advice? Oh, financial advice for sure banned. Big, huge ban. I'm probably going to be mean, okay? So if you come in and you ask some stupid shit, you're just going to get immediately kicked out. Because there's 50,000 people who want to come fucking talk instead of you. This week is mean viewer call-ins, okay? I will be doing morning anything else. And then probably going to go offline for Dear Leader. And then I will do the viewer call-ins for him.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Who decided that? Sorry.
Me. Wait, don't do Arc Raiders, do Slay the Spire. Why do you have to do duos?
I need to finish my projects, okay? And then I'll do more Slay the Spire.
Nice.
Fuck, I was going to say something, you just deleted my fucking brain, Mootin. Fuck, what was I...
You said who decided that?
Hold on. Oh. Has Mamdani or his wife spoken about the tweets or anything? Have they made any official statements or whatever? Or have any Democrats responded to it?
I hope not.
Me too.
Doesn't deserve any fucking time.
Yeah, I know she deactivated the account, but I hope that none of them. I hope they continue to starve it. It is so cringe and irritating. I just saw fucking Brianna fucking Wu jump on this train too, seeing all the people trying to hand wring over. She tweeted out the N-word with the soft A when this girl was 15 years old and has probably been called the N-word before. Like, oh my god, give me a break. It's actually so fucking pathetic. This is his tweet. No, please don't cuck out. Please don't cuck out. Based. Okay.
What do you say?
I don't know. It's a picture of some shitty cup of New York coffee, probably. I will say, for a city that probably has a greater diversity and higher quality of food than any other country in the world, New York City people sure do stand some of the shittiest fucking food possible, like New York pizza.
Like what? Oh, you're retarded.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You like the
You're trolling.
cardboard and cheese? You like that? That's good to you.
What do you mean
You
cardboard
like cardboard and cheese?
What are you talking about?
That's cool. Let me guess. You ready?
New York style pizza is the best.
Are you ready to be destroyed?
Go ahead.
By my whole chat. You're going to lose everything here. Are you ready?
ahead. Yeah.
Do you think it's acceptable to fold pizza and eat it?
Yeah. Why not?
That's it. Yeah, there it is. See? You guys are not human. It's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable to me that you would pretend to be a serious person.
Why the fuck not?
I don't have to say anything else. You've destroyed yourself, Mootin. Do you understand?
Okay. You're just a fool. I get it.
National Security Agency, Lieutenant General William J. Hartman, and Director of Defense Intelligence
Swap my
Agency,
screen. I don't wanna
Lieutenant
see
General
your
James
argument,
H. Adams III. Thank you all for being here. It's a gross understatement to say that a lot has occurred since we met at this hearing last year. Before I address the issues I had planned, I want to address Iran. Once it was clear that diplomacy would not stop Iran from developing a nuclear weapon or holding the world under threat through ballistic missiles and terrorist networks, President Trump took decisive action to eliminate the threat. Make no mistake, Iran is committed to acquiring nuclear weapons. It's been their policy.
Do you eat with a fork and knife? No, you hold it. What are you talking about? But you don't fold a pizza. That's ridiculous.
You have to fold it if it's going to flop.
Then you're eating bad pizza. Then why don't you eat a real piece of pizza?
No, your average fucking pizza is so stuffed with toppings that you can barely fit it in your mouth, which means that it's going to fucking flop no matter what.
Okay, why not just, if you want to eat bread, just get breadsticks.
What are you talking about,
If
man?
you're
How
so
do you
mad
eat your pizza normally?
that you're putting stuff on your pizza to make it good, why are you... Oh, I can't have any toppings on my pizza. I just need to sprinkle some cheese and then eat my cardboard paper.
Respond to my claim.
What claim?
How do you eat your pizza with all those toppings?
You pick it up with your hand and you put it in your mouth and bite it.
Okay, so you're telling me your pizza doesn't flop?
Nope. It doesn't.
You're lying.
I don't
man.
eat floppy
You're lying.
pizza.
I don't know what to tell you. You're lying.
I don't eat floppy pizza. Sorry.
You're lying. Okay, you can lie.
And it is their intent. Anyone who thinks we weren't on borrowed time is refusing to acknowledge the failure of prior policies. It's a simple fact that the consecutive administrations had exhausted all other options to end this threat. Our witnesses here are tasked with providing intelligence to inform decision makers. But there's only one person in America who has the responsibility and the obligation to act when he believes there is a clear and present danger to our safety. The Commander-in-Chief has that duty, and I commend his decisiveness in this most difficult of decisions. I've been in briefings that the administration provided to all members, to this committee, and to the Gang of Eight. The classified case is...
New Yorkers are literally 2 months away from just arguing that they should be able to throw their pizza in a blender and drink it, and it's going to be the same shit. Unbelievable.
Clear, even if it can't be fully discussed in the open. The president made a difficult but necessary decision. My Democrat colleagues have made it clear that they don't agree. What we shouldn't disagree on is that the United States has effectively been at war with the Iranian regime for the last 47 years. The Death to America is not just a slogan on a t-shirt that you buy at Tehran International Airport or at the campus bookstore at Columbia University. It's their ethos and their policy. They are responsible for the deaths of countless Americans. I want to thank the many service members and intelligence officers involved in Operation Epic Fury for their selfless service. For those who have lost loved ones in this fight, please know that you are in our prayers. Most
Anybody
sincerely.
else who's epic out here, guys?
Your loved ones died in service to the United States of America. We honor them and you for their service. Freedom-loving people everywhere are thankful for their sacrifice. That said, there are a few other topics it's important for me to address.
I will say
First, after 4 years of Biden's
is
wide
the
open...
best pizza shape.
True. True.
I'll agree with you there.
Open borders and anemic foreign policy. In just one short year, the Trump administration has secured our borders and reasserted America as a decisive leader that commands respect on the world stage.
True.
This administration has secured a stunning number of wins for the United States, including reasserting the importance of the Western Hemisphere and disrupting China's predatory Belt and Road activities in our neighborhood, negotiating a ceasefire in Gaza resulting in the freeing of the hostages held by the bloodthirsty Hamas terrorists, and working with our NATO partners to more than double their defense spending against pressing threats from CCP and Russia. I thank each of the witnesses here today for their parts in the reassertion of American leadership. Second, our role here is to both authorize your authorities and resources and oversee their implementation. One of those authorities is FISA 702, which expires in just over a month. The President is seeking an 18-month clean extension to provide more time to assess the implementation of the 56 reform measures included in the last...
Listen, I know people are saying that this was a thing before Trump, but I don't believe it. This obsession with calling things like clean...
Oh, clean colon shit? Yeah, retarded.
Yeah, oh, no, not that. That is retarded. But like when you can't pass... Did this guy flashlight me and then shoot my free kit? This obsession with calling things like a clean resolution or a clean budget or a clean thing because you can't pass a real budget, so you're just trying to pass bits and pieces, is so fucking stupid and cringe to me. Oh my God.
Reauthorization. I'm working with the ranking member, House leadership, and Judiciary Chairman Jordan to support that request. We look forward to an update from the panel today on compliance efforts, ERISA implementation, and mission value. Third, last year I made clear my expectation that we would work together to end the weaponization of the intelligence community, improve analytic integrity, and fix our broken counterintelligence enterprise. Many in Congress and across our nation have lost trust in the intelligence community. While we have made progress, there's still much work that remains to be done. I hope to continue working with each of you to do the hard things necessary to protect American citizens while regaining their trust. I also remain committed to tackling the issues that allow hostile foreign powers to operate so effectively against us, including within the United States. Specifically, foreign intelligence threats targeting the United States now surpass levels seen at the height of the Cold War in both scale and complexity. These threats include cyber penetrations of critical infrastructure, U.S. government systems, and private sector innovators, as well as surveillance near sensitive military installations, intelligence collection against foreign dissidents living in the United States. Like in the Cold War, where conflict often gave way to irregular operations below the level of traditional warfare, today's adversary tactics have made the homeland a contested environment. We must properly resource and reform our nation's counterintelligence enterprise to meet that threat. We must transform our approaches in order to confront adversarial intelligence services at scale, driving back operational activities in the homeland and forcing our adversaries to rethink their risk calculus for operating in the United States. Unfortunately, in recent years, the counterintelligence enterprise lost a significant amount of credibility with the American people due to the actions of those involved in cases like Crossfire Hurricane and Arctic Frost. For our intelligence community to best serve America, the CI community and the larger IC must stay out of domestic policy debates and focus on unrelenting, aggressive mission execution. For our intelligence community to best serve America, the CI community and the larger IC must stay out of those debates. Director Gabbard, I want to particularly commend your efforts in this space. Specifically, I want to thank you and President Trump for working with us to declassify the HPSI Majority Staff Report on the 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment on Russian Plans and Intentions in the 2016 election. The Majority Staff Report, which had been kept from the American people for 8 years, proves that the 2017 ICA, the public genesis of the Russia collusion hoax, was a politicized document.
Wow.
Its key assessment on Putin's hopes for the 2016 election was built on, at best, abysmal analytic tradecraft, and at worst, willful political charged intentions. This was a necessary act of transparency to begin the process of rebuilding trust with the American people and the IC. But please know the challenges facing each one of you that are testifying here is not lost on this committee. Getting a large ship back on the right course is never easy. The task can certainly be challenged by unforeseen obstacles and obstructions. You know you are doing something right when all the weapons in the media's arsenal are pointed directly at you. Thank you all for pressing forward. We can walk and chew gum.
You know, the more people that call you retarded, the smarter you actually are.
Same time, and we must have our IC as aggressive as ever in pursuing its mission while holding those accountable who participated in its misuse. I thank each of you for doing this and encourage you to all keep moving on both fronts. Finally, now I want to speak to our remarkable IC workforce. I'm immensely proud of the incredible work that you do, especially over the last year, to support critical military intelligence and law enforcement operations. From Operations Midnight Hammer, Absolute Resolve, Southern Spear, and Epic Fury, to the many other operations you've conducted in the shadows with no fanfare, Americans will never be able to fully appreciate all you do to protect this nation. I think I can speak for the entire committee when I say we extend our deepest gratitude. America truly has the best of the best in our ranks. It's for this primary reason I would like to address the House Intelligence Committee's ongoing investigation into the intelligence community.
Where is my Hassan stream, Mootin? Has he streamed yet today?
Brother.
He was supposed to be streaming today.
He's still on the fucking plane, man.
He was supposed to be streaming today.
He's still on the plane, dude.
What do you think of the chances that he would just go to like some island in the Caribbean How much power does Cuba
There's no
have right
way.
now? Like, wouldn't it be weird? Like, imagine if he's like one of the only people with power, sitting with his like $7,000 outfit, streaming in some bougie hotel room, while everybody else is suffering on the island. Jesus.
Well, I don't think he's gonna stream because he's gonna cope. He's gonna be like, well, the bad Banana guy says he's gonna fucking kill me.
Okay, true.
Community's mishandling of anomalous health incidents, also known as Havana syndrome, and the mistreatment of AHI survivors. I'm aware of the drastic increase in media reporting around.
ASU approved our event with Destiny. Then Erica Kirk shows up and complains. Hours later, it's canceled at a public university. We're suing Arizona State. What? Our shit better not be canceled. I already booked my tickets.
On this issue, and I'd like to first reiterate the committee's commitment to releasing additional unclassified information. Our team has worked diligently to conduct this investigation with the utmost integrity, and we cannot be driven by outside timelines. I commit to the workforce to release additional reports as appropriate. Put simply, it's my clear opinion that individuals in the intelligence community were involved in a cover-up. Manipulating intelligence processes in a breach of Intelligence Community Directive 203 to provide a desired outcome rather than a forthright analysis to inform decision makers. Our investigation, the vast majority of which remains appropriately classified, continues to show that the intelligence community assessment was constructed upon flawed analytic tradecraft. This includes the use of study results from the National Institutes of Health that were manufactured through highly unethical means and in collaboration with individuals working for the CIA.
Whoa!
ICAs carry a great deal of weight. While typically classified, the impact is increased exponentially when declassified and released as part of public messaging effort, as was done with the AHI ICA. As I have repeatedly stated since December of 2024, the AHI ICA and its follow-on updates caused real, serious harm to some of our nation's bravest. Last month, I called for its immediate recall, and I reiterate my position today. According to recent media reporting, Director Gabbard, your office has said your review of the ICA will be, quote, comprehensive and complete.
What state
end
is
quote,
this
and
guy from?
that you remain committed to sharing findings from your review with the American people. Thank you for that. And separately, Director Ratcliffe, your team is also quoted in recent media reporting saying that you support the OD&I review and look forward to the report. Thank you so much for that, Director. I thank both of you for your commitment to this review's completion and publishing. This issue is complex and the underlying facts are not as simple as often portrayed in the public. No fully informed analysis will make everyone happy. That said, today I call for this review to be provided to the committee and strongly urge you to release the public whatever portion of this review can be made unclassified. This is vital to rebuilding trust moving forward. I want to thank our witnesses again for being here today. And with that, I want to recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Himes, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a big welcome to all of our witnesses. I hope that whatever else is said today, that you will convey to your workforces our deep admiration and appreciation for their diligence, their commitment, and their sacrifice.
Deep hammer.
Sometimes this moment feels a little bit like that old Billy Joel song, We Didn't Start the Fire, North Korea, Red China, war in Ukraine, Greenland, Cuba, terrorism, burning drug boats, and of course, the massive fire that we did start, our latest Middle Eastern war. Where to begin? Our national elections are about 7 months away, and plenty of Americans are worried that President Trump may indeed, as he said, take control. Meanwhile, we are not receiving the traditional indications or warnings of foreign intelligence efforts to interfere in those elections. There have been several terrorist attacks in recent weeks, and meanwhile, the FBI, our premier counterterrorism agency, has pivoted hard to immigration enforcement. But I can't begin today with anything other than that fire that we did start, Iran. The Constitution, to which every single one of us swears an oath, reserves decisions of war to the representatives of the people. And that's not ink on parchment. There are good reasons for that.
What?
First, let's start with why.
Okay.
Why did we and are we risking our blood and treasure on a deeply risky venture, one that the President of the United States and the Director of National Intelligence have spent years telling us is a terrible idea?
True. Good question. Why?
The president has said that Iran was preparing an imminent attack on the United States.
Okay.
That is not true.
Ooh.
As awful as the regime is and always has been, not one of your agencies has produced a single report saying that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States. The president also claimed that Iran would soon possess a nuclear weapon, perhaps in weeks. That is also not true. It is not supported by a single report from your agencies, and it is certainly belied by the repeated claim that Iran's nuclear capability was obliterated mere months ago.
Ooh.
Second, let's consider the consequences, as the Congress should have done. The Congress, not one man, should consider whether our constituents in uniform will live or die. The Congress, not one man, should decide if Americans will spend an additional $30 a week to fill their gas tanks. The Congress, not one man, should consider if it is wise to allow the Russians to sell their oil to India so that they have millions of dollars with which to kill the Ukrainians that we are now begging for help to defend ourselves against Iranian drones.
True.
Finally, had the administration chosen to
Where's
abide
Mr. Himes from?
by the Constitution, Congress might have considered the answer to General Petraeus's all-important question. Tell me how this ends.
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. Wait. I thought that there was a flotilla that Hassan said he would be on, and then he pussied out because he's a loser. Are you telling me that there was never a flotilla and all these people were just flying? Now we're on our way to Cuba. Our Code Pink delegation to the NYT America convoy is carrying thousands of pounds of urgently needed humanitarian aid. Maybe these people are flying to Florida and then they'll get on a flotilla? What? This girl doesn't look happy. It says on the bottom of the page to change from flotilla to convoy to allow for more aid. What is a convoy? You mean from boats to planes? Or what? Like, you can have a convoy of... I don't know what that means. Hold on. They changed... We've been inundated with requests to support this critical mission. That's why we're opening the mission to delegations from across the world. To maximize the amount of aid we can carry, NYT America calls on communities everywhere to collect aid and converge in Havana on March 21st. This approach will ensure the largest amount of aid reaches Cuban people in the most efficient manner possible. What is the Convoy to Cuba? Coalition of individuals and organizations dedicated to delivering critical humanitarian aid to the Cuban people. This doesn't make any sense to me. Can't boats hold more people and more supplies? Okay, this is not a convoy nor a flotilla. This is just a bunch of people flying to Cuba. Like, what is... When they say thousands of pounds of aid, do they just mean they, like, packed stuff in their luggage? Our charter flight, oh my God, with thousands of pounds of aid, gets ready to depart Miami to Havana. Loader box! There he is! I'm just kidding. Where's Hassan? I thought Hassan said they couldn't broadcast this because it was OPSEC and it would lead to horrible things. Are these guys crazy?
Cuba si bloqueo no. Cuba si.
If they had thousands of pounds of aid, wouldn't you have like a picture of this or video of this? They are flying from LA Southwest, has a direct flight to Cuba from LAX. Well, but it says... No, it says this is going from Miami to Havana. They might have flown LAX first to Miami, I guess, but then Miami to Havana, but... What is the aid they're bringing? Wait, he's live! Oh my God. My king! Why can't you thank your top supporters on Kick? Thank local NiceMeMe for the 8 subs. Thank you! Local NiceMeMe for the 5 gifted Kick subs. I need this to make a sound when it happens. Breaking Z update. Unfortunately, at ASU canceled our Unfuck America Tour event that we had scheduled on Monday with the Omni Liberal. We are still showing up on campus anyway. As a result, we are filing a lawsuit against Arizona State University for violating First Amendment rights. The same day it was canceled, Mrs. Erica Kirk showed up at the campus and complained about Unfuck America. Ironically, in that same meeting, Erica scolded her chapter members for not countering our event. She told them to stop talking about Iran and just talk about freedom of speech.
I put the kids to bed and I put the kids to bed and I thought to myself, you guys are in our backyard. And I was really frustrated that you guys weren't able to have the counter tabling for the Unfuck America Tour, and that really pissed me off. Especially because we have some really good people that could be on campus to counter program that.
Why didn't they have the counter tabling? Because nobody wanted to debate me because they knew they'd get crushed. We had the approval for this, by the way. I think like on the 11th, like a week and a half ago. They confirmed our event, so that's kind of
Yeah, no, to answer your question, my husband isn't there to say whether or not we should be at war with Iran. I would love for him to be here right now and tell us if we should or should not. I would love it. I miss his voice more than anyone in this world. And, you know, it's frustrating when you have people speaking for him. I have a sentiment for that. But thank the good Lord that we have a bunch of his videos that we can look back on. And it's like chapters like this, I have to commend you. This is amazing. All of you guys sitting here together having...
This is Erica Kirk? Yes. Apparently she was at ASU 2 nights ago.
Discourse dialogue. That's what Turning Point USA is about. And that's what I wanted to continue. So when you ask what's our stance on the war, what's our stance on that, I actually would prefer that we have these types of discussions where our stance is on freedom of speech. And I want you guys to all continue to just...
Well, I retweeted. This isn't what Charlie would have wanted, guys. Cringe. Oh! Oh my god, he's in Cuba! You can tell, because he's got the hat on. And the shirt. This is freaking epic. He has to get pictures with some of the people there. If he doesn't get pictures with people there, I don't think he went to Cuba. I think he's in he either is at some other island or he just went to some hotel somewhere and he's just chilling. Do you see Bad Up and Out on Cuba is trying to stalk him? Get the geolocator guy on the job. Get the geolocator guy. Where is he? Okay.
When the Iranian Navy is sunk and the missile launchers are destroyed and we have re-obliterated the nuclear infrastructure, do we declare victory and sail away? How do we feel about a new supreme leader who is more extreme and vicious and dedicated to the development of a nuclear weapon than the last one? Do we do a deal with him? How do we get him to open the Strait of Hormuz? Do we bomb more? And if we sail away and declare victory, are we back there 9 months from now to resink a rebuilt Navy and rebomb rebuilt missile launchers? Is this going to be an every 9-month thing, or is it going to be annual?
True.
The very core purpose of the intelligence community is to answer these questions for the president, for us, and for the American people. Right now, as we watch the dignified transfer of lost American patriots at Dover, as we watch gasoline approach $5 a gallon,
it's not good.
As we watch our allies mocking us on the world stage, we need to know.
I thought they respected
us. Were those questions asked? How did you answer them for the President of the United States? And did he listen? I understand that the administration may come to the Congress to ask for funding of $200 billion for this war.
Damn, that's a lot of money.
As you answered those questions for us today, I'd ask you to remember that old saying, if you want me there for the landing, make sure I'm there at the takeoff.
Wow, deep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
3 deep, 5 years.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. Before I turn it over to Director Gabbard, I would like to thank General Hartman for nearly 4 decades of service. I know you're retiring, I think, tomorrow. You are here. I just applaud your service to this nation and your leadership at the NSA, and thank you and wish you all the best in your retirement.
Thank you, Chairman. I think tomorrow as well.
All right. Thank you. Director Gabbard, you're recognized.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Good morning,
Gab.
Chairman Crawford, Ranking Member Himes, members. I'm here today to present the 2026 Annual Threat Assessment and joined by my colleagues, the directors of the CIA, the DIA, FBI, and NSA. This briefing is being provided in accordance with ODNI's statutory responsibility. What I'm briefing here today does not represent my personal views or opinions, but rather the assessments of the intelligence community of the threats that facing the United States, our homeland, and our interests. In this assessment, we're following the structure of priorities that were laid out in the President's national security strategy, starting with threats to our homeland, then shifting to global risks. The defense of our homeland is of the utmost importance to the American people, and efforts by this administration over the last year to bolster homeland defense have yielded significantly positive results. For example, the strict enforcement of U.S. policies at the U.S.-Mexico border and regionally have served as a deterrent and drastically reduced illegal immigration. Based on Customs and Border Patrol data, January 2026's monthly encounters are down 83.8% compared to January of 2025. The drivers of migration are likely to continue. Potential worsening instability in countries like Cuba and Haiti risk triggering migration surges. Smugglers who often operate as transnational criminal organizations view chaos as an opportunity for profit and will likely continue to profit from these illegal immigration flows. These TCOs continue to pose a daily and direct threat to the health and safety of millions of U.S. citizens, primarily by producing and trafficking in illegal drugs. Under President Trump's leadership, fentanyl overdose deaths have seen a 30% decrease from September of 2024 to September of 2025. His aggressive efforts to more directly and actively target these transnational criminal organizations and reduce the inflow of fentanyl precursors has already had a significant
How are we going to power the
impact, which is likely to
reactors
continue.
if we're not getting any more?
Mexico-based transnational criminal organizations like the Sinaloa cartel and Jalisco New Gen.
Notice I should compare it specifically to January 25th. Wait, what do you mean by that? What's the significance of that? Reporting to FENTCOM, true. Oh, you mean January 2025?
Generation cartel dominate the production and smuggling of fentanyl, heroin, methamphetamine, and cocaine into the United States. Colombia-based TCOs and illegal armed groups like the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia and the National Liberation Army are responsible for producing and trafficking large volumes of cocaine into the U.S. and European markets, with some indicators that they are now attempting to expand to the Asia-Pacific region.
Damn.
Colombia remains the world's largest producer of cocaine, and Colombian criminal groups have expanded their trafficking relationships with neighboring Ecuadorian and Brazilian gangs. MS-13 is well established in cells in the United States and uses violence to intimidate the Salvadoran diaspora, engaging in murder, extortion, retail drug trafficking, firearms offenses, and prostitution, fueling increased violence and instability. These and other TCOs present a very tangible and individualized risk of violent crime to everyday Americans and contribute to regional instability. As the president increases counter-drug and counter-cartel pressures, they are likely to seek ways to try to adapt their operations, including shifting and decentralizing production locations and trafficking routes and methods. The United States continues to face a complex and evolving threat landscape with a geographically diverse set of Islamist terrorist actors seeking to propagate their ideology globally and harm Americans.
Not good.
Even as Al-Qaeda and ISIS organizationally remain weaker today.
Hassan claims that he flew to Miami, then flew in a fully chartered plane to Cuba. The one that we just saw, or are there multiple fully chartered planes leaving today to Cuba? Because he would definitely have been in that video. Unless he's like telling people like, start the video here. I don't want to be on anybody's social media, which would be funny in and of itself, but he said it was full of activists and politicians. Okay. We'll watch some later. I don't need to play-by-play of everything going on Hassan's stream. Thank you, though.
They were at their respective peaks. The spread of Islamist ideology, in some cases led by individuals and organizations associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, pose a fundamental threat to freedom and foundational principles that underpin Western civilization.
We've got a
These
tweet?
Islamist groups and individuals use this ideology for recruiting and financial
That's good.
support
So he
for
is in
terrorist
Cuba.
groups
Okay.
and individuals around the world, and to advance their political objectives of establishing an Islamist caliphate which governs based on Sharia. There are increasing examples of this in various European countries. President Trump's designation of certain chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations is a mechanism to secure Americans against this threat. In response to setbacks of their capabilities of conducting large-scale complex attacks, The IC assesses that Islamist terrorist groups have shifted towards focusing on executing information operations to spread propaganda and inspire or enable individuals located in or with access to the West. U.S. counterterrorism operations are ongoing, primarily in Iraq, Somalia, Yemen, and Syria, and have removed key terrorist leaders and operatives, degrading the ability of al-Qaeda and ISIS to quickly reconstitute its leadership and launch large-scale attacks against the homeland.
The homeland?
Strict U.S. border enforcement measures and increased deportations of individuals with suspected links to Islamist terrorists have reduced access to the homeland and removed some potential sources of future terror attacks. Since January, U.S. officials have only had a handful of encounters at our borders with individuals associated with terrorist groups. This is a positive trend. However, our interagency coordinated efforts to identify, locate, and remove known or suspected terrorists who are already in the U.S. continues with vigilance.
Okay.
In 2025, there were at least 3 Islamist terrorist attacks in the U.S. Law enforcement disrupted at least 15 U.S.-based Islamist terrorist plotters. Roughly half of last year's...
In 2025, there were at least... She said there were 3 Islamist attacks in the U.S. What is she referring to here? I know we had the... Are we just accounting everybody that was anywhere near associated with Muslim or Islam shit? Like, there was the one where the 2 National Guard people were shot and killed. But, like, do we know... Was that, like... an Islamist thing or whatever, or the New Orleans thing? I don't even remember the New Orleans thing. Fuck me. List of terrorist incidents in 2025. Your keyboard is so not balanced. I can tell it's not. I can tell it's rocking.
It is, man.
I can tell it's rocking. I can tell it's rocking. I hate you.
It's because my mic is on the desk.
No, I hate you. A 42-year-old man inspired by the Islamic State drove a rented... Oh, okay. That counts, I guess. Damn, I don't even remember this. January 1st, killing 14 people. This was 3 months ago? No, this was a year and 3 months ago. Not good.
Or you.
What? And then what are the
What was your
other...
question?
When she says 3 Islamist terrorist attacks in 2025, I'm curious what she's referring to. Jesus.
The one on Austin Street?
A car bomb detonated at the entrance of a fertility clinic in Palm Springs, California, killing 1 person and injuring 4 others. Was this a guy who... He was the only... Oh. The perpetrator was identified as Guy Edwards Bartkus, a 25-year-old man from 29 Palms, California. He was the only person killed in the attack. Yikes, dipshit. And his motives stemmed from ideologies that included an anti-pro-life ideology, as well as pro-mortalist and anti-natalist beliefs. Okay, Jesus. The anti-natalists are out here doing terror attacks? Pro-mortalism, a philosophical belief that holds that it is better for being to die rather than continue living. Okay. Jesus. If I recall, he didn't want to kill anyone. Well, he did. Boulder, Colorado, United States. Mohammed Sabri Solomon, a male Egyptian living in Colorado, allegedly used a makeshift flamethrower and Molotov cocktails to attack a group participating in a solidarity walk for hostages taken from Israel during an October 7th attack. What are the 3 terrorists? 3 Islamist terrorist attacks. Okay, I don't know. Whatever.
disrupted plotters had some online contact with Islamist terrorists inspired by Islamist foreign terrorist organizations abroad. Al-Qaeda and ISIS pose the biggest threat to U.S. interests overseas in parts of Africa, the Middle East, and South Asia, where these groups operate. In the Middle East, AQAP in Yemen, ISIS-K in South Asia, and ISIS in Syria are among the most likely groups conducting external plotting.
What?
ISIS in Syria specifically is likely seeking to rebuild its ranks, expand support networks, and solicit funds by re-engaging with and recruiting from the likely hundreds of ISIS detainees and thousands of ISIS-linked women and children who escaped or were released from prisons and displaced persons camps. Meanwhile, state actors present a risk broader in scope by seeking new capabilities in kinetic and cyber warfare. The U.S. secure nuclear deterrent continues to ensure safety in the homeland against strategic threats. However, the IC assesses that Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and Pakistan have been researching and developing an array of novel, advanced, or traditional missile delivery systems with nuclear and conventional payloads that put our homeland within range. The IC assesses that threats to the homeland will expand collectively to more than 16,000 missiles by 2035, from the current assessed figure of more than 3,000 missiles. The IC assesses that China and Russia are developing advanced delivery systems meant to be capable of penetrating or bypassing U.S. missile defenses. North Korea's ICBMs can already reach U.S. soil. The IC assesses that it is committed to expanding its nuclear arsenal. Pakistan's long-range ballistic missile development potentially could include ICBMs with range capable of striking the homeland. The IC assesses that Iran has previously demonstrated space launch and other technology it could use to begin to develop a militarily viable ICBM before 2035, should Tehran attempt to pursue the capability. However, these assessments will be observed and updated as the full impact of Operation Epic Fury's devastating strikes on Iran's missile production facilities, stockpiles, and launch capabilities is determined. Shifting to the cyber domain, the IC assesses that China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and non-state ransomware groups will continue to seek to compromise U.S. government and private sector networks, as well as critical infrastructure, to collect intelligence and create options for future disruption and for financial gain. The IC assesses China and Russia present the most persistent and active threats and are continuing R&D efforts. North Korea's cyber program is sophisticated and agile. In 2025 alone, North Korea's cryptocurrency heist probably stole $2 billion, which is helping to fund the regime, including further development of its strategic weapons program. Financially or ideologically motivated non-state actors are becoming more bold, with ransomware groups shifting to faster, high-volume attacks that are harder to identify and mitigate. Innovation in the field of artificial intelligence will likely accelerate the threats in the cyber domain. They will increasingly shape cyber operations, with both cyber operators and defenders using these tools to improve their speed and effectiveness. For example, in August of 2025, cyber actors used an AI tool to conduct data extortion against international government.
Cyber actors? You mean VTubers? Get it?
Government, healthcare, and public health emergency service sectors, and religious institutions. Shifting to the Arctic, the IC assesses that Russia, and to a lesser extent China, aim to strengthen their presence in the region through increased maritime trade, natural resource extraction, and military activity. Russia, which has the longest coastline in the Arctic, has long sought recognition of its quote-unquote polar great power status and is deploying more military forces and building new permanent infrastructure. China, though not an Arctic country, is engaged in more limited efforts in the region to advance its strategic and economic interests. On the technology front, artificial intelligence capabilities are rapidly advancing and changing the threat landscape. As this is a defining technology that enables computers and machines to simulate human learning, comprehension, problem-solving, creativity, and autonomy, it'll be critical to ensure that humans remain in control of how AI is used and of the machines that may threaten to autonomously violate the interests of the American people across all domains. The IC assesses that China is the most capable competitor in this field and aims to displace the U.S. as the global AI leader by 2030. AI adoption at scale across the spectrum of usage poses serious risks. AI has the potential to aid in weapons and systems design and has been used in recent conflicts to influence targeting and streamline decision-making, underscoring the risk and likely threats that could manifest on the battlefield. Early developers in quantum computers will give countries an extraordinary technological advantage over others to quickly process national security information and break current encryption methodology used to protect sensitive finance, healthcare, and government information.
Damn.
The global security landscape is volatile and complex, with armed conflict growing more common and posing potential threats against U.S. interests. The space domain is becoming increasingly contested, with China and Russia developing counter-space capabilities to challenge U.S. space efforts. The threat of nuclear proliferation and advancing chemical and biological warfare capabilities continues to grow. Turn now to the Western Hemisphere, where flagging economies, high crime rates, pervasive organized crime, migration flows, corruption, and narcotics trafficking present a broad spectrum of risks to U.S. interests, and where strategic competitors seek to gain greater influence in the region. The IC assesses that Latin America and the Caribbean almost certainly will see hotspots of volatility in the coming year, with the potential to undermine or distract some countries from improving economies and living conditions and tackling illicit drug flows and cartels. The U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement review in 2026 will likely increase uncertainty in many Latin American countries, especially those that rely on Mexico as an export destination for intermediate goods for manufacture and onward export to the U.S. China, Russia, and Iran are seeking to sustain economic, political, and military engagement with Latin America. The IC assesses that China's demand for raw materials is likely to drive continued economic outreach, while Russia likely wants to expand its current security and diplomatic ties with Cuba and Nicaragua. The IC assesses that China aims to elevate its own political, economic, military, and technological power to increase its own regional positioning, global influence, and to fend off threats to their interests. While there are challenging areas where interests diverge, President Trump's diplomatic engagements with President Xi have enabled progress on areas where mutual interests align. The IC assesses that China continues to rapidly modernize its military forces across all domains in pursuit of its goal to achieve world-class status by mid-century. This includes building a force with the aim of being capable of deterring U.S. and allied forces in the region, and to achieve their stated objective of having the capability to seize Taiwan by force if necessary. However, the IC assesses that China likely prefers to set the conditions for an eventual peaceful reunification with Taiwan short of conflict.
That's just how she sounds.
An increasingly confident North Korean regime remains a source of concern regionally and globally. Its weapons of mass destruction, conventional military capabilities, illicit cyber activities, and demonstrated willingness to use asymmetric capabilities poses a threat to the U.S. and its allies, particularly South Korea and Japan. North Korea's partnership with Russia is growing, and in 2025, Kim took steps to improve ties with China, still North Korea's most important trading partner and economic benefactor. The IC assesses that North Korea's support for Russia in the war against Ukraine has increased North Korean capabilities as their forces have gained combat experience in 21st century warfare, along with equipment. Pyongyang continues to develop and expand its strategic weapons programs, including missiles that can evade U.S. and regional missile defenses. Russia retains the capability to selectively challenge U.S. interests globally by military and non-military means. The IC assesses that the most dangerous threat posed by Russia to the U.S. is an escalatory spiral in an ongoing conflict such as Ukraine, or a new conflict that led to direct hostilities, including the deployment of nuclear weapons. The IC assesses that Putin continues to invest in Russia's defense industrial base, as well as novel capabilities that may pose a greater threat to the U.S. homeland and forces abroad than conventional weapons. The IC assesses Russia has advanced systems, hypersonic missiles, and undersea capabilities designed to negate U.S. military advantage. Russia is also building extensive counter-space capabilities to contest U.S. space dominance. Its development of a nuclear counter-space weapon poses the greatest single threat to the world's space architecture. During the past year, the IC posed capabilities to contest U.S. Russia is also building extensive counter-space capabilities to contest U.S. space dominance. Its development of a nuclear counter-space weapon poses the greatest single threat to the world's space architecture. During the past year, the IC assesses that Russia has maintained the upper hand in its war against Ukraine. Ongoing U.S.-led negotiations between Moscow and Kyiv continue. Until such an agreement is met, if an agreement is found, Moscow is likely to continue fighting a slow war of attrition until they view their objectives have been achieved. In the Middle East, conflict and instability will shape security, political, and economic dynamics in a variety of ways. The IC assesses that Operation Epic Fury is advancing fundamental change in the region that began with Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, continued with the 12-day war last year, resulting in weakening Iran and its proxies. The IC assesses that the regime in Iran appears to be intact, but largely degraded due to attacks by Israel and the U.S. on its leadership and military capabilities. Its conventional military power projection capabilities have largely been destroyed, leaving limited options. Iran's strategic position has been significantly degraded. The U.S.-led maximum pressure campaign and snapback of European sanctions added additional pressure to an already bleak Iranian economy, resulting in mass protest and with advancing fundamental change in economic dynamics and objectives have been achieved. If an agreement is found, negotiations between Moscow and Kyiv continue. Until such an agreement is met, if an agreement is found, Moscow is likely to continue fighting a slow war of attrition until they view their objectives have been achieved. In the Middle East, conflict and instability will shape security, political, and economic dynamics in a variety of ways. The IC assesses that Operation Epic Fury is advancing fundamental change in the region that began with Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, continued with the 12-day war last year, resulting in weakening Iran and its proxies. The IC assesses that the regime in Iran appears to be intact, but largely degraded due to attacks by Israel and the U.S. on its leadership and military capabilities. Its conventional military power projection capabilities have largely been destroyed, leaving limited options. Iran's strategic position has been significantly degraded. The U.S.-led maximum pressure campaign and snapback of European sanctions added additional pressure to an already bleak Iranian economy, resulting in mass protests earlier this year that Tehran suppressed by killing thousands of protesters. Even if the regime remains intact, internal tensions are likely to increase as Iran's economy worsens. Even so, Iran and its proxies continue to attack U.S. and allied interests in the Middle East. If a hostile regime survives, it will likely seek to begin a years-long effort to rebuild its military, missiles, and UAV forces. Prior to Operation Epic Fury, the IC assesses Iran was trying to recover from the severe damage to its nuclear infrastructure sustained during the 12-day war. Iran maintained the intention to rebuild its infrastructure and nuclear enrichment capability and continued to refuse to comply with its nuclear obligations with the IAEA, refusing them access to key facilities. The IC assesses that China, Russia, and North Korea see the United States as a strategic competitor and potential adversary. Iran has long viewed the U.S. as an adversary and is engaged in active conflict with the U.S. as of this writing. These four countries are likely to continue their selective cooperation with each other, which could bolster their individual capabilities and threats to U.S. interests more broadly. However, currently these relationships are primarily bilateral on selective issues and depend on broader circumstances, divergent sovereign interests, and in some cases concerns over directly confronting the U.S. These factors are likely to constrain their relationships. Finally, conflicts on the continent of Africa are likely to persist through 2026 due to poor governance, economic demands, and external support. Tensions continue between Ethiopia and Eritrea, which could rapidly accelerate to conflict. Contentious national and federal elections in Somalia could distract the federal government away from counterterrorism actions against al-Shabaab, which continues to conduct terror attacks while providing funding and propaganda support to other elements of al-Qaeda in Yemen. The civil war in Sudan continues even as external negotiations occur, and ISIS in West Africa and the Sahel have increased the intensity of their attacks against local security forces, expanding their areas of operation and moving closer to cities with a U.S. presence. African governments will use their wealth and critical minerals to seek partnerships that deliver them meaningful benefit. Concurrent conflicts and crises across the continent will continue to put U.S. citizens at risk and cause further instability. In closing, as leaders of the intelligence community, we remain committed to providing the President and policymakers with timely, unbiased, relevant intelligence to ensure the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Director Gabbard. We appreciate that. We'll now move to member questions, 5-minute increments. With that, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Director Patel, our state and local officials are on the front lines of increasingly dangerous, unrestricted warfare activities being undertaken by Chinese nationals, such as marijuana grow operations protected by armed militants, secret police stations engaged in transnational repression, Chinese-operated SIM farm sites, crypto mining facilities, and land purchases near strategic locations. The CCP is exploiting legal gray areas and the lack of awareness at the state and local level to establish strategic footholds. Two states, in fact, New Hampshire and Florida, are now advancing legislation to establish offices of counterintelligence, which would bolster states' ability to confront foreign adversaries without relying on the federal government. Do you support that? What can be done to better support the states and local officials?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have infused funding into our entire program taking on the CCP. And while we are well versed in the fact that we have our capabilities with folks like CFIUS when it comes to the purchases of land around.
What?
PvP? Stella?
Maybe later? I gotta focus. I gotta lock in on this fucking thing.
Okay.
Military bases, that only extends 1 mile under the current law. So the FBI had to get creative. So what we did was directly engage with our state and local partners. And I'll give you.
What the fuck do I have? Oh my god, this. Clav responded.
All right, let's
Chicken
see.
biryani?
Yep, exactly. Destiny is trying to interview. Dude, Destiny fell off.
Just get it. What's the prize? I don't know, Chad.
Where's Destiny even stream?
How you doing?
Fall off,
Doing
Mog.
bro, McD, by the way,
Yeah, like
can I tell
political?
you something, McD? I thought you were like a fat Mexican.
Honestly,
It's because I have a woman's name. Rip.
Two examples. 400-acre farm in the state of Texas was owned by a CCP official, but because he was outside the reach of the CFIUS law, the FBI executed a unlawful possession of firearms, a criminal complaint, and received it. We seized the land in its entirety, and that CCP national is back in mainland China, and we are working to get him back here. In another example, off the coast of Louisiana, we worked with Governor Landry's team on drilling sites off the coast of Louisiana because, again, they were outside the whole of CFIUS in the 1-mile radius, and with the intelligence we were able to provide our state and local authorities, they shut down that CCP drilling center, which we believed was actually used to provide and steal data and intelligence from American lives. So that's just a little bit of an example. On the marijuana grow houses, we have 6 active ongoing investigations in 6 multiple jurisdictions for specifically taking.
Did we ever actually change the structure of TikTok? Because I know they basically axed the TikTok ban bill that we even got a Supreme Court ruling to ban, and now they brag about saving TikTok. Do they still operate as a dual entity, or what happened? I don't know what even changed formally with the organization of that company. I don't remember.
CCP-affiliated grow houses from Maine to Georgia and across the country.
So it sounds like from your characterization of CFIUS, it's inadequate at this point. Maybe we could do something legislatively here in this body to provide some broader authority to address that challenge.
I would love that.
Okay, great, excellent, thank you. Director Ratcliffe, in January 2021, in your role at DNI as the director, you sent this committee a letter outlining your concerns about an intelligence community assessment in which, among other things, analysts tailored their analysis towards a preferred policy outcome. CIA management pressured analysts to withdraw their support from an alternative viewpoint, and the full body of intelligence reporting wasn't considered. Now, in your role as CIA director, you have retracted several reports for political bias and not meeting IC analytic standards. That's good progress. Retracting faulty reporting is a critical step, but I remain concerned about that it maybe doesn't get to the root of the problem. How many analysts were involved in the products you recently retracted?
I don't know the specific number, Chairman.
What remediation actions have taken place as a result?
Well, I've made the focus of, as you pointed out, both as DNI and now as CIA director, focused on the importance of analytic objectivity. As you pointed out, when I was the DNI, when I saw conduct from Russia and China, the exact same conduct result in different assessments, that's not a good reflection on the analytic judgments. Now, when I was the DNI, when I saw conduct from Russia and China, the exact same conduct result in different assessments, that's not a good reflection on the analytic judgments.
Radcliffe is not a retard, right? We don't think Radcliffe is retarded. I just haven't listened to opinions he's given out too many things, other than just knowing generally about him. He is. He's not. Just because two different countries have the same action, why would you necessarily view those the same? I mean, the two different countries can have different histories and there's different context. There must be something he's saying here that I'm just not understanding or whatever, or maybe.
Actions have taken place as a result.
Well, I've made the focus of, as you pointed out, both as DNI and now as CIA director, focused on the importance of analytic objectivity. As you pointed out, when I was the DNI, when I saw conduct from Russia and China, the exact same conduct result in different assessments, that's not a good reflection on the analytic judgments.
What you debate Mullally for what? Where?
Reference in my role as CIA director, withdrawing reports that we went back and looked that didn't reflect the analytic standards that we would expect. I retracted those judgments because they show bias and influence for political reasons or otherwise. So that has continued to be a focus and will be. I think that message has been received within our analytic community, within the CIA, and really across the CIA, because this administration has put a focus on taking politics out of our analytic judgments.
Excellent. Thank you, Director. Appreciate that. I want to, as I made clear in my opening statement, I'm trying to get this done in the little time that I have remaining. The intelligence community assessment on AHI is deeply flawed, and I've called for its recall immediately to start for a fresh start. Similar to my question in last year's session, but I'd like to get a yes or no answer from each of you on whether you agree this ICA should be retracted. Director Gabbard?
Yes.
Director Ratcliffe?
Say it again.
You called the flotilla thing. Wait, what?
So as far as the boat situation goes, we were originally going to do a boat. We were originally going to do a flotilla, but then the situation is fluid. The reason why we didn't do the flotilla is because from America, it's much more difficult to pull off a flotilla. And we could bring more aid this way. So we packed.
I don't understand that saying. You guys are saying, well, they switched to a convoy because more people. How do you bring more aid via plane than boat? Why aren't we just flying all of the oil out of over the Strait of Hormuz then? Why don't we just fly everything? In what way does this make sense? Also, why do you have to leave from the United States? Aren't there a few other countries around here that you could theoretically leave from?
The fucking cargo plane filled to the brim with a flotilla. But then
you flew in a cargo plane? What does that mean?
The situation is fluid. The reason why we didn't do the flotilla is because from America, it's much more difficult to pull off a flotilla. And we could bring more aid this way. So we packed a fucking cargo plane filled to the brim with aid, and we flew it. We flew it instead. The reason why?
Where are the pictures? I feel like if there were people involved, just think about the people. Like, your activists tend to be younger. They're very online. Like, I feel like they would be super excited to share this, unless there's some big OPSEC reason why they can't. Why would you not have pictures of people? Are there? Maybe there are. There was that one picture he posted with a woman, and I didn't know that. Are there pictures of this somewhere? I feel like he'd be posting pictures everywhere. Here's us packing in the aid. This is what the Cuban people have asked for. This is the... Okay.
The reason why I was a little bit evasive about like how we were going to go, I'll tell you now that I'm here, and there's not like, I can't reveal everything to you all the time. I know that you guys are like you're very used to me being like super forthcoming and super transparent with everything. But the reason why I didn't want to reveal what we were doing exactly was for OPSEC. Nothing that we're doing is illegal, obviously, but it doesn't matter because like people, when they find out exactly what the plans are, might try to like fuck it up.
OPSEC? Bro, you have transponders on anything that's in the air or in the sea. What is he talking about? Does he think is he doing like a fucking, what were they called? Halo jumps or whatever from planes? Is this like the Dark Knight where they're paratroopering into, what the fuck? Why is this fucking retard talking like he's in the CIA? It was a fluid situation. We needed OPSEC so we can't tell people where we're flying on our civilian airliners. What?
Do you understand? Because like, in order to do this, like, and this took long ass planning, okay? This took a long ass time.
To fly planes to Havana? What do you mean?
To put together, shouts out to Progressive International, shouts out to Code Pink, Answer Coalition. Like, they've been working on this nonstop, and I've been trying to help out to the best of my ability. But like, you know, when like we had to keep certain things under wraps. Like you can't just like deliver humanitarian aid to Cuba without getting approval, clearance from the American government, mind you, because you could go to Cuba right now. Remember, you come to Cuba right now. You could fly to Cuba right now and have a wonderful time. It's just that obviously there's limitations to what you can and can't do, born out of the American government's ridiculous restrictions, right? But if we were out talking about what we were, talking about our plans, I was worried that someone might like
true Cuban internet.
Someone might actually interfere.
Wait, is he just in the hotel?
Does that make sense? Do you understand?
But he said he's just gonna be doing normal streams, so I imagine all of them are gonna be hotel streams.
Bye bye. Have a beautiful time.
Well, then who gives a fuck?
It is one of the most beautiful places. It is one of the most.
How do you even know if he's in Havana?
Straight up.
Because there was a picture of him in the airport with a lady earlier.
Don't you think? It's like it's literally it is straight up. Cuba relies on tourism for a major part of the economy, right? I have awkward white American feels going there while we're trying to kill them, brother. Yes, you come here, okay? Also, there's no guns here. Anyway.
How do you see the video stats?
Yeah, I just realized I was also looking like this. So with the fucking wad, if it wasn't a fan, I would have been cooked. Now that I think about it, if it wasn't a fan, they'd be like, "You're a fucking drug dealer." What the hell is this outfit?
7.5 megabit per second stream. Holy shit. What is the average internet in Cuba? Average internet bandwidth connection Cuba. Do you think Havana has the best? Let's see. Cuba's mobile and broadband internet speeds. Download 3.86 megabits per second. Upload 0.92 megabits per second. How is he streaming at 7 megabits per second? Oh, hold on. We have some picture. 1 second. Or video. God damn it. I don't trust any fucking videos. That is not like old footage. I can't imagine they would do that though, right? That would be so stupid.
Entender a las personas de Europa lo que pasaba en Cuba, porque ellos no tenían una percepción real di lo che stava passando.
Faremo delle cose tutti insieme con della gente, adesso arriviamo un po' da Milano, un po' da Roma, un po' dall'Europa e quindi incontreremo anche il popolo cubano e doneremo questi farmaci anche proprio in alcuni progetti specifici che visiteremo.
Nos hemos unido todos y todos han estado conmigo, sobre todo en Milán, recogiendo medicina, insumos y donaciones para que lleguen esos nuevos insumos médicos, aseo personal, alimentos para que lleguen
Oh,
a la
there we go. We have videos of some things.
isla porque el pueblo, los pueblos han despertado y se han dado cuenta que Cuba es el faro y que si Cuba cae, cae América Latina y cae el mundo.
La solidaridad de Europa. Europa se despertó y comprendí lo que pasa en Cuba. En los últimos días, mucha gente, mucha más de lo que es posible, quería donar dinero, medicamentos, qué se puede hacer.
¡Viva Cuba!
Hold on, these guys have both are loading up. Flotilla prepares to take 30 tons of aid to Cuba.
Mexico on our way.
So they didn't take a flotilla?
Well, this must be loading a boat. That's a boat, I think, right? Yeah.
Where's Hassan?
He had to fly, bro.
Oh, makes sense.
What is what are these things?
In Mexico on our
TVs, big screens? I'm just kidding.
way to Cuba. We're loading this boat behind me with tons of aid in the form of solar panels, medical supplies, and food. This is part of the Nostra America convoy where hundreds of thousands of people have donated, have mobilized.
Do solar panels, if everything is fucked, or why do I feel like I remember Puerto Ricans complaining about solar panel shit? That like they don't have, oh, fuck, I feel like I remember this. I don't remember. It should be in a good solar zone, right? That boat left from the Yucatan yesterday. If you have nothing, I feel like solar panels are probably better than nothing. They probably don't have batteries. Well, I think just having power is probably good, right?
Many of whom are going to be in Havana meeting us when we get off the boat. They've already been on the ground there distributing aid, meeting with local people, and seeing how the U.S. blockade and the recent escalation of withholding fuel is affecting the people there. Myself, as someone from the United States, my tax dollars are going to these policies, the billions that we send for war, the $1 trillion Pentagon budget, the bombs that are dropped in Iran and Lebanon, the ongoing genocide in Palestine, economic warfare in Cuba and Venezuela. It has to end. The war is also coming at home with the militarization of our streets, when yet we can use that money for healthcare and for housing. This convoy goes to show how quickly people mobilize and how much people power can meet the needs of people, but at the same time we have to continue to pressure our government to end these cruel policies, whether they're bombs that drop or sanctions that go on. We need to fight for climate justice.
I know we're clowning on Assad for this, but flotilla/humanitarian aid from America and Americans to Cubans in theory is a good thing in order to flip the Cuban populace to our side, right? Not so. My historical understanding of these things, and by that I just mean a lot of them having to do with. Oh no, actually, I think it happened with Bolivia, as well as with Gaza a ton. Is usually the flotillas are activist missions that are sometimes used to. They're generally these are seen as like activist things. Like it's not. I don't think it's generally seen as like actually helpful aid. Now you can argue that it brings awareness or something to the issue with us embargoing stuff going into Cuba. The only problem, the thing that sucks is that all these people just hate the West and hate America. So they're not like there's no real like policy change or anything that these types of people can effect because they're kind of disconnected. I can't speak to Code Pink, but for people like Asana, they're disconnected from our political system anyway. Unfortunately, yeah. This is March 20th. Code Pink delegation departs for Cuba, carrying over 6,000 pounds of humanitarian aid. Wait, what happened to... A ton is 2,000 pounds, right? Am I making that up? Or is there a different type of ton? So 3 tons. Well, it's kind of like 30 tons. Huh. More than $400,000 of humanitarian supplies on a charter flight, including medical equipment, medicines, staple foods, infant nutrition products, and hygiene supplies. $500K worth of solar panels and generators to support hospitals. 2,000 pounds of medical supplies from Europe. Cancer medicines. Around 1,100 pounds of medical supplies from Brazil. Solar-powered equipment for Colombia. Menstrual health kits for 1,300 women. 100,000 in aid for maternity centers.
Why don't we send them a flotilla full of guns so they can, you know.
Yeah, we'll even tell them that we'll go help them.
Yeah, we'll help them out.
We tried that once. Well, the problem is who are the guns for? The issue is technically, I think the American government here, it's not like the Cuban government.
Why do we have an embargo with Cuba right now? Is it really back from the fucking
I don't know.
Cold War?
Trump just hates Cuba. I don't know why. It's fucking retarded. I have no idea why. It's stupid as fuck. But there's no salience for Americans. Americans don't think at all about Cuba, except for Cubans who hate Cuba, so.
Again, the question
ICA?
Yeah, so for the ICA, I understand that Director Gabbard is reviewing that, and I've deferred all AHI investigations to her review. So if in her judgment that is something that should be retracted, then I would agree with that.
Yes. Okay, Director Patel?
Yes.
Thank you. General Hartman?
Yes.
And General Adams?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you all for your responses. I'm going to recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Gabbard, as was well covered yesterday in January, you were present at the execution of an FBI warrant at the Fulton County, Georgia election office at the direction of the president and to all appearances in connection with the president's false claims about the 2020 election. The unsealed affidavit submitted by the FBI made zero reference to foreign powers or outside interference. I don't want to relitigate the reasons why you were there, but I do want to know whether, as a result of your visit, there is credible intelligence in your possession pointing to foreign interference in Georgia in the 2020 election.
Thank you for the question, Ranking Member. As you know, over each of the previous elections, there is an ongoing effort by different foreign entities.
Ma'am, it's a very specific question.
Is there
intelligence in your possession relative to foreign interference in the 2020 elections? Very simple, straightforward question.
We are continuing to look at previous attempts to interfere in our elections and any ongoing threats that may exist for the upcoming elections.
Okay, but can I assume that the answer to my question is no, that you have no specific intelligence related to foreign meddling in the Georgia election?
The 3 tons is exactly the amount that could be flown on a flight with passengers. Without passengers, it's 30 tons that could be hauled. The planes that are used for this are Type 733 and B734 on flight radar, and then he's pointing out 3 flights. Okay, so they basically chartered a commercial, you wouldn't say residential, right? You would just say chartered a commercial flight to Cuba and then put as much as they could in storage, basically?
We are continuing to look into this matter.
Okay. Director, the ODNI has confirmed on the record that your office took custody of voting machines from Puerto Rico last May. I'm not aware of any previous DNI taking similar actions. Did your office promptly notify the committee about taking custody of Puerto Rico's voting machines?
I don't believe we did. However, this was done at the request of the Puerto Rico AUSA attorney.
It's a yes or no question. The answer, as you have acknowledged, is no. You did not inform the committee about the taking of a territory's voting machines. Is there a specific foreign threat? And I've read the...
Ooh, I'm slowing this down to 1.25. I do think it's noteworthy, and you can still hate Tulsi Gabbard. I know I do. But it sounds like she is like heavily pawning all of this off onto the executive branch, onto the White House. I should say more specifically.
She answers questions.
Yeah. But it's like, because what she just said there, she just said that we did it at the behest of a U.S. attorney or whatever. So if she's doing like intelligence-related stuff, I don't think they need the Department of Justice or like the DOJ or whatever ordering them around. They would do this as part of like intelligence operations. So the fact that that's not what's happening, and the fact that it's like the executive branch that's like bossing them around to go do things, like is heavily pointing to the fact that there is no intelligence supporting any of this stuff.
Reporting that you were looking for possible foreign threats, but is there a specific foreign threat that drove you to take this action?
There were questions about whether or not there were vulnerabilities that a threat could have taken advantage of, and that was the purpose for their requesting us to look into those vulnerabilities.
Where are those voting machines now?
I believe they are held in a secure facility at ODNI.
Have you or other ODNI officials taken any other state or territory's voting equipment into custody?
Not to my knowledge.
I want to turn on the subject of elections to a paradoxical thing. You will all be aware that the U.S. government is apparently going to grind to a halt. The president is going to sign no more bills. The Senate will spend 2 weeks apparently debating the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act, of course, would make illegal foreigners voting in U.S. elections, which is already illegal. So we are to do no more business because of apparently the existential threat to our democracy associated with foreigners voting in our elections. I am therefore puzzled by the fact that neither the unclassified nor the classified threat assessment makes any reference to risk or danger associated with foreigners voting in our elections.
Gotcha, John.
Director Patel, how many non-citizens have been convicted of voting in U.S. elections in the last 10 years?
The conviction stats are with the Department of Justice. I defer to them on that.
You are the...
Oh, shit, he's about to say... Okay, because sometimes I wonder if I'm retarded here. Like, the FBI is considered like a sub-part of the Department of Justice, right? Or is it a totally separate thing? Is it considered an inferior office or its whole other thing? But he might just say it.
Director of the...
Conviction stats are with the Department of Justice. I defer to them on that.
You are the director of the FBI. Give me a guess. How many convictions in the last 1 year, 5 year, or 10 years? Ballpark.
I don't have that with me, sir. Again, it's with the department.
You don't have that with... Okay. Director Patel, how many active investigations does the FBI have into foreign individuals voting in U.S. elections?
Can't speak on active investigations, even though he spoke on every single active investigation related to any fucking shooter that could be politically expedient. Just kidding. He's not going to say that. He's going to answer this question, honestly and truthfully.
Cope.
We have a number of investigations, generally speaking, ongoing about individuals across the country.
Yeah, I'm asking for that number.
I don't have that number with me, but I have a number.
Or he doesn't know. Okay.
You have a number of investigations. Okay, is that number 10,000? Is it closer to 10,000 or closer to 10?
It's probably somewhere in between.
Okay. Will you please provide the committee with that number?
Got him.
Okay. Director Patel, since you don't have the numbers, would it surprise you to know that the Heritage Foundation, which is not exactly the Columbia University Faculty Lounge, found only 77 instances of non-citizen voting in the 24 years between 1999 and 2023, each of which faced investigation by the appropriate authorities. So Heritage has a number of 77 examples in 24 years. Does that number surprise you?
No, because it's low.
I don't understand your answer.
You asked me if I was.
Are you
surprised by that
disputing?
number.
Are you
I'm not.
disputing that the number is in the range of 77 examples of non-U.S. citizens voting in U.S. elections in a 24-year period?
I just said that number's low.
You think that number is low? Okay.
Bro, wait, what happened? Did they not get their adrenochrome today? Are both of these guys just like, fuck this? Patel and Gabbard are like, wait, this is fucked, bro. Shit is fucked.
So why, if this is a meaningful issue, do we have no, and I guess I direct this to Director Gabbard, why is there no mention of this thing that will grind the American government to a halt for a 2-week period in the worldwide threats analysis?
I don't know. Ask Trump.
This annual threat assessment was shaped around the national security strategy's prioritization of threats to our nation and our nation's interests. There are multiple platforms and venues where there have been and there will be reporting on threats to our foreign threats to our elections.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Vice Chairman Kelly.
I'd first just like to say, Director Gabbard, you being in Georgia was a part of your duties as DNI to make sure that our elections remain safe, secure, and free from every type of influence. That was why you were there. Is that correct?
There he goes.
Yes.
Okay. I would argue, I want to talk about some of the points about the strikes on Iran, the current attacks, Epic Fury. And I would state that not only are there imminent threats from Iran, but there are actual threats. And I've been on the receiving end of those threats. I was in Iraq in 2005, where Iranian-based and manned and equipped units attacked American soldiers, including me, multiple times. I will also tell you I went back in 9 and 10, where EFPs developed by the Iranians struck my soldiers and our equipment. I would tell you.
Oh, I wonder how she engages with like the Glazers.
The Houthis have continued to strike Saudi Arabia. I will tell you Hamas and Hezbollah has continued to strike throughout the Middle East. And although we're not in an armed services hearing, we had that yesterday. But I will tell you, because we took out their ballistic missiles and their ability to defend from the air, that Europe is no longer under threat from Iran, who showed they will strike everyone that they can by striking all of their Arab neighbors in Azerbaijan and Turkey and everywhere else. With that being said, Director Ratcliffe, I think the CIA has had a great year in providing intelligence, whether that's in Venezuela, the initial midnight hammer strikes, or also the current strikes in Iran. Can you tell us kind of some of the things the CIA has done over the past year that you're proud of?
Congressman, good to see you again. Thank you for the question. Good to see all of you and be back in the House. I guess I'll start by saying I think you all know there was bipartisan concern when I took over the CIA that our human collection was in a downward spiral and had been for some period of time. And you all wanted a more aggressive CIA, one that was focused on core mission, one that was collecting the kind of intelligence and stealing secrets that would provide a decisive strategic advantage that can contribute to national security and foreign policy successes. I do think that the CIA, I agree with you, has had a great year, and that's a credit to our workforce. So you talked about some of the very public successes like Operation Midnight Hammer and Operation Absolute Resolve, where our agency contributed to a frankly flawless intelligence picture that allowed for flawless military operations. And I want to.
Ooh, flawless? So who blew up the little schoolgirl place? I feel like that's a little bit of a tasteless statement, but okay.
Credit everyone here. There's been bipartisan praise from this committee, even from those of you who may disagree with the underlying policies. But I think those successes are really emblematic of success that the agencies had across the board on all national security matters in all national security spaces. And it's not just an opinion. It's reflected in our statistics. So when we talk about stealing secrets, you need assets and sources on the ground around the world. We're up 25% in that regard just in the past year. Our foreign intelligence reporting, meaning the intelligence that really matters to you as decision makers and the president as commander-in-chief, that's up across the board, 25%. Other categories, specific targets and adversaries like China, it's up 100%. Areas like technology, it's up 100%. Issues like counter-narcotics, our operations are up by 7%.
I think he was talking specifically about Venezuela? Oh, okay, maybe. Maybe that was just specifically about Venezuela. Never mind. Okay.
50%. With regard to counterterrorism, those are classified numbers that we'll get into in the classified portion, but those are triple digits. We've accomplished more on the counterterrorism front in the past year than in the prior 4 years combined. Again, really a credit to the CIA workforce. Morale at the agency is high because people are doing the work that they signed up to do, and this administration is calling on them to do more. I would say they are.
If I can step back the final 45 seconds, I have one question for Director Patel. Director Patel, the current shutdown that is caused by us not funding TSA, Border Control, DHS, and all those things, how hard has that made the job of counterintelligence FBI to protect us here in the homeland from threats that came through our borders or internally and already existing in the United States, Director Patel?
Thank you for the question. When it comes specifically to the combination efforts between the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, we have 59 Homeland Security task forces that we have stood up in every single state, and then some, that are co-led by the FBI and HSI. And obviously having a stopgap in funding is hurting those abilities to go out there and fight crime and pick up violent offenders across the country. Even though the DHS workforce shows up every day, I think they've gone 1 month without a paycheck now. We also have things like our Southern Border Intelligence Center in Tucson, Arizona, that is our hub for intelligence collection operations on foreign terrorist organizations, specifically the narco traffickers down in Mexico.
Thank you. My time's expired.
Mr. Carson's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. The Trump administration has justified this war with Iran as necessary to stop an imminent threat. But the administration has not provided this committee with any intelligence indicating Iran was preparing a nuclear weapon, planning a preemptive attack on the United States, or possess any immediate capability to strike the U.S. homeland.
They do what they want.
That raises very serious questions about what the analysis of the IC provided before the decision to go to war was made. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe, is there any evidence that Iran intended to conduct a preemptive attack on the United States? And I ask this because 13 service members have been killed in Trump's war, including Captain Seth Koval, a husband and a dad from my state of Indiana, and my constituents want answers. So is there any evidence that Iran intended to conduct a preemptive attack on the U.S. prior to beginning this war, yes or no?
Congressman, the answer to this question needs to be reserved for a closed hearing. I will say, however, the intelligence community does provide the assessments of the threats that exist to the president so that he can make that determination within the body of information and intelligence and activities within the region that ultimately he is responsible for. What is an imminent threat? And if there is an imminent threat, what actions need to be taken?
Ooh, actions too.
Congressman, as the DNI said, there's a body of intelligence that we'll be able to cover in the classified portion of this hearing that does reflect that in the likely event of a conflict between Iran and Israel, that the U.S. would be immediately attacked, regardless of whether the United States stayed out of that conflict.
Shifting gears to Ranking Member Himes' point, let me read to you from the 2025 Annual Threat Assessment under your watch last year. Quote, Moscow's malign influence activities will continue for the foreseeable future and will almost certainly increase in sophistication and volume. Moscow probably believes information operations efforts to influence U.S. elections are advantageous, regardless of whether they affect election outcomes. By contrast, this year's threat assessment makes no mention of foreign threats to elections. Meanwhile, the IC has been publicly warning about foreign powers interfering in our elections for nearly a decade. So the omission is very striking. And to that point, sitting here today, I'm not aware of any intelligence products in the past year dedicated to foreign plans and intentions toward current and future U.S. elections.
It is kind of funny because I think Tulsi gave, I'm trying to remember when she gave like their big threat assessment presentation. It was like an open hearing thing or whatever. And I don't think Venezuela had been mentioned at all. And then it was like weeks later, we invaded Venezuela. And it's like, well, hold on. Why are we invading Venezuela like it's this huge threat to the United States when we just had a threat assessment? I don't think we even mentioned this country. Where did this come from? I think what was a chain of events there. Like,
Director Gabbard, yes or no, ma'am, have you directed or been directed to stop or limit dissemination of intelligence reports or finish intelligence reporting concerning foreign plans and intentions about upcoming U.S. elections or foreign threats to the midterms?
No.
Director Patel, same question for the FBI, sir. Yes or no, sir?
No, sir.
Director Ratcliffe, same question for the CIA, sir. Yes or no?
No.
General Hartman, same question for NSA, yes or no, sir?
No, sir.
General Adams, same question for the DIA, yes or no, sir?
No, sir.
I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, when you began your testimony, you stated that your remarks do not represent your personal beliefs. That's the first time I've heard that at a committee hearing. Why did you say that? Or is there anything in the threat assessment that you personally disagree with?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. The reason I've said that is twofold. Number one is when I assumed this role as Director of National Intelligence through the confirmation process and beyond, many members of Congress rightly said, Your personal views and your politics in this role get checked at the door. And as Director of National Intelligence, my responsibility is to report the intelligence community's assessments objectively and to make sure that they are not politicized in any way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, there are those who, for one reason or another, have tried to mischaracterize the intelligence community's assessments and saying, well, this is just a political view, or trying to misdirect from what the intelligence community is reporting. So I took the opportunity to state that from the outset, that this is the intelligence community's assessments.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask this because this week there was a high-profile resignation of Director of National Counterterrorism Center. Now, I want to be clear from the outset. I've communicated directly with President Trump my support for Operation Epic Fury, and I was very not only disappointed, but how inappropriate this letter was. And I want to read a statement that and get your personal assessment, whether you agree or disagree with that. And that's this. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into a disastrous Iraq war. Now, I cannot say how much I disagree with that statement. Do you agree or disagree with what this letter was put out by former Director Kent?
He said a lot of things in that letter. Ultimately, we have provided the president with the intelligence assessments, and the president is elected by the American people and makes his own decisions based on the information that's available to him.
But do you agree?
Oh, right? Like, this is a huge opportunity for her to disavow, especially with what the Kent guy said in his leaving letter. That's pretty crazy that she didn't even speak to that.
Elected by the American people and makes his own decisions based on the information that's available to him.
But do you agree with, does that statement he made, blaming Israel, concern you?
Yes.
My next question is, I want to touch on the rise of terrorist attacks on the homeland. In the month of
Wait, does it concern you because he made that statement, or does it concern you because of the factuality of the statement? We didn't clarify
March
that.
alone, there were multiple high-profile Islamic terrorist attacks. You had Temple Israel Synagogue in Michigan. You had in Texas. You had an ISIS-inspired attack where they threw an IED in New York City. What is your assessment as to the rise of Islamic terrorism on the homeland?
As you've pointed to, Congresswoman, this continues to be an extreme concern, not only because of the rise of these attacks, but the mechanisms which they're carried out and the challenges that the intelligence community has.
You know what the funniest fucking loop on all this shit is? I wonder if I don't know what Tulsi Gabbard's background is. She was in Hawaii, she was a senator, right? Senator Gabbard? Congressman Gabbard? She was a senator, right?
She previously, no, U.S. representative.
Oh, she was a representative?
Second.
I wonder if she, like, because just the way she speaks, she, like, reeks of, like, Russian interest and all this bullshit. But I wonder if she was? And she's like tried to like rig everything so that like, look, Trump, like Iran's not a threat. Look, everything in here is fine. Like, look, we're good or whatever. But Trump's just so fucking retarded. He just doesn't listen to anything, even when the information is true. So she's like, fuck this guy. Because now Putin is like fucking shooting her text messages like, bruh, the whole reason why you're here was to keep this shit from happening. What's going on? And you're like, bruh, I told him that Iran wasn't a threat. I don't know why this motherfucker is going in anyway. And she's like, fuck.
As in being able to try to detect some of these threats and attacks in advance. I'd like to defer to the FBI director on some of this because they have been very successful in many cases over the last year in detecting them and preventing these attacks. But due to the nature of the challenge in many of these attackers not having contact with known foreign terrorist entities or individuals makes this a much...
She's probably on her way out. I don't know if she would be, because I don't know if Trump knows what like anything in this part of the government does or cares about what anything in this part of the government does. Like, I don't think he has any idea or gives a fuck. Like, supposedly, if the earlier articles are to be believed, I think she was excluded from a lot of the talks having to do with capturing Maduro. Like, they just didn't even fucking have the DNI roped into that. They're like, oh, fuck them.
Well, I think that's because of her. Is it not because of her thing that's sitting in like a fucking locked room in somewhere that they're trying to figure out? It was like a whistleblower report.
Oh, no, I'm pretty sure just because she's like a super America isolationist person who doesn't like doing any of this shit. But Trump doesn't really need, like, Trump is a retard, so of course he hates intelligence, right? Like, he's not going to, I don't think he doesn't give a fuck. I don't think he thinks he needs to work with these people at all anyways. Like, fuck him, I don't need any of this shit.
More challenging threat to deal with.
And I want to turn to Director Patel. I think that's a good, important segue to get your assessment. And I also want to add another aspect of the question. We're working on a 9/11 Commission review, 25-year review. What other tools do you need to make sure that we are able to have the most robust, effective CT efforts?
Yeah, thank you, Congresswoman. Just real quick. So last year we had 2,300 arrests related to foreign terrorist organizations. We had 700 counterterrorism arrests, and the FBI had 640 counterterrorism disruptions where we stopped attacks on the homeland. Specifically in December, we stopped 4 in an 18-day span. What I need is specifically highlighted in the Norfolk attack. In Norfolk, an individual who was convicted of terrorism and sentenced based upon that conviction should have still been in prison. The Department of Justice in the first Trump administration sought a sentence of 240 months. The judge in that case downward departed and gave a variance to nearly half that sentence. If that had not occurred, that individual would still be in prison and a member of our uniformed military service would still be alive. I want to work with the legislature to figure out how to increase the sentencing for convicted terrorists and also work on the denaturalization process for someone who should not be in this country who wants to attack and kill American citizens and American service members.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Castro.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for your testimony today. I want to start with a question about Iran and discuss first how the war began. Secretary Rubio told us that Israel was going to strike Iran regardless, and that doing so would have triggered Iranian retaliation against U.S. forces already in the region. And Director Ratliff, you seemed to affirm that in comments just a few moments ago. So rather than tell Israel to stand down, the president joined the war. The Congress and the American people still don't know what the president's actual goals are. True. And yet, we have lost 13 U.S. service members. But here's what we do know. The president has said that he wants a deal. He said Iran wants to make a deal and that he's not ready because, quote, the terms aren't good enough yet. Yet, they just killed Ali Larijani, the de facto leader of Iran, who, while not a friend of the United States, would have been the person to negotiate any agreement with.
True.
The president explicitly said that the United States did not strike Iran's energy infrastructure because, in his words, having to rebuild it, quote, would take years. Yet this morning, Israel struck the South Pars gas field, the world's largest natural gas reserve, triggering Iranian attacks on Qatari gas facilities. Oil prices are up 15% in the last 24 hours. In San Antonio, my hometown, where I represent, the cost of gas has gone up nearly 40% in 3 weeks. Last night, the president said that the United States knew nothing about the attack and called on Israel to stop similar attacks on energy. Israel denies this and says that the attack was cleared by the United States.
I can't believe, unless, I have a few weapons guys on Discord. I can't believe that there are people operating in a similar like theater of war that aren't constantly giving advanced warning to each other about ongoing or upcoming operations. I can't believe that, just because the potential for some kind of catastrophic misunderstanding or shooting, like friendly fire incident or something, like I just can't believe that that's the case. That there would be American and Israeli operations over the Iranian skies, and there's no coordination or collaboration, or at least like notice given from one side. I just can't believe it. There's no way that's true.
So my question is, what does the intelligence community assess Israel's goals in this war to be? And are those goals aligned with the goals of the United States?
I'm thinking carefully here about what can be said in this open setting versus a closed setting.
Are the goals aligned?
Wait.
In this war. So my question is, what does the intelligence community assess Israel's goals in this war to be? And are those goals aligned with the goals of the United States?
I'm thinking carefully here about what can be said in this open setting versus a closed setting.
Are the goals aligned?
The objectives that have been laid out by the president are different from the objectives that have been laid out by the Israeli government.
And how do they differ?
We can see through the operations that the Israeli government has been focused on...
This is a crazy, candid answer in a non-classified environment. I feel like that's an unbelievable amount of transparency into things that are going on. For the head of the American, the National Director of Intelligence is telling us that the war aims of the United States and the military and Israel and the IDF are not aligned, or not after the same objectives. That's pretty crazy.
From the objectives that have been laid out by the Israeli government.
And how do they differ?
We can see through the operations that the Israeli government has been focused on disabling the Iranian leadership and taking out several members, obviously beginning with the Ayatollah and the supreme leader. And they continue to focus on that effort.
How does that differ from our goals?
The president has stated that his objectives are to destroy Iran's ballistic missile launching capability, their ballistic missile production capability, and their Navy, the IRGC Navy and mine laying capability.
So the death and destruction continues, the economic cost to the United States.
So her statement there, she's saying that the American president's goal is the destruction of the military capacity for Iran, which you can arguably defend or whatever as protecting American interests or whatever, but that the Israeli goal is regime change, and that Israeli goal is not in step with the American goal, that these two things are not necessarily, that we're not sharing the same goal here. It's interesting.
I don't believe
To
that.
Israel, to the Gulf.
You what?
I don't believe that.
Why not?
Because it's fucking retarded to just go there to kill all their fucking things and not expect a regime change. Or not want a regime change.
I mean, you can do things like that. It just depends on what you're doing. Like, we bombed their shit one time, right? A year ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then why are they back in there if they have no nuclear capabilities like they're saying?
I don't know what got Trump to go back in or not. I really don't know. I don't know what Netanyahu told him or what clearly didn't come from fucking Tulsi. It didn't come from our intelligence agencies. Unless she's just outwardly lying about everything. But.
So the death and destruction continues, the economic cost to the United States, to Israel.
Destiny, does it matter if they do not share the same goal? What would matter is if either of them are against what the other is doing. Well, not sharing the same goal is very, 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 very crazy, right? That we're in a war that is having a massive downstream impact on everything in the world, including the U.S. domestic markets and everything else, like our oil, our energy and everything else. And that war might be driven, like this is literally Zog, right? That we're having a war that's at extreme detriment to ourselves, but it's being driven by Israeli interest in regime change because it benefits them in the region.
To the Gulf states and to the world continues to increase. So I want to ask you, to the best of your knowledge, do you know whether Israel is supportive of the president's call to make a deal with Iran?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know Israel's position on that.
To the best of your knowledge, do you know whether Israel is supportive of the president's call to make a deal with Iran?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know Israel's position on that.
And to what do you attribute Israel's decision to strike Iranian energy infrastructure, despite President Trump's call to keep those facilities off limits?
I don't have an answer for that.
Jeez.
So they ignored the president. Do you agree with that?
I'm not privy to any of their deliberations or what went into their calculus in launching this or other attacks. I'm not. We are not involved with in the operational element of this. We're providing continuously on a daily basis the intelligence assessments of the events that are occurring, and
I guess I know the FBI can't because they're domestic, but can anybody else at the table provide any insight into that?
I guess I'm not sure what the question you're asking, Congressman Castro. I guess a couple of things. The goals that the president set out are clearly defined. The DNI related those. What was not included is a goal of the U.S.
Well, Director, let me start with this. Let me start with this
engaged
question.
in
You asked what my
regime
question
change,
is.
which
Let me reclaim my time, Director. Come on. Do you know why Israel decided to strike that infrastructure, despite the fact that the president said it should be off limits?
I wouldn't speak for Israel. And
what do you guys know? We're at war. What do you guys know?
We'll have to take that for.
Wait, 30-second meme. Pope Leo.
Pope is calling for a ceasefire in the Middle East and to reopen dialogue. What do you say about Pope?
Well, look, we can have dialogue, but I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side. They don't have a Navy. They don't have an Air Force. They don't have any equipment. They don't have any spotters. They don't have anti-aircraft. They don't have radar. And their leaders have all been killed at every level. We're not looking to do that. Thank you.
Isn't this exactly when you do a ceasefire to negotiate like an end to the... Okay, I don't know.
For the record.
Yes, let's take it for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to welcome the panelists here today. Today is March 19th. On April 19th, FISA goes dark. 702 goes dark. And It's been talked about many times, but up to 60% of the president's daily briefing is derived from FISA 702. And we look at the successes that we've had in protecting the homeland and also the conflicts the U.S. has been involved with. The flawless operation in Venezuela, Operation Fury in Iran, troop protection, the successes we've had on the battlefield in Ukraine, the recovery and release of the Hamas hostages in the tunnels in Israel, all derived from FISA 702. There is not a military operation that we've been involved with where FISA 702 was not, as Director Ratcliffe has said, been indispensable to the United States in the protection of our country. Director Patel has also said FISA 702 is indispensable. We're 30 days away from it going dark. Director Ratcliffe, can you clarify the president's position on an 18-month clean reauthorization and how that's going to proceed moving forward?
Congressman, thank you, and thank you for highlighting this issue. So the president is in favor of an 18-month clean reauthorization of FISA 702, and I would add to that, I'm heartened by the fact to hear that the chairman of this committee and the ranking member are in agreement with that. And I know there's bipartisan support for that, and there should be. And I know this is an important vote for you to take, but I would ask that you all consider when you do that, when you look at the fact that former DNIs and former CIA directors and former FBI directors and DIA directors and NSA directors across Republican and Democrat administrations are in support of FISA 702 in its current form. These are the people that are making the decisions to keep Americans safe. And so I wish the reauthorization was longer than 18 months, Congressman. I think that this is something that I wish you all would consider for longer than that, so that regardless of who the president is in the future, he or she would have the benefit of, as you said, a tool that's indispensable across administrations, provides more than half of the important actionable intelligence that the president and the commander-in-chief relies upon.
Thank you for that. Director Gabbard, you're supportive of the 18-month extension the president's seeking without a warrant requirement?
That is the president's position, and that is the position of the intelligence community.
And you will be supporting that, correct?
I will support the president's decision to execute this.
Correct. Thank you. Director Gabbard, we implemented 2 years ago a number of reforms, actually 56 of them, that were part of the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act, RISA. And that was done in a bipartisan way. That was a reflection of what we thought were problems with FISA 702, going back during the first Trump administration and even before that. These reforms that have been put in place and that you have helped implement, I wonder if you could talk specifically about those reforms on the cutting down of FBI agents having access to querying of FISA information, the fact that there are criminal penalties now for FBI agents that are engaged in inappropriate activity as it relates to FISA. Please tell us some of those reforms and how those have been implemented. Director Patel.
Sorry, I thought you were asking for DNI. Absolutely. So we've gone above and beyond what RISA requires since I became director 13 months ago. We not only require supervisory special agents to approve the query request of U.S. persons, we also require the general counsel's office and lawyers to come in and agree with that request before we can proceed. Also, we have we used to, before this, had a default which allowed queries when we were utilizing our system to say it automatically searches 702. You now have to actually opt in and select that box to make sure that you are intentionally doing so. On top of that, we've reduced the number of personnel at the FBI from 6,600 before I got there to 3,500 that have access to it. Not that use it, but that have access to it. And we've also gone above and beyond what RISA requires in terms of if you misuse it unintentionally or recklessly. If you use it misuse it unintentionally, like you typed a name wrong in terms of spelling or whatnot, your access is suspended and be retrained. If you recklessly use it, you're immediately terminated your access forever.
Thank you.
Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Gabbard, it is your job and the job of your agency and department to assess the views of Iranian leadership, their policy beliefs, and policy positions, correct?
Yes.
That includes now deceased Ali Khamenei of Iran, correct?
Yes.
And the now leader, his son Mujtaba Khamenei, correct?
Yes.
The son is considered more of a hardliner than his father. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So hardline that even some of Iran's leaders thought he was too aggressive. Isn't that correct?
That is the intelligence community assessment, yes.
Mujtaba, the son, is particularly close to the brutal Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and their most hardline commanders, correct?
That is the intelligence community assessment.
He was involved in ordering violent crackdowns on Iranian protesters, including their murder, correct?
Yes.
And we don't know if the son will continue his father's religious ban on developing nuclear weapons. Is that correct?
It is unknown at this time.
You testified before this committee last year that the elder, now deceased Khamenei, had in 2003 banned the nuclear weapons program or suspended it, correct?
There was a fatwa in place that stated that.
And that fatwa remained in place last year when you testified before this committee, correct?
Yes.
And that fatwa remained in place recently, correct?
As far as I know, it has not been lifted.
Yeah, you're aware of no information that would lift that fatwa.
I'm not aware of any intelligence reporting that states that. To be clear on the Mojtaba, the son who has been named to replace him, it is unclear of his status or his involvement.
What is FISA 702? My guess is the FISA stands for, it's like Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and it's how you get like warrants and stuff. Is that only when it's concerning Americans that are involved in some of these investigations? I think it's the process by which you secure subpoenas and stuff to investigate Americans and stuff. Yeah.
He was injured very severely through one of the Israeli strikes, and so the decision-making is unclear about what's happening in the Iranian leadership.
So it's unclear. So we're less certain of the positions of Iranian leadership and their intentions than we were 60 days ago, correct?
That's an accurate assessment.
This is an insanely candid.
Jesus.
I wonder if she is on the way out. I wonder what. I feel like this is a really crazy. She's like just completely like out of step with
the report that she's on the way out, I think.
Well, a report. It was a quote unquote. It was a scoop by fucking Laura Loomer, which who knows?
Oh, that's true. It was fucking. You're right.
But I mean, that maybe. I mean, no. Laura Loomer knows a lot of crazy shit. She's like Milo, though, right? If it's true, she might know it, but she also makes shit up, so it's hard to say.
Yeah.
One of your jobs is to create products assessing Iran and the threats it poses to the United States, correct?
Yes.
And that includes potential outcomes for military action, correct?
It includes potential outcomes of a variety of scenarios.
Like in the likelihood of those outcomes.
Yes.
Generally, when you make assessments about threats facing the United States, you will look at, in Iran, in any instance, the likely scenarios that come out of military action, correct?
The intelligence community takes all of those factors into account when they create these assessments.
When you look at the threats posed by foreign countries, you also assess timelines to those threats, correct?
What do you mean by timelines?
Like a breakout time, for example, for nuclear weapons or the development of ballistic missiles.
Yes, based on the information available at any given time.
In the timeline also for potential terrorist attacks, correct?
Broadly, yes. Assesses
it is
all
common
matters
practice
available
for the IC to assess the timeline of all threats. Nuclear weapons development, ballistic, right?
Yes.
Ballistic weapons development.
Based on the information available, yes.
Terrorist attacks.
Same applies.
Cyber attacks. Timelines for all of those, correct?
When there is information available that point to that, yes.
In likelihood, as well as the timeline, correct?
Based on the information available.
Timing is important, is it not?
Okay, hold on. Just so I understand, because our structure of some of the government is confusing as fuck. For Tulsi Gabbard to be the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, she could be considered, or she is considered, the head. Like all intelligence in the United States eventually flows up or through her, including even like military intelligence. Correct? Like if there is a thing to be known that the U.S. intelligence community knows, then the DNI will know it, right? Not military, even on the civilian side, or I don't know if the civilian side makes sense. Like the DoD stuff doesn't report up or parallel through to her at some point. Yeah, I'm asking Mr. Moot. He's supposed to know the answer to this. I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
I thought we looked at this and like the intelligence services on the military even feed up through the civilian DoD agencies do flow through the ODNI, like the NSA. Yeah, okay, that was my understanding. Maybe there's some secret military intelligence that doesn't, or more specified to each branch that doesn't. It's kind of crazy because if you listen to like everything she said thus far, she's basically said that there was absolute. She said that, okay, so first she said, we have an intelligence community that makes these threat assessments, okay? We know that the new leadership that's likely to take over, the son of Khomeini or whatever, is more radical, is less predictable. We know that they weren't, with the fatwa, did you understand that? Was that a fatwa to not?
To not make nuclear weapons?
To not assemble nuclear weapons? I understood that, right? Okay.
Yep.
And then she knows, and she's saying there was no reason to believe there was a some type of threat or whatever, or that she's not aware of any intelligence stating any of these things. Basically, she's like stripping all of the claims that Trump has made about this war. She's basically saying here, all of them have come from the White House. There's no connection to any part of the intelligence community that is delivering these assessments to Donald Trump. And she's also gone a step further and said that we might not even have aligned interests with our Israeli partners in this war. I don't know. That's a lot of crazy shit.
Yeah.
It is an important factor that goes into the assessment.
So it is your position sitting here today that you made no timeline determination as to threats that Iran had facing the United States, correct?
That's a very broad statement, but where the information is available, the intelligence community factors that into their assessment process.
Did you or the IC...
Like, her answers are also, like, very direct. Like, she's like the... I can't believe I'm saying this. Did she say that Trump won the election? I think she probably also pussied out of that. I think everybody did, except for like fucking Dr. Oz or somebody. She's being very, very, very direct and cooperative with all of this too. She's not fighting on any answer. I think all of this has been a pretty huge condemnation of the current administration. She's not being cagey or anything. And I feel like she's offering up way more information than she has to. I feel like for a lot of these questions, she could very easily say, like, I'm not at liberty to discuss that, or like, I can't give information about this, or it would reveal whatever, or we have to do this on the closed side of this briefing or whatever. She's giving a lot of information publicly on this.
Make any assessments as to the timing of potential threats facing the United States from Iran in the last 90 days?
I'm sure there was timelines factored into the intelligence assessments that were delivered.
Did any of them show imminence?
The imminent nature of a threat is determined by the president based on a totality.
Who joined?
So ReasonRiffs. I'm just listening in the background. Like, it's insane. Is she the only person to say that they then expected that Iran could have nuclear weapons by 2035? Did I hear that correctly?
What was the 2034 or whatever date that she? I don't remember. I don't remember what that was about in particular. So any chat might remember. But.
I thought it was she was saying that that's when they could have nuclear weapons by, which is basically, like
not
sometime
anywhere close to, yeah.
Exactly, and like it's basically saying not anywhere close. She's incredibly clever if she's playing the game that we think she's playing, right? Like she wants plausible deniability, right? Just as that's the impression I'm getting.
Well, everybody keeps reading it this way, but I feel like I don't know if she needs plausible deniability here. Like, what does she need plausible deniability from? It sounds like they just have deniability. Like, the idea that Iran was a clear and present danger to the United States, that they were imminently about to do something, that this is a war of necessity. It sounds like that intelligence literally just didn't exist.
No, I mean her as an individual. I don't mean the administration. I mean, she's going against the administration, but doesn't want to be openly being seen to do so. Like, she's throwing Trump under the bus multiple times. She's hinted that she wasn't involved in decision making that she should be involved in, right?
Well, she should be, but if she's not involved in it, it's because the White House is excluding her from the conversations.
Yeah, exactly. And she's stating that multiple times, as if to say, the leadership is
excluding
malfunctioning
me
here. So,
yes, yeah.
Yeah. And she should be the one that's informed and helping making these decisions.
Yep.
And in terms of objectives, there used to be a time where she could have easily just said, hey, this risks, on ongoing missions and, the lives of servicemen, right? Because now she's just admitted they're going after missiles, which we know anyway, right? But she could easily have denied that stuff.
Yeah, or just not spoken to it at all and said that she can't. Yeah, 100%.
She's always been a bit of an enigma, but like it's as if she's on the way out or she's in this position, but she must have something on Trump as well, right? So she knows that they can't really get rid of her. But
well, I mean, she could just be. It could literally we could just read all of this as being kind of earnest, right? If she came in, Tulsi has always been publicly like very isolationist in terms of what she feels like U.S. policy should be. She's a big like fuck NATO, fuck the West kind of thing, and I don't know if she'd made statements on going to war with Iran or something prior to her coming into the cabinet, but if she did, she would have been anti-war with Iran in all cases, 100%.
Maybe I'm just paranoid, but I don't trust, even though she's been consistent, I don't trust that she's ever been earnest. She always looks like she's got this little grin on her face just waiting to pop out, like when she's, like she pulls this serious face often, and you can tell that she doesn't really feel that serious. She's putting on an act. Right? I
understand what you're saying, but like people don't always have to lie, right? Like let's say that like if you're like let's say that you're stealing from your boss and then somebody starts asking you like how you feel about them, and you really do hate them, and you're saying, I fucking hate this guy, he's a piece of shit or whatever, right? Like you can lie about stealing from him while also being earnest about your opinion about hating him. Like those two things wouldn't be contradictory.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you may not consistently lie because it may not be in your interest. So it may just be in your interest to tell the truth. And I think that's what she's doing now. But why she's telling the truth is the more difficult question here. Like,
well, I mean, if we move from any kind of like Russian agent mind for her, which I say half memeingly, but I don't know anymore. It could be if she genuinely is like anti-interventionalist or views America as needing to be more isolationist in nature or anti, like invade and blow countries, I'm anti-interventionist, then I mean, like these could all just be genuine feelings that she has. And as the head of as the director of national intelligence, the head of the ODNI, she might just feel like we didn't give him anything for this. Like there's no reason for him to be doing this. It didn't come from us. Like all of this could just be genuine stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is the Occam's razor kind of direction to go with this, right? It just, it's a bit more complex to say that there is other interests going on in the background. But in terms of her position in the administration and how she's basically said that she's been cut out of it, there must be some, resentment involved in that as well, if that is the case. In which case, how much is she planning to go against the current administration? Like, how far is she going to go with this? And what happens as a reaction to this in terms of her position?
Well, I mean, this is about as far as she can go. Because, again, she's not like, she can't control the military or anything, right? It's just intelligence. But then also, in terms of the reaction, I just don't think Trump cares about his intelligence agencies much. It just doesn't seem like he uses them or does anything with them. He's obsessed with like the military stuff, and then he likes his domestic people, so like Department of Homeland Security, like ICE and stuff, and his federal officers. But it doesn't seem like I feel like I don't hear him engage much with his intelligence agencies, and he doesn't know how to use the DOJ effectively. I'm just seeing now this the Don Lemon case or whatever. Apparently the FBI or the DOJ hasn't been turning over any discovery to the defendants, which in my mind means it's because they haven't been doing a good job at collecting it or getting it ready. So they probably did the indictment on this case early, and they don't have good discovery because they just haven't done any work on this because it's all just a fucking joke. Like Trump just doesn't engage much. Like I don't think Trump's ever like, I need to get a different director of intelligence so that I can actually do what I want to do, because he just does what he wants to do anyway, and he doesn't use his intelligence regardless. Is what it feels like, as stupid as that is.
I mean, I can imagine that he just doesn't like hearing something that contradicts what he wants to hear. So, of course, that's what intelligence agencies often do. They tell the hard truth, like invading Iran is going to be a big problem. And, he doesn't want to hear that. So then he stops listening to them simply just because it doesn't follow the narrative that he wants to believe in.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
That would be what I guess is happening.
Do you think this is Tulsi's exit from the administration for like a presidency run or no?
I feel like she would, if she feels strongly about any of this, I feel like she wouldn't leave, because the fear would be that she'd be replaced by an actual crazy sycophantic person.
I mean,
but I don't think any of these people give a fuck.
They have to care to some extent. These people aren't here by accident.
Would she stand as a Republican? How would she become president?
Oh, like what would she run for office? Oh, I don't know about any of that shit. Maybe not. Who knows?
That's what I'm saying. I like this could be her exit from it, from the administration to run in the future and be like, well, I was anti-Trump at this level.
Maybe.
That's the thing. She could be trying to set it up so she gets effectively kicked out and says, hey, I didn't want to leave, but I was kicked out, rather than actually completely burning the bridge and being obviously the one to do it.
Sure.
That's what I think is possibly. That's why she's having this plausible deniability for herself as an individual. I don't mean as an administration. Like, there's so many contradictions, right? So if the objective is to prevent nuclear weapons, and then she says, well, they're going after the missile silos. And then, okay, you could say, well, getting rid of the Ayatollah was part of preventing, the plans to build the nuclear weapons. But at the same time, the new administration in Iran is even more extreme. So it's actually contradictory to their objectives.
But that's not contradicting her assessment. The contradictions she's pointing to are. That's what I mean when I say she's throwing the White House under the bus. She's saying that they're trying to destroy the missiles and all this stuff, but like the next guy coming in is potentially even more radical than his father, and we don't know his position on any of these things at all, and we can't speak to like any of his motivations or anything. So
which is what we'd expect, right? Like trying to have a regime change from the air is insane, and even on the ground it hasn't worked. So we'd expect that anyway, even if we didn't have that intelligence.
Well, we wouldn't expect that the guy coming next would be even more radical, because then what's the point of even trying to do the regime change? Now it seems like it's just a contradictory aim.
Yeah, but if you randomly generated a new leader in a situation where a country's been really obliterated, you're going to expect that there'll be so much upheaval and uncertainty that it will radicalize that next administration. They would have to gain the support of the people.
Maybe it depends on the popularity of the current regime and who's ready to take the place of the next one and who's got the support of the military and all that. But I mean, generally speaking,
historically, that has been the case, right?
Sure.
So that means getting rid of the Ayatollah was actually contradictory to the objectives and interests of the US. So basically, okay, there's different objectives, but it's not only that.
Well, yeah, but remember, she also said explicitly, you just said that was contradictory to the interests of the U.S., which is true, but she said that Israel and the U.S. don't have the same interests, and it sounds like she said Israel's interests are more with regime change, so killing those...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, those interests, they're not just different, they're actually
could be
going
contradictory
against the U.S. interest in the area, let alone U.S. interest more broadly. I mean, if you just read into all of this, it's so many cases of throwing the White House under the bus. I mean, they've been run over like 10 times, during this. It's actually pretty insane, and it's quite clever. I've respected her before in terms of her intelligence, not in terms of what I think her intent is. But this is peak Tulsi. Yeah, this is insane.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, I'm going to get back. I'm actually installing a couple of servers in my new flat, so I'm going to get back to that and continue to listen. But this is insane. This is
be
crazy.
careful.
Cool. Take care.
Don't let the AI invade your house.
Well, it's kind of doing it locally, but anyway.
Bye.
Of the intelligence and information provided to him.
It didn't even show that there were attacks anticipated within the next 90 days from Iran.
It's too simplistic of a statement to say that because it depends on various scenarios occurring or not occurring. That were delivered.
They didn't even show imminence.
The imminent nature of a threat is determined by the president based on a totality of the intelligence and information provided to him.
It didn't even show that there were attacks anticipated within the next 90 days from Iran.
It's too simplistic of a statement to say that because it depends on various scenarios occurring or not occurring.
Did those assessments show timelines for the threats that Iran posed to the United States?
The totality of threats, yes, there were timelines involved where it applied and where that information was available. But again, to your question about the determination of imminence, the president makes that determination based on the totality of information and intelligence.
The bottom line is there was no imminent threat, and you know that, and there's no product that shows that. I yield back.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I want to expand on the questioning from my colleague, Mr. LaHood, regarding FISA 702. Obviously, it is the imminent issue right before us. Will expire in a month. Unequivocally, the most critical national security tool our nation has to keep us safe from fentanyl, foreign wars, and everything in between.
It's FISA.
Mainly to Director Ratcliffe, but any of you can answer this. One of the most perplexing debates that I've been subject to in my time here is this debate over what warrants are and when they're needed. In the 250-year history of this country, and going back to the very origins of law enforcement, we have always had a warrant requirement on the collection of evidence. We have never had a warrant requirement on the querying of already lawfully collected data, which is why we don't require police officers to get warrants when they run license plates, querying off of already lawfully collected DOT data. It's why we don't require police officers to get a warrant to enter the evidence locker in their police precinct, which contains already lawfully collected data. It would literally shut down the system. And that's not a warrant requirement, that's a secondary warrant requirement. That's a warrant requirement on steroids. So, Director Ratcliffe, or any of you, I know you've been subject to these questions as well. Is it just a confusion over the difference between the collection of evidence versus the querying of our already lawfully collected data? Is it a lack of understanding of what incidental collection is, which is a fundamental precept of law enforcement? But if we have a warrant requirement on steroids for now the querying of already lawfully collected data, just by the numbers, that would require an expansion of the federal judiciary by a factor of 100. It would literally shut down our law enforcement.
I'm going to make a lot of guesses here, so I'm going to tell me if I'm right or wrong in chat. My guess is going to be that, I don't know if this is part of FISA 702 or whatever, but my guess is going to be that intelligence agencies are allowed to collect huge swaths of data from either from corporations or social media or whatever, but that's because if they don't collect it as it's created or whatever, it's going to be gone forever and they can't ever use it. But let's say that you collect, so let's say that part of the CIA is I'm allowed to archive every single meta post that's ever made. But however, if you want to use this as part of an investigation, or if you want to build on something just to that, if you actually want to go to the database and access these particular things, then you have to get some kind of FISA warrant, I'm guessing, or some kind of warrant in order to in order to actually go over to query the database and go over evidence you've already collected. And this guy's saying like, well, if you've got the evidence already, then you should be able to go over anything you want, because you wouldn't have to query evidence collected as part of a police investigation. But my guess is for a police investigation, those subpoenas require you to have like articulable, whatever the standard is for getting a warrant from a judge, whereas for the national security stuff, the collection requirements are probably much lower, so they can collect a much larger net of data. It's my guess.
An apparatus at perhaps the most dangerous time in our nation's history. So, Director Ratcliffe, or any of you, if you could just walk me through your analysis there.
Well, I'll start, Congressman. Thanks for the question. Again, thanks for highlighting this important issue. And as has been pointed out, reforms should be implemented where they're necessary. And I think, speaking for myself, and I know Director Patel supported the reforms from 2 years ago to make improvements, and they did. And so some reforms should be considered. A warrant isn't one of them. And with respect to the reforms that have been implemented, we're talking about, when we talk about Fourth Amendment rights and privacy concerns, we're at a 99.9% compliance rate with respect to that. So I would start by saying, why are you trying to fix?
Got a defib? No defib? No. Well, good luck, buddy.
Cooked.
What's not broken with something that I can tell you from this seat, the fix would not work. And I go back to my comment before. DNIs, CIA directors, FBI directors, the people that have been in all of these chairs before on a bipartisan basis agree that a warrant won't work and don't advocate for it. Congressman, you're correct. This is lawfully collected information.
But it sounds like it's lawfully collected because it's going to be gated behind the requirement for some warrant. So if you didn't have that requirement, it sounds like they would have to go through an actual subpoena warrant process for every single thing they'd collect instead. So I feel like that's misleading there, unless I'm misunderstanding the underlying architecture of this.
And these things come at you very fast, and you have to make decisions very quickly, and sometimes in a matter of hours. You have to act on the information that you have lawfully, that has been lawfully collected to interdict drug shipments or terrorist activities, and a warrant requiring you to go to the court to seek probable cause for information that has already been lawfully collected only prevents that from happening. I don't understand. I understand that it's well-meaning for people that are proposing it, but again, I would defer to the people who sit in these chairs and make these decisions who would tell you that it doesn't work.
Anybody else want to comment on the warrant requirement?
So, Congressman, I'd love to comment. Thanks for the question. I do just want to add a couple of points. I agree with everything Director Ratcliffe said. Not only is this already collected data on foreign personnel outside of the United States, but the data that is being queried has also already been analyzed to ensure that it contains foreign intelligence value, which I think is a very important part of this. And then when we query a U.S. person term, we're not querying for U.S. person information. We're querying for foreign intelligence that has already been evaluated at least once to contain foreign intelligence in the database that's being accessed. And then the final piece that I think is important is that both the FISC and the Department of Justice have established robust legal and compliance rules that we adhere to and that is audited by DOJ for every query that we make.
Thank you. I yield back.
Dr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, we've known each other for a long time. We were both elected to Congress in 2012 and served together.
Okay, so somebody says, collected data is not considered actual data. It all sits there in these massive databases, but because it hasn't been queried, it's not actually considered data. When somebody queries the database, it then becomes data, and doing that requires warrants. Okay, that sounds right.
For a while, I may not have always agreed with your positions, but I respected the consistency of some of your positions. Director Gabbard, following the January 3rd, 2020 drone strike that killed Qasem Soleimani, you gave a speech on the House floor 6 days later, on January 9th, 2020. In this speech, that is currently in the congressional record and available for anyone to view, you stated, quote, President Trump has committed an illegal and unconstitutional act of war, pushing our nation headlong into a war with Iran without any authorization from Congress. A war that would be so costly and devastating, it would make our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan look like a picnic. On February 28, 2026, the Trump administration, under which you are the president's principal intelligence advisor, launched an illegal and unconstitutional act of war, pushing our nation headlong into a war with Iran without any authorization from Congress. This war has already been costly and devastating. 13 American service members have lost their lives, including Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marsden from my home of Sacramento, California. And approximately 200 service members have been wounded. The Pentagon reported that the first 6 days of Operation Epic Fury cost $11.3 billion. That averages almost $2 billion per day. That was the first 6 days, and now we're in the 19th day of this war. That's ballooned into a regional conflict, putting the lives of Americans and our allies throughout the Middle East in danger. Director Gabbard, do you still believe that strikes against Iran that don't have congressional authorization constitute an illegal and unconstitutional act of war?
Congressman, thank you for the question. The cost of war weighs very heavily upon me and my colleagues here, especially for those of us who have experienced and seen the cost of war firsthand. My own personal and political views, as I mentioned earlier, I was asked and required by Congress and by the President in this role as the Director of National Intelligence to check those views at the door to ensure that the intelligence assessments are not colored by my personal views.
Director
and that's
Gabbard,
exactly what I am responsible to deliver.
Do you still believe that war with Iran would be so costly and devastating that it would make our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan look like a picnic?
Once again, in this role, it is essential that I do not allow any of my personal views on any issues to color or bias the intelligence reporting that we deliver to you and to the President.
Director Gabbard, in this hearing 1 year ago, I asked some questions, and I'll paraphrase my exact question. It's like, we should keep politics out of this, even if the President disagrees with a directive, if it goes against his personal wishes, if he's considering an order that potentially is unconstitutional or illegal or compromises our security. I want your word that you will always provide and give the honest advice to the President, even if it will make him angry. I asked you that question. I'm going to read your answer. And to your specific question, the answer is yes. I will inform the President of that accurate, timely, unbiased intelligence reporting, whether it is something that agrees with an assumption or a view or an objective or not. That's my responsibility to him and to the American people. Director Gabbard, there is no imminent threat of nuclear breakout. Did you deliver that assessment to the President?
I have delivered the intelligence community's assessments to the President.
There was no imminent nuclear threat to the United States. There was no evidence of imminence that Iran was going to attack American assets. That was different from anything they've done over 4 decades. That was going to attack our homeland. There was no imminent threat. Imminent is defined in the dictionary as something that is about to happen. Not something that's been happening for 4 decades, not something that is going to happen 3 months from now, not something that's going to happen a year from now. Imminent said this is about to happen. Did you deliver that assessment to the President?
I delivered the intelligence community's objective analysis of the threats, the severity of those threats, and the scope, along with assessments of the different scenarios and contexts that exist within the Middle East.
The President owes it to the American people to go on television, to explain to the American people, to the service members who have died in action serving our country, why we are at war with Iran. He needs to go on television and explain that directly to the American people, what the imminent threat was.
Gentleman's time has expired. I would advise members that a vote has been called. It's a single vote, and if members want to shuttle back and forth so we can maintain the continuity of the hearing, we'll do that. So if you start to see it, just to our witnesses, you know how this works. They'll be moving in and out to go address that vote and then returning to their seat. But at this time, I recognize Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for the record, I would like to submit an article from Politico dated February.
Why does this guy sound like Al Kalinske?
2026, and the title of it is Head of State of the Union Dems Demand Trump Make Iran Plans Public. I think most Americans understand that if the President of the United States makes those plans public, then the enemies get to see them
Without objection, so ordered.
and that was the date of the State of the Union. Director Patel, I'm going to come to you very quickly, and then I'm going to move on. But I listened closely to Senator Langford's testimony yesterday about fraud and the other things that are going on, and I want to bring your attention. This was in March 25th of 2024. An unsuspecting Uber driver named Lalitha Tulanda Hall drove to a house near Columbus, Ohio to pick up a package. She had no idea that the 81-year-old man who lived there had just received a series of phone calls from scammers who had threatened to kill him if he did not give the woman coming to his house $12,000 in cash.
Jesus.
He killed the lady, so she's dead. He now has a life sentence. Are you aware of any action or investigation that the Justice Department has taken to pursue justice, to bring the scammers and put them and make them pay for what they did?
I think you're referring to Congressman scam centers and scam compounds that are wreaking havoc on our citizens.
I'm referring to this individual case. This lady was murdered, and a man now has life in prison.
I can't speak to that individual case. I can tell you what we're doing generally if you wish, but as you said.
No, sir. I want to bring that case to your attention. I think that we need to pursue that. Someone is dead, and someone else has life in prison. And it was the scammers that did it. My heart goes out to both families, but the scammers are the ones that need to pay the price. They're the guilty party here. Director Gabbard, you made a lot of changes
to go to jail.
at ODN.
Wait,
This
so
was fucking crazy.
a guy showed up at an apartment or something to drop off something, and then a scammer convinced the person whose home he was going to kill the person, or to give the person.
So, scammers calling an old dude. They're saying, "Hey, we're sending someone there to get the money. you owe us, I don't know, like $20,000 to bail your kid out of jail or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Lady who just drives Uber gets a pickup to go pick up a package. She shows up. She waits there, is like waiting outside to pick up a package. Eventually, the guy comes out.
Okay.
Or no, she comes to the door. She knocks. The guy comes out, holds a gun to her, and is like, you're trying to kill me, you're trying to steal my money, blah, blah, blah. Because the people on the phone who were the scammers were threatening him, saying like, we have someone there at your house now. If you don't give over the money, they're going to kill you, blah, blah, blah. The lady refuses to give her phone over. And then the guy has a gun to her and he keeps saying, give me your phone, I want to check your phone. She refuses, she gets in the car, and then this guy just shoots her dead. So he killed a Uber driver who was there for a package.
Okay, wait. So he killed the Uber driver.
Mm-hmm.
But who was on the phone with the scammers?
Scammers were on the phone with this guy who killed the Uber driver.
Okay. And why was he asking her for her phone? Because of the scammers on
Because he thought that she was one of the scammers who was threatening to kill her. He
oh,
didn't know it was
she
just
wasn't
an
like
Uber
going to
driver.
his house or whatever. She was just like happened to be there.
No, she was going to his house to pick up a package from Uber.
Why is Uber shipping a package from his house?
So Uber does like where they'll come and get a parcel from.
Yeah.
And then they'll take it somewhere else.
Okay. So it sounds like she was part of the scam. No?
But she had no idea.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's crazy shit. Yeah.
So like if I were to call you and tell you like you need to put money in a thing or your family's going to die, but the person that I've got contracted, quote unquote, to pick it up is I just do a random like Uber parcel.
It's a random Uber. Yeah.
Damn. So, and the guy got life in prison.
Well, he killed this lady.
Yeah. But I mean,
I get it, but he still killed a random lady.
Yeah, but damn, bro.
You should watch it. There's a cop slop of it.
There's oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You should watch the video. She tells him like 4 times that she works for Uber. Well, yeah, but isn't that exactly what a scammer person would say? Jesus. Okay.
ODNI changes that I think were necessary that I want to give you the chance to talk about. So what concrete steps in ODNI 2.0, what are they taking to address politicization, weaponization of intelligence?
Wait, did I watch this or did you guys watch this on anything else?
I watched it. Never being.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wait, wait, link me.
You didn't see it.
Link it in chat, I guess.
Let me find.
The whole thing is on video. How long is the whole thing?
The whole video was like 10, 15 minutes.
These fucking millennial losers.
Yes, I need the sheriff and the ambulance real quick out here. There's been a shooting.
The caller is the shooter. He's being advised to put the gun down.
He said it was a scam. Somebody called and told him that his nephew was in jail.
He was after blood money. It's the same play that they've been using on everybody.
Yeah.
It's always elderly people.
Yeah.
And then she showed up. Oh.
Yeah, he got bashed pretty good. He shows up here and takes $12,000 there. Okay there.
A man calls 911 to report that he's been the victim of a telephone scam that ended in a dangerous confrontation in front of his house. Now one person has been shot, and the threat may be ongoing. But it won't be long before a shocking revelation turns the entire case upside down. The following report is based on official police records, and some of the footage has never been seen before until now. In Clark County, Ohio, on the morning of March 25, 2024, dispatchers get a 911 call from an elderly man named Bill Brock, who says he's been forced to use extreme measures to defend his life.
Yes, I need the sheriff and the ambulance real quick out here. There's been a shooting.
A shooting? Who shot?
Some black woman come to the house here.
Who did she shoot?
Well, I've been threatened all morning.
Okay. Okay, where did the black woman go?
She's laying here on the driveway.
Did you shoot her?
Yes, I did.
Okay. She's laying in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
She's bleeding some. And,
Okay, where did you shoot her at?
well, I shot her in the leg first time, and I shot her in the shoulder.
Okay, so you shot her in the leg and the shoulder?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because I was threatened that she was going to come and kill me.
Much more will be said about the threats Bill was getting that morning, but for now the dispatcher is concerned about the immediate emergency.
Is anybody else with her out there?
No.
Okay, so she's by herself?
And I'm by myself, too.
Okay. Is that her in the background?
Yes.
Okay.
Even with the woman in clear need of urgent medical care, Bill says that the threat against his life may still be ongoing.
There was a guy on the phone, and he was telling me he kill me and the family and everybody else around.
Help me, please.
And he's probably on his way here now. He claimed he was in Springfield,
Okay, the mail said he was in the Springfield?
but I don't believe it. I'm not comfortable being outside here because they said they had us running over us. And
The stunning details of what led up to this shooting will come out in time, but for now, police rushing to the scene have a more pressing question.
Yes, we do.
okay, and where the person riding the firearm is?
Okay, where did you put the gun?
I've got it right here in my hand.
Okay, I need you to put the gun down before the officers and the medics get there. I need you to put it up somewhere.
I will.
The caller is the shooter. He's being advised to put the gun down. Did you put the gun up? I need you to put the gun up before they arrive, okay?
Yes.
Okay, put the gun up for me. Put it inside the house or something, okay?
Yes, but she's not going anywhere.
With that stark assessment, Bill puts the gun away. The woman is being treated by paramedics when the first deputy arrives at the scene.
Come here. You're all right. Stay by 1 second. Are you the shooter? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna pat you down, okay? Yeah. I'm just gonna hang on to that. Yeah, hang on to that too. Might be something in my car, okay? Something before long. I have the man. I'd be scared in my car. Not yet. Just let us figure it out, okay? Okay. You're not under arrest, okay? You're just being detained in the car for now, okay? Like I said, there's a squad coming to check you, okay? Yeah. So just give us a few.
I'm sure glad to see you guys out here because I've been on this phone for a couple hours with this guy trying to save me. I had a nephew in jail. I had a wreck in Charleston and just kept hanging on and needing on money. And this woman was supposed to, figured it.
As the cops secure the scene, a med flight is ordered for the woman, who is still conscious.
Okay, I'm gonna have you stuff prepped anything.
As they wait for the helicopter, the deputies begin to learn a little more about what happened here today.
He says he's standing. Somebody called and told him that his nephew was in jail and he didn't pay $12,000 down now. And next thing you know, he tells them they get the $12,000. He shows up here and thinks $12,000. So he's there.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah.
So you were the only one in your house?
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody came with this female?
No.
Okay. You didn't see anybody?
She was saying that was Springfield as I understand because he was after blood money. There's $12,000 of envelope in there that I was supposed to take to Springfield.
Bill tried to get some of this across in the 911 call.
She threatened to kill you?
No, it's the guy on the phone that's been trying to get money out of me.
It's the same play that they've been using on everybody.
Yeah.
It's always elderly people.
The federal government warns that so-called grandparent scams are growing more common as cyber thieves use.
Oh man, dude, this guy said way too much. This guy fucked himself with this 911 call, which sucks. But I wonder if there should be a rule that like 911 calls or something can't be used as evidence or something against you. I don't know. Maybe not.
Like you have to be read Miranda, I guess.
Well, something like imagine if I'm in an area, and imagine if imagine I come to your house and I see you're like laying on your porch and you're like laying there bleeding or something, and I call 911 and I'm like, hey, like I came to my friend's house, he's bleeding, what do I do? And imagine like, oh, what does it look like happening? It's like, oh, it looks like he got shot. And they're like, okay, do you see anybody? And I'm like, no, there's nobody here. Like I drove down here, I haven't seen anybody like the whole time. Imagine if like I become the prime suspect in that, and now you have to play that in court. And it's like my testimony basically on the 911 call saying like, didn't you say that when you showed up at his house, you hadn't seen anybody around there in miles? And maybe the guy was like hiding behind the house and they just never found him or whatever, right? And they're like, and that wound was fresh, right? When paramedics shouldn't, it's like, oh, fuck me. Like, well, fuck, if I would have known this 911 call was going to be played, I would have said shit. But yeah, I don't know.
I wonder if they do it under like spontaneous utterance or whatever it's called.
No shot, because this is not you just like saying some shit like, oh, I'm sorry. This is like you get like police reports and everything are super valid forms of evidence. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know.
Social media to gain access to consumers' personal information. The FBI reported that they received nearly 200 complaints in 2023 relating to this type of fraud. This case, of course, ended differently than most.
They're in the white squad. They got one in the chest, one in the hip, I think, and two in the leg.
You know, Allied helicopters looked for a drone because they claimed they had a drone circling around there watching me and one killed me.
Things are quickly worsening for the woman Bill shot.
Hey, I know you guys got a lot going on, but if you can, them pants, her clothes.
We don't have time for that working right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no worries about it. She's full rest.
Where's the life flight?
The woman's injuries have left her on the brink, but neither of them made it through today's incident unscathed.
Are you in
the life flight?
Yeah, I thought they said on here that they called like a life flight.
Isn't that where she's going? To the hospital?
Hey, I know you guys got a lot going on.
She's in a fucking ambulance right now.
Maybe they're driving her to the helipad.
Them pants, her clothes.
We don't have time for that working right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no worries about it. She's full rest right now.
Or they might just be putting her in the ambulance because they can keep her pumping there or something, maybe? I don't know.
The woman's injuries have left her on the brink, but neither of them made it through today's...
Oh, no worries. I know you guys got a lot going on, but if you can... Them pants,
somebody said
her
there's
clothes.
a helicopter right
we
there.
We don't have time for that working right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no worries about it. She's full...
Where's the helicopter?
Full rest right now.
We saw the helicopter.
The woman's injuries have left her on the brink, but neither of them made it through today's incident unscathed.
Are you injured anywhere?
Just a little nick on the side there where she slammed the car door on me.
Yeah, whole side.
Are you guys in this?
Oh, yeah, he got bashed pretty good.
With Bill detained and the woman being airlifted to a nearby hospital, the detectives begin their investigation around back with an important piece of evidence.
I know, worship. I'm going to blood on it. He has some blood on his ears and stuff.
There's a gun.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a revolver.
We haven't got pictures over there yet. I want to where I'm going. She's like a bullet in a China shop.
As they head into the house, the investigators notice the envelope full of money that Bill had prepared for the scammers.
Yep.
So why did he...
So they called him.
Oh, okay. You didn't say no more. I understand. Tell him that his son didn't... Yep.
And then she showed up.
As familiar as the scam may be, this one took an extremely rare turn. And when the man behind this scam calls the house, it takes another one.
You ready?
Holy
shit. We want to know. Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah, who's it?
May I ask who I'm talking to?
Yeah, this is the officer speaking.
Okay, what officer?
Yeah,
No, I need to know what officer, sir.
you're gonna be in trouble.
Okay, let me ask you this. The female you sent over here, you know who she is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, she's been in an accident. And this is actually an officer. It's Detective Cruz with the Clark County Sheriff's Office. I need you to dial a number, get this number so I can explain more to you. Hello?
Rip.
Hello?
Did they catch the original scammer? My guess is going to be you'll have no idea because the phone stuff is just way too easy to route through any place, and you'll never be able to, with all the international cooperation of the world, you'll never be able to tell.
If you'd like to make a call, please.
Well, they know that she's been in an accident, so they can't say we didn't tell them.
As the deputies have their first interaction with the phone scammers, Bill remains shaken by the grim events that have shaped this morning.
Yeah, he threatened to come out here and kill me if I didn't pay. Okay. And she was going to get there. Okay. So I left the door on.
The guy sounded American. He did. It could be Americans doing the scams. It could also possibly be, as corny as it sounds, it could just be like live AI translated or whatever. Like I've noticed now on Instagram, you notice on Instagram that they'll show you reels in other languages and they'll just do translations on the reel. Like Audible.
I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, there's some they might be popping up and you might not even notice it. But like some of the real, like if the comments are all in Spanish and you just listen to a reel in English, if you click on the bottom left, it'll tell you it's like just been translated by like an AI speaker, and it looks. I think they might even change the mouth movements and shit of it. So it wouldn't surprise me if you could do real live or real time like voice translations, or like to get rid of accents or whatever. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Expect a perfect arm. I got you. I feel. It's not a bad bouncer. I understand. I've been in a shootout before. I completely understand.
Inside the house, the scammer calls once again.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm sorry, we got disconnected there.
Okay.
What were you saying?
She was in an accident. This is Detective Cruz with the Clark County Sheriff's Office. She was taken to the hospital. I need you to call so we can get more information on her.
Okay, what type of accident?
It was a serious accident. We'll just say that.
A serious accident?
Yes.
Is she okay?
No, she's not doing well.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
She just said she was taken to the hospital.
What hospital is
I'm
she
not going to tell you that until you meet me so I can make sure you're family or something like that.
Okay, I'm going to be there.
Why didn't the guy try to contact the cops or anything? I mean, I haven't seen the whole court case, but assuming the scam is working as intended, I imagine that there's a threat from the scammers that if you try to call police or whatever, if they're saying they'll kill your family or whatever dumb shit they're claiming is would be the threat to make so you don't make a call like that.
Will you meet 20 minutes?
Okay, thank you.
Where is the gentleman that was there?
Huh?
The gentleman that was there. Where is he?
He's talking to us, so I need you to come.
Okay, thank you. I'll be there.
20 minutes, get ready. Let's see if he shows up.
But now knowing the police are on the scene and Bill is talking to them, the man never arrives. Meanwhile, Bill gets stitches for his head wound.
Yeah, I'm glad you got around to the threat to kill me.
Yeah, and that too, because, the threats as well. So you have a female that probably has someone else out there that, you never know.
Bill says the scam caller made many death threats, but today's events only bring about one actual death. 61-year-old Lolita Hall, the woman he shot this morning, dies in surgery at Kettering Hospital.
Well, about the neighbors that were threatening to be raped and killed.
According to Bill's friends, his fears lingered. He stayed with his girlfriend Becky for the following days, hiding his vehicles because he thought the scammers would find him and kill him. But even today, the cops believe they have the basic picture of what happened.
He's already given consent, so he's complied with all law enforcement aspects. It sounds like the person that came to his house was in the wrong. He is the apparent victim of a possible robbery. He shot someone that attempted to rob him.
But this investigation is about to take its most unexpected turn yet. Detectives soon realized that Lolita Hall was working for Uber on the morning that Bill was being targeted over the phone. And just as Bill had no idea who he was really talking to that day, Lolita too was unaware that the pickup and delivery order she accepted that morning was part of a sophisticated scam. At 10:52, she arrives at Bill's house. Lolita's dash cam shows her waiting in Bill's driveway, apparently uncertain about the next step.
I don't know what door I'm supposed to go to.
Bill had been on the phone with the scammers for nearly 2 hours at that point. They claimed to be a lawyer and a judge calling on behalf of Matt, his girlfriend Becky's grandson, who had supposedly been arrested after a negligent car accident. At one point, they even put someone posing as Matt himself on the phone. The ruse was good enough to fool Bill for a while, but as Lolita was out in the driveway trying to decide what to do, he was beginning to realize that something wasn't right.
It doesn't look like anyone's here. I don't see him.
Bill says that the plan was for him to deliver the $12,000 to a parking lot near the courthouse, where he would meet with a woman in a black Acura. But when he begins to catch on to the scam, the men on the phone drop the act and tell him that the woman has come to him. He looks out the window and sees a black Acura parked in the driveway.
He's gonna be like, hello, I'm home. There is no bell to ring. Ma'am, there's no bell to ring. I'm not walking up.
Lolita, clearly uneasy about going to the door, remains in the driveway for nearly a half hour total. In the meantime, Bill says the scammers were getting increasingly hostile. They gave him a stark warning. If they didn't get a call from their woman confirming that the money had been handed over, they would kill him, his family, and those closest to him.
Can you let them know I'm here? Is there any way you can let them know I'm here?
It's not clear if Lolita is talking to anyone or merely rehearsing, but finally, just as the scammers are threatening Bill's life over the phone, Lolita decides she's done waiting.
Okay.
Lolita heads in the direction of Bill's back door.
Oh,
According to Bill, she walked into his covered sunroom area through the door facing the driveway, proceeded to open the storm door leading into his house, and said, "I'm here for the package." Bill says that was when he drew his pistol and asked for her phone. Less than 2 minutes after Lolita was seen walking toward the house, she is seen again, and this time, she's not alone.
Stop. Stop. I'll call 911. Nope, you're not leaving. Hi. No, you're not. You're not leaving in one hole. Give me that phone. Stop. Give me. Give me. Help! 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 Give me that phone. Help! I'll shoot the other way. Help! Oh, get out. Help! Yes. Yes, I know what you're after. You're after her. Help! 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 Give me that phone.
But even as Bill calls for help along with her, he will later say he still saw Lolita, and more specifically the phone she was carrying, as a dangerous threat to his survival.
I'll shoot you in the head. Please don't. Don't, sir. Who do you work for? Over. He's not up there. You can see it. You can see it. You can look, sir. Hey, look. Oh, hold properly. Oh, I shoot you. Give me the phone. All right. Please, don't shoot me anymore. Please. You need an ambulance. Please. 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 Let's talk.
Lolita can be heard begging Bill not to shoot her again for the next minute, but Bill is fixated on one thing.
Please, somebody help me. Give me your damn phone.
No additional gunshots are heard, and soon Bill calls 911.
There's been a shooting.
A shooting? Who shot?
Some black woman has come to the house here.
Roughly 2 weeks after the shooting, Bill's lawyer told Clark County detectives that he would not be submitting to a formal interview. The next day, he was arrested and charged with murder. At trial, the prosecutors argued that a reasonable person would not shoot a defenseless woman multiple times to protect themselves from words of a scammer. The jury agreed, and in January 2026, William Brock was convicted of murder, 2 counts of felony murder, kidnapping, and felonious assault. At sentencing, Lolita's son Mario called his mother his best friend. She didn't get to grow old like William Brock, he said. Instead, she sits on my mantle in an urn. William Brock, 83, was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison, plus an additional and consecutive 6 years for firearm specifications. He has filed an appeal. In March 2025, the estate of Lolita Hall filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Bill and the unnamed scammers, none of whom have been identified or arrested to this day. The lawsuit is ongoing.
Damn. You think the guy...
Yeah.
You think he deserved it?
Yeah. I think you gotta go to jail there.
Damn.
You can't just shoot someone because they...
Because they what?
You can't just shoot someone because they won't give you the phone. I understand all of the other circumstances, but she wasn't actually posing a threat.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he doesn't know that, right? That's the whole point of the scam. Like, in his mind, she's on the phone with the scammers, and if she tells the scammers that he's gone out to confront her, then I guess they're going to go after him and his family or some whatever bullshit they're trying to convince him of.
I mean, but it's not for him to shoot her, right? He should just call the police, and if she goes away, then he calls the police. Hey,
Well, yeah, but
so-and-so
didn't it
are
sound
coming to
like-
kill me.
Didn't they start the call off by saying that they used like a voice or whatever, or they got an impersonator of his son to say that his son was already in custody or something?
Probably, yeah.
So if you think your family is already being held hostage, and you think this lady has a phone where she's
no. He's the money's for bail money. They don't think he's being held hostage. He thinks that they.
Well, I think initially
the kid
it's
is
for
in
bail
jail.
money, but then once he starts to not trust them, don't they switch the story to, you're just going to give us this money or we're going to kill your family? That's what it sounded like. The details, I guess, of the call would kinda
It sounded
matter.
like they're gonna come kill you, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious if his impression at the time was that some family member is already being held hostage or not. I guess I'm also curious. He lived out in the rural lands. I wonder how far away he was from anything, such that maybe he thought that
He's not that far.
You don't think so?
Well, no, I know that area actually. He's like.
You know that area? Where is that?
That's in Ohio. That's near where I grew up.
Bullshit. Yeah, you grew up in the farms.
Probably like 10 minutes from a city, not like Miami.
10-minute
but
drive.
Like, you know, I mean, from a 30,000, probably. Yeah.
That's a decently rural place.
Sure, I'm not saying it's not decently rural, but sometimes when you say rural, you could be talking about like, okay, we're an hour out.
Sure, that would be mega rural, but
sure, yeah.
What are we talking about? Cats?
The cops. We cop slopped a little.
You think that there's wild cats?
I don't know what.
live-
Hold on, Chad is being fucking retarded. 10-minute drive to get to a city is not suburban. There are not suburban places that are like by the time you're 10 minutes out in suburban sprawl, you've created a new city. Link me a map of some suburban place where it's a 10-minute drive on going 55 miles an hour, not like going through 20 million stop signs or whatever. Jacksonville suburbs? Jacksonville is part of the city of Jacksonville. It's not rural. That's Jacksonville. It's a city. What are you talking about?
What was this guy's name again? What was the video?
Wait, what?
What was the guy who shot's name? I'm gonna look up exactly where.
I don't know. You linked it to me, didn't you?
No, someone in chat linked that. William J. Brown.
Technically, every place is a city, or do you only mean unincorporated townships? No, if you live at a place where you have to drive, like... I don't know, I'm trying to think of where... Fuck, I don't want to dox anybody. Like, there are places... I don't want to say out in the country, because it doesn't mean anything. Where, like, it might be... maybe, like, a 30-second drive to, like, the next house. And then you might be 10 minutes away from the closest, like, gas station, like, by long road. But not like 10 minutes, like, oh, I've got to go through stop signs and blah, blah, blah. But, like, you gotta drive out your driveway, and you're on some gravel, unpaid bullshit, and then you have to drive 10 minutes just to even get to, like, a small town area of, like, a population 2,000 center to even, like, fill up in gas or whatever. These are, like...
So, he's 20 minutes from Springfield, which is a city of... Springfield population.
Yeah, Springfield sounds like a big city, but if you have to drive 20 minutes just to get anywhere, that seems like if he were to call 911, if he were just to call 911, is this like a 10-minute plus drive for the cops to get there, or 10, 15, 20 minutes for the cops to get there? Like,
for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of in terms of like, why can't he just call the cops? If he feels like, but I don't know if he felt like his family was being held hostage or not. I don't know what the order, because the presenter for this video was just kind of talking through it.
Yeah, the nearest like hospital, like actual fucking hospital for this lady is like a 30 to 45 minute.
Yeah. For you guys are so fucking retarded. Hold on, I'm not gonna get triggered by a bunch of city slickers. They have cops for outside of cities. Kind of, yeah. But like one of the largest complaints for people that live in like out in the boonies is emergency services take a while to get there. Like that's an issue, right? Not even just hospitals, but like calling the cops, calling firefighters, anything like that. Like emergency service availability for rural areas is like harder than city areas. Like it's a thing. It's a deal.
My wife was near passing out in the bathroom from fucking blood loss from a miscarriage like a month ago or whatever. And I called a fucking paramedic. I called 911 in Toronto. It took him almost an hour to get. Like this guy it would have taken cops a while to get there.
Okay, well that's
it's not
Canada.
an instant
Okay,
thing.
that's a Canada.
Yeah,
thing.
that's some Canada shit.
That's some Canada shit. Okay.
Can we talk about cats now?
What about them? Quick.
Do you think that there are cats that live out in the forest? Just wild, like house cats that are just like chilling, you know, no people nearby for 20, 30 minutes?
My guess would be no. The only reason why I would guess that is because my guess is going to be I guess there could be, like it wouldn't be impossible, but my guess is going to be the more urban-y, the more city-like a place is, the more there's going to be like trash cans with food or stuff being left out. There's going to be like easy access to stuff like that. Although I guess it could be more risky because of vehicles. But my guess is you'd want to be kind of nearish a city because you could just go and loot so much easy shit as a cat. Would be my guess.
Imagine how cute it would be to be walking in the forest and then like some big fat fucking orange cat was just laying in the middle of the forest.
That'd be crazy.
My God.
But they'd probably be like behind a tree or on a branch or some shit looking at you and you'd never fucking see them.
Yeah, and they'd be ready to kill you also.
Damn. Well, they could be chill.
So do you think that guy deserved it?
I would need to hear exactly what he thought the threat was, I think. That would be an important thing to determine how I would feel about that.
I'm caught up on this cop slop drama, by the way. I think we watched this one together, Moot, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Do you think the old guy deserved it?
You think that he could word himself out of that then?
I think he could have.
Well, I think it would have depended on the facts of like on the phone call. Like if they were just saying on the phone call like we're gonna come and kill you, fuck you, blah blah blah. If that's what they were saying and he decides to just kill this woman outside because he just wants to like catch him or whatever, then that's not acceptable. That's obviously not okay. But if they were threatening like his family and like the city or were making it sound like they could like imminently kill people close to him or whatever, then I mean, I'm a lot more sympathetic to. I mean, it's a boomer fuck.
I'm sympathetic, but I don't think you can ever word your way out of that. Because like when cops are asking like, okay, what was happening? It's only his word. Like even if he retains
well, but he doesn't have to answer
like
anything, right? If this is a court case, right? He could just not testify. This is why killing people 1v1. This is why killing people 1v1 is so OP because there's nobody else to testify against you, right? So it's up to the state to prove what happened.
Well, I mean, they have body cam footage of him asking for a phone and then him saying,
well, sure. But I mean, he didn't know that at the time. I don't know if he would have beat this case in particular. I'm not sure.
I just don't think there's ever a world where you beat that case.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, possibly not, depending on what the facts are. Yeah. Or depending on the state, true.
Intelligence and unauthorized leak.
It's also a lot on the jury, right? Like you see like some fucking super old dude, obviously had no intent to fucking kill someone, thought that he was doing the only thing he could. Like, I mean, maybe manslaughter, but so even if he...
Well, clearly this jury didn't feel that way. This jury
well, no, but I'm saying...
crucified
Well, I
him.
don't know. I don't know what happened here, but like, to me, if there's no intent and he wasn't being crazy and I'd have to get caught up on it. Like, you could find him guilty, but then not give him that serious of a punishment.
Well,
right?
yeah,
like,
he got 15 to life, I think, is what the... I
don't think that is good. Like, I think most... I don't know. Penal system should be mostly rehabilitative if it's dealing with first-time offenders.
Sure, but I mean, this guy's like 81 anyway, right?
Yeah, but are we just like punishing him for something that...
Yes, he murdered someone.
Yeah, but, you know...
I'm sorry, hold on. I'm getting so triggered by fucking spoiled rich. All of you are spoiled rich and white, okay? All of you are, and that's the only way you can disagree with me. Not really, I'm sorry, but you're saying, did either Destiny or Dan actually watch? Like, what the fuck? It was an old woman walking backwards begging. How can you shoot here? So I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but scammers in general are not like fucking shredded, wearing a tank top, wearing some fresh fucking yays, are not like the most well put together people. A lot of scammers look like fucking losers. Yes, there's a reason why the people that do fucking scamming, and it's because they're not usually doing too hot in life. So the idea that like, oh my god, how could this person that looks like a fucking loser be a scammer? I thought it would have been some fucking bougie looking Turkish dude with a hair transplant for an international well-traveled person. I thought I was going to get scammed by Hassan Biker in person, not fucking E-Rob. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. But like, yeah, come on. Chill. Jesus.
And how will these reforms help rebuild public trust in the intelligence community and help the United States of America?
Thank you very much for the question, Congressman. I committed to all of you before taking this role that I would execute on that, to bring back ODNI's focus on its core mission, to cut the fat, to cut away any detractions away from that, and to ensure that our intelligence community was providing objective, timely, and relevant intelligence to the president.
You're not allowed to shoot scammers. He's not shooting what he thinks is a scammer. He's shooting what he thinks is a person who's part of an operation that's going to kill his family, is my understanding at least.
And to policymakers. I conducted a ground-based review of the mission.
Listen, his crime there was far less severe than that crazy fucking old dude that shot and killed the pregnant teenager or whatever that broke into his house. You know who I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, but that guy's got stand your ground. Yeah, that guy's motherfucking crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, he should have went to jail too.
And I think he was more on the right than that one dude who fucking shot at the dudes that were calling him a pedophile in the fucking mall. That was also fully acquitted.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that. The
That
fucking
was
YouTuber
crazy.
that was doing like pranks.
There was some
This
retarded...
guy's crime was being in the wrong state. If he was in Texas, he would have been off.
Well, maybe, but yeah, Jesus.
Or what about, well, this is a fucking ancient history meme, but you remember that guy who got his kid killed by some serial killer, and he was just waiting at a payphone as they were walking him by in the airport?
Yep, we've all posted on Reddit 4 million times. We know, Dan.
Yeah, that guy, he got off. All right? If that guy got off, why can't this guy get off?
True. Well, because that other guy had actually killed somebody, and this guy was just killing an Uber driver. It was kind of fucked.
Yeah, but that guy was killing someone with intent and malice and planning.
Sure, but are you asking me why people would be sympathetic towards a parent whose child was killed?
You know what?
Is that
I'm
the
sorry. My bad. Making conversation. I'll just go fucking slice my wrist.
Thank you. I know.
Sorry.
He just does
let me go do it. Hey,
Wait,
can anyone direct me to the
retarded?
nearest razor store, please? I got a appointment with Destiny.
Oh shit! Are you gonna get a new phone?
That's my.
Wait, does Razer
line.
still make phones?
I think there was a Razer Fold or whatever the fuck it was, right?
The Razer Fold? Yikes!
Like some new shit. You remember? Oh god, are these phones still around? The Virtu or whatever the fuck it was. It was like a gold-plated Android phone for people that are like, yeah, I'm rich. I have a gold-plated phone, and they cost like $4,000.
You just put on the fucking video.
Jesus, why are you hating Dan so?
Oh,
Wow,
fuck
Mootin.
you,
What the
Moot.
fuck, Mootin? Wow.
Just put the fucking video on, man.
I don't remember
Tulsi
it.
Gabbard.
But that sounds like what the Trump phone was going to be. Have they shipped those yet to anybody at all?
Nope.
Yikes.
Let me make sure, but I haven't heard.
Capabilities and measuring effectiveness of ODNI, which resulted in a reduction of force
still not out.
by roughly 40% and a narrowing of focus and reorganization that consolidated and coordinated the experts within the ODNI in order to be able to deliver those effects. Leaking continues to be a prolific problem across the IC. We have and continue to implement tools and capabilities within the Zero Trust framework to be able to get after those leakers and refer them to the Department of Justice for investigation and prosecution. We've seen we are continuing to focus on the issue of analytic tradecraft and the integrity of it, once again, to make sure that the analysis that's being conducted is not being colored by anyone's political or personal views on any issue. To that effect, we have and continue to conduct re-looks at different intelligence products that have been provided in the past. As the chairman mentioned, one related to anomalous health incidents, to identify politicization of these products in the past, and also make updates to intelligence community directives to ensure that these things don't happen again.
Could you speak briefly to China's presence in the Caribbean and the Western Hemisphere?
I'll be able to speak to this more in the classified setting, sir.
Okay. Director Ratcliffe, I'm going to have questions for you there as well. We have not heard much about Haiti lately in the news, but it's very close to the United States. My understanding is that 1 in 4 Haitians, about 2.5 million people, now live in an area controlled by an armed group. Can you speak to what is happening in Haiti?
Yes, sir. This was something that we talked about within the annual threat assessment. Haiti, along with Cuba, continue to be areas of volatility. Haiti, as you mentioned specifically, is being controlled by a gang, and we've seen increasing threats on U.S. persons within Haiti.
Okay, can you kill people that do this shit? Like, why is he just running up and looting the Rocketeer that I just solo killed?
Yeah, you should shoot him.
I got one. Why are you looking for him?
Yes. Come on, give him the loot, cuck.
There you go. Good luck. What?
Should be at least another one. Maybe it's on top of the.
Nah, sometimes it's
Yeah,
sometimes
give
it's
him the
only
other
one.
one.
Did I get another one?
Give him the other one, man.
This guy is a hook shot and he's fucking.
You need to
You're
kill
good.
him.
Good luck. I just.
You're actual arc cuck. Just give him all your gear, man. I mean, fuck it.
God damn it. The audacity.
These two countries continue to create challenges where, with increased instability, may be one of those drivers of increased migration flows to the U.S.
Thank you all for your service.
Gentleman's time's expired. Now recognize Mr. Gottheimer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If I can start by talking about something I was disappointed in from the administration about comments made by members of the administration that Israel drew the United States into conflict with Iran, seeming to buy conspiracy theories that scapegoat Israel, while dismissing that Iran poses a persistent threat to America and our service members and diplomats in the region. Well, the president then clarified this is not the case and that America entered into a joint operations with our ally under our own accord. Many still seem confused about what precipitated this conflict and the threat Iran posed to us directly. So if I could ask Director Ratcliffe just a couple questions, yes or no, if that's okay with you. Is the Iranian regime committed to America's destruction, in your opinion?
Yes.
Does the Iranian regime have American blood on their hands since its founding in 1979?
Yes.
Has Iran plotted assassination attempts against Americans on American soil?
Yes.
Was Iran developing a nuclear weapon prior to our military action last June? And did Iran remain committed to developing a nuclear weapon in the lead up to this conflict?
Yeah, so I want to clarify on that because there's been much talk about a fatwa against the development of a nuclear weapon.
Can you come back to that 1 second? Let me finish
Yeah,
this.
you
That's
bet.
okay. If left unchecked, do you think Iran would have the ability to develop missiles capable of reaching the United States?
Yes.
Did Israel force the U.S.'s hand and make us take action, as some have claimed?
No.
Director Gabbard, do you agree with the CIA director's assessment on that last question in
Yes.
particular? Great. Do you want to go back to that point you want to make?
Yeah, much has been made by some about a fatwa against the development of nuclear weapons. Notwithstanding the fatwa, what we know,
Which is
and
what
the
Tulsi
intelligence
Gabbard
community is
said.
in agreement on this, is that Iran possesses at least 440 kilograms of uranium enriched to weapons grade 60%, which doesn't have a civilian use. The only use for that would be the development of nuclear weapons.
Thank you, Director. Director Gabbard, I want to raise serious concerns about your recent hiring of Dan Caldwell, a strict critic of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, who's argued that U.S. forces in the Middle East are, quote, more of a burden than a benefit, has claimed that Iran's nuclear program does not pose a risk to America, despite the IC's assessment to the contrary. Dan has also said that our relationship with Israel has no benefit to American national security. This follows the resignation of Joe Kent this week, a senior ally of yours who is a conspiracy theorizing white supremacist with a tattoo, Panzer referring to Nazi tanks. He has made known his backwards opinions of Israel in his resignation letter, scapegoating them for U.S. intervention in Iran and Iraq. Director, what role do you anticipate Mr. Caldwell playing in shaping intelligence assessments or internal discussions related to Iran and Israel? And can you guarantee to this committee that no individuals in your leadership are undermining the objectivity of intelligence at this critical moment?
Sir, my understanding is one of my elements sought to hire Dan Caldwell months ago for a purely administrative role that would not have any position over the intelligence analysis or assessments on any topic.
Thank you. Director, as you know, the Iranian regime has been responsible for the deaths, as we talked about, of scores of Americans since coming to power in '79. Iran and its terror proxies must be crushed. I've been clear on that point in the last weeks and throughout my time in Congress. I supported the decisive action taken on February 28th to remove key regime leaders and degrade Iran's ballistic missile and naval capabilities. However, I think it's really important the administration make its goals clear to Congress and to the American people. Director, were you in a meeting to discuss a possible strike on Iran?
Congressman, there were several meetings that were held in advance. I'm sure I was in at least some of them.
Did the intelligence community brief the president on the potential impacts the conflict could have on global supply chains and on oil and gas prices prior to the outbreak of hostilities? Were you in a meeting? Were you in any meetings where that came up?
Yes, that is the intelligence community's assessments, and those were provided.
Director, did the IC, Director Radcliffe, if I can ask this to you, did the IC brief the president on who would succeed the supreme leader if he was killed and the likelihood that a replacement would be a hardliner?
Say it again. Was the president?
Did the IC brief the president on who would succeed the supreme leader if he was killed and the likelihood that a replacement would be a hardliner or could be a hardliner?
So, to be clear, the president's objectives with respect to Operation Epic Fury did not include regime change. That may be different from what Israel's objectives were, but yes, the president was briefed in the event that Supreme Leader.
Good. That's great. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to cut you off. I just have 20 seconds. Director Patel, does Iran pose a threat to the homeland, and what specific steps are you taking to detect, prevent, and disrupt terrorist plots targeting Americans at home?
Iran, as the world's largest state sponsor of terror, does pose a continuing threat to the homeland. And just last year, our Iran Threat Mission Center, housed in the FBI, our fusion cell, saw a 43% increase in Iranian spy actors willing to steal our information and attack our citizens. So that's just one example, sir.
Wow. Thank you. I yield.
Dr. Jackson. Good morning. First off, I want to say thank you all for your time today, and thank you for our service to our country. Much appreciated. I thank the chairman for his opening remarks on anomalous health incidents, AHI. As many of you are aware, one of my primary responsibilities in this particular committee, I am the subcommittee chairman of Oversight and Investigations, where the investigation of AHI is and has been a central oversight effort. And so I am going to ask a quick question about this. Director Ratcliffe, during the Biden administration, the CIA very poorly, in my opinion, handled this issue. Since then, a CIA doctor has provided perjured testimony under oath and obstructed our congressional investigation. A quick question for you. Do you affirm that the CIA personnel are under no direction to make false statements to Congress in order to conceal CIA equities or activities related to the handling of AHI during the Biden administration?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I want to ask Mr. Patel, I got a question for you here. As a member of this committee, I also have a regional responsibility that includes Africa. I'm very concerned about the radical Islamic terror threat that exists there and is growing by the day. Whether it's al-Qaeda-affiliated groups such as JNMI, AQIM, Al-Shabaab, or ISIS-inspired groups such as ISIS West Africa, ISIS Sahel, ISIS Somalia, or Boko Haram. These are radical, dangerous groups that want to kill Americans. After 4 years of an open border during the Biden administration, where we know countless individuals with terror ties, many to these groups, cross our southern border, and at a time when we are actively engaged with the largest state sponsor of radical jihadi terror, can you confirm that the threat to the American people in this setting is much higher due to the Democrats' current defunding of the Department of Homeland Security?
As I highlighted earlier, Congressman, the FBI works hand in glove with the Department of Homeland Security and our 59 established Homeland Security task forces around the country. And those officers are now going 1 month without pay, but they're still showing up to work. But yes, funding would absolutely help us protect the homeland.
Thank you. I appreciate that. One more question. Anyone that feels inclined can answer this. But according to the Council on Foreign Relations, another Africa-related question, 51% of global terrorism-related deaths occurred in Africa's Sahel region, including the Lake Chad Basin. Does the intelligence community assess that Boko Haram, ISIS West Africa, and other terrorist groups operating in the Lake Chad Basin are a threat to the U.S. interest, whether it's here in the homeland or regional U.S. interest? If so, how does this lack of counterterrorism cooperation that we're currently experiencing with the allied states of the Sahel, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso impact that? And tied to that, how does the rise of alternative security forces such as Russia's Wagner Group, or now Africa Corps, how has that impacted our counterterrorism efforts in the region?
Congressman, the continued rise of these Islamist terrorist groups, as you've pointed out, in Africa, West Africa, and around the world continues to be a serious concern and major focus of the intelligence community. The challenges within the region are very complex because they have to do with governance challenges in many of these countries. They have to do with economic challenges as well as external influences, both with funding and equipping of these terrorist organizations. So yes, it has made our counterterrorism, longstanding counterterrorism efforts in these regions, as well as those of our allies in this fight, such as the French and other countries, far more difficult because of the very real threat within that region to U.S. persons. If we are not able, if the U.S., if the Department of War is not able to read with Economic are very news of the
such as Wagner Group, or now Africa. How does the rise of alternative security forces such as Russia's Wagner Group, or now Africa Corps, how has that impacted our counterterrorism efforts in the region?
Okay. Interesting.
Congressman, the continued rise of these Islamist terrorist groups, as you've pointed out, in Africa, West Africa, and around the world continues to be a serious concern and major focus of the intelligence community. The challenges within the region are very complex because they have to do with governance challenges in many of these countries. They have to do with economic challenges as well as external influences, both with funding and equipping of these terrorist organizations. So yes, it has made our counterterrorism, longstanding counterterrorism efforts in these regions, as well as those of our allies in this fight, such as the French and other countries, far more difficult because of the very real threat within that region to U.S. persons. If we are not able, if the U.S., if the Department of War is not able to coordinate with and get the support of the governments of these countries in order to tackle this terrorist threat, then it's not a safe or operable environment for them to continue that fight.
Thank you. And the assumption I'm working off of, too, is that the Russian influence via Wagner, Africa Corps, has made it very difficult for us to develop those relationships and get those agreements so that we can continue to make sure that this is not being brought home to the homeland. Is that correct?
That is a factor of many.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I yield back.
Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you. My question is basically starting with some HR questions in there. First for Director Patel. If you could help me a little bit understand, I come out of the military family as well, but I don't know very much about the FBI's HR process or the growing up of an FBI expert. Could you help me understand how long it takes for a senior counterintelligence expert, especially one maybe focused on a very narrow threat, to be developed? How many years, I guess, would be my question.
Thank you, Congresswoman. That varies. Sometimes right out of Quantico, new agent trainees are placed on the counterintelligence mission set, and some people come in from the fraud section, so the answer varies. It could take a couple months to a couple years.
And the next question is, when a person comes up in your system in the military, it was always the needs of the Navy or the needs of the Air Force. It was never the needs of the airman or the soldier or the sailor in terms of prioritizing our readiness, in terms of making sure that we met the mission. Is the FBI similar?
It is similar, ma'am. It's a dynamic threat landscape, so we flux and surge based on the CI, CT, cyber threats, and other threats to the homeland, and violent crime mission has seen a surge as well.
So my specific question is that there was a report that came out in February from CNN that the FBI had let go or fired dozens of agents and staff members from a counterintelligence unit tasked with monitoring Iran. And apparently the reason, at least reported in the press, was that these individuals had been involved in the investigation of classified document handling from President Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and that this was the reason why they were summarily let go. First of all, are you aware of those firings, and do you concur with the rationale or reason for those firings?
I'm aware of that, and I know there's a pendency of litigation, so I'm not able to comment on them.
Did you yourself order those firings?
The FBI, every time there's someone who violates their code of conduct or ethical standard, conducts an internal investigation with the careers there, and they present a decision point to me. The Iranian Threat Mission Center has seen an increase of 43% in arrests for Iranian spy actors, so the Iranian Threat Mission Center has never been stronger.
So I'm asking about whether those people were fired because they were involved in the investigation of the document handling by President Trump, not for any behavior issues. Is that your understanding as well?
Again, ma'am, I can't comment on them because those are in pending litigation.
I guess I'm a little stymied here, Director, because it feels as though literally when there was a possible pending war, I'm outside of this intelligence circle in many ways, even though I serve on the Intelligence Committee. You collectively must have been aware when these firings happened that there was a meaningful chance that...
Bro, these fucking Hassan articles are too much. Holy shit. Vanity Fair dropped an interview with Hassan post-Oscars. Hassan Piker came to our party and says he got framed-mogged by real celebrities. Some highlights. On the left, he's heralded as the only voice capable of seducing young men disaffected by party politics, in part to his pairing of uncompromising leftism with alpha male charisma and aesthetics and having giant biceps. Jesus Christ.
The U.S. might be engaged with a war in Iran, and having these very experts or qualified folks summarily dismissed at this time, it just feels like an odd choice in timing. Were you aware at the time that this was going down, that this may end up weakening the mission and the readiness of that group?
Mission, as I stated, has never been stronger when you see a 43% increase in counterintelligence arrests and 21% increase in cyber arrests against the Iranian Threat Mission Center. My focus is on providing the American people the strongest FBI as possible. I don't work on timelines. I work on evidence that's presented to me.
I guess my concern is that it feels as though, and I very much honor the tone and tenor of this hearing, that this is about making sure that that we depoliticize what is the most important thing that we all do, which is keep us safe. And it feels as though this issue is a political issue. And I just am worried that we are taking really good, really qualified people and picking fights with one another across party lines, rather than making sure that we protect ourselves and keep ourselves safe. With the remainder of my time, Director Gabbard, I have a question regarding the fact that the Secretary of the Treasury loosened restrictions this week on Russian oil exports, and now that the Russians are able to sell oil again. Did the IC assess that clearing the way for increased Russian oil sales would benefit Moscow, possibly?
I don't believe there's been a formal IC assessment on this topic yet, as it is underway.
So I would highly encourage that, because it feels as though by easing these sanctions, we are directly providing the Kremlin with revenue, revenue that will be used directly to kill Ukrainian soldiers, and an increased likelihood that Putin will be...
So, meaning, oh, come on. I'm going to die to this thing. Oh my God. So what she just said there was that there was an assessment, or there was no assessment done from the intelligence community about whether or not these, the lifting of these sanctions would have any impact on anything, literally, which is another just funny thing. Trump really just doesn't. Remember when I used to scream? It was like 5 years ago, even, I think. Where I used to shout about, like, why does Trump watch Fox and Friends and shit? Like, you literally have the entire intelligence. Whoa, hello? You literally have the entire intelligence community available to you. Oh my God. Is this guy about to defib me? Oh, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. That's my good karma. And I'm like, why doesn't he ever use his intelligence community? He's got so much available to him. Why does he watch the news for information? And I guess maybe he just doesn't know that. He literally never engages with the IC at all. He doesn't care at all about he's more information available at his fingertips than literally any other individual human in all of human history. Give him something? I have literally nothing I can give this guy.
Successful in his war with Ukraine. I thank you for your time, and I yield.
Ms. Wagner.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for being with us today. As we sit here in Washington, our armed forces and our intelligence assets are engaged in conflict with the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, Iran. A radical, ruthless, and murderous regime that has killed and maimed thousands of United States troops and citizens over the past 50 years. CIA Director Ratcliffe, can you elaborate for the American people on the threat that Iran posed to our American personnel in the region prior to Operation Epic Fury? To the extent you can in open hearing.
Sure, Congresswoman, happy to address that. I think it's well documented, and as you've encapsulated, Iran has been a constant threat for the last 47 years. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans killed, certainly thousands of Americans maimed as a result of activities of Iran and its IRGC over the years. But particularly, no cessation with respect to the threats to U.S. interests and forces in the region, not just from Iran, but from its proxies, from Iraqi militia groups like Kataib Hezbollah, Lebanese Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, all of these proxies, if you will, of the Iranian regime, funded by the Iranian regime, committing assaults and attacks on American interests.
Wait. How did he have such good internet? Fuck, wait. I think this is in... Okay. Quick Hassan slot break.
I want to go to Cuba. Would you be down?
I fucking love Cuba.
Oh, yeah? You'd be down?
Yeah, I filmed a documentary
I think I got,
there once.
The Cuban government actually hit my contact from the embassy and told him that if the only thing stopping us from coming to Cuba was the consistent internet access, we can make it happen.
Yeah, Cuba is...
Oh my God, bro. How is this guy... Dude, somebody clean up my U.S. politics. This motherfucker is getting help from the government of China, from the government of Cuba to go and do propaganda trips? What the fuck? Hello? Nobody writes about this. Nobody on the left media, none of the gay people or the thirsty as fuck women care to ask a single question about any of or man, I'm sorry. I didn't read the Vanity Fair article that was talking about his big biceps. Maybe they do have some critical reporting in there. Nobody gives a fuck.
Sick.
Wait,
like the government reached out to you.
So yeah, of course. It's well, not reached out to me. There's like there's a middleman there. Because I had a doctor from Cuba. Cuba does this thing called medical missions, and they've been doing it since I believe like the 70s, and it's incredibly successful. They have a massive, very
when was this video posted? 11 months ago.
Robust like medical program because kind of they have to because they're under an incredible sanctions regime by the United States of America that the rest of the world thinks is abhorrent, except for America and Israel that keep consistently vetoing it over and over again. But this has created a major issue, obviously, where Cuba has basically had to like educate their own doctors, and because they have an abundance almost of doctors now, that they have been sending their doctors out as like medical missions and also generating revenue for the country this way
because
as well. Like, they send the doctors
this
out.
was especially important for their relationship with Venezuela, I believed.
To like Jamaica, for example, or other countries where they need additional help, and a piece of their salary goes back to the Cuban government because like they've been. It's like military. You know how like soldiers are paid by the government? It's like doctors. Instead of sending soldiers overseas, they send doctors. And I was talking to a doctor from Cuba yesterday about this, and he told me that there's a couple different things that are happening in Cuba right now that I can go and visit. And
Cuba's just sick to be. I went to Cuba before any other Americans were really allowed to go. I went on a student visa to film a documentary, and I had a fucking blast. I had so much fun. I played street baseball. I lived at an organiponico, a urban like farm, and it was so sick. It was so awesome.
We can do it fairly soon as well.
Dude, Cuba.
We can either go for May Day. May Day is a huge deal because Cuba is a socialist country, and May Day is like the International Day of Solidarity for Workers.
Let's do it.
We could
this
go
is what
on.
we'll do. We'll go to Cuba, and then we'll go to Miami.
No.
Why not?
Because we're talking about like an awesome place to go to, and you want to turn it into like the pedophile crypto paradise trip.
What?
I hate Florida so much. Sorry.
I just wanted to go to Miami. We can go to the beach. So anyway, he can go to Miami. And
Yeah,
we'll go to
you
Cuba.
stay in Miami. You can stay at the Ritz
Do
Carlton
you
or
think
wherever
that
the
Cuba
fuck.
doesn't have beaches? No, we can go to Cuba, go to the beach, but then we can also go to Miami. We could do it all.
No, I don't want to.
I know Cuba has beach. It's an island.
Cuba has beach. Beach, many beach in Cuba. Oh Jesus!
Right? They've got a lot of beach.
Is that like an AI video? Cuba is known for its beautiful beach.
It's right next to water. It's surrounded by water. Of course it has.
Yeah, that's sick. I'm glad that you're down for it. Austin can stay behind. I think
I'll go. I think
My
I'd be great
dad
in Cuba.
actually spent part of his life growing up in Cuba.
Also,
Yeah, he lived in Cuba.
I did not.
also
know
of the
that.
three of us, I speak the best Spanish. It's not even close.
We would be going with March.
Shit. So. But he's operating the camera.
Obsolete.
No, he's operating the camera. What
About that, Austin, we would need you to run camera for the Cuba trips.
No, I can't. No, he's not gonna be able to. He's not gonna be able to handle that responsibility. No, March can do both. He's got it all.
I'll go to Cuba. We've been talking about a couple trips, chat. Cuba and also China.
It's just there's limited amount of space.
Yeah,
so
Did he promote like the people organizing this or any? He must have on his stream, and I just don't get linked it because why would anybody link me that? Like you'd think he would try to get his audience to donate or something for the mission or something, right? Like what? Or I don't know. I don't know these people. The whole it's so weird.
You guys,
he's already been.
There's no way you
Mark
guys can
speaks-
navigate an airport without me.
He's already been.
I've been to Cuba.
He's already been there. Mark speaks Spanish.
Yeah, but Marsh doesn't speak Cuban Spanish like I do.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
ready? What's the difference between Cuban Spanish and regular Spanish?
Well, Cuban Spanish is Cuban Spanish, and
What's the difference?
Regular. There's no regular Spanish. There's lots of different types of Spanish. Mexican Spanish. He speaks Mexican Spanish. There's just.
But what notably?
Well, notably, there's a
the
few,
Cubans
few
do.
different words.
They drop the S.
Well, now
Austin would have known that if he knew anything about Cuba.
and they speak a little quicker.
He doesn't make it shut up.
Also in the wrong direction. But yeah, no, you can come too. Cuba's gay as fuck, by the way.
Oh, I know.
So,
I've been to
Miami.
please stop comparing Cuba to Miami.
Wait, I'm not trying. Wait, is that? It's.
Imagine
We're
if
gonna send you back on a raft. To
imagine
Miami.
if there was a socialist revolution in a country and then like a lot of people.
Okay, the big also comparison. I hate traveling and I hate swimming and I hate doing anything outside. Okay, so let me just precursor that. I don't know how none of these guys have done anything anywhere before. I guess, or I imagine Will has. In my opinion, Miami's beaches are disgusting. Unfortunately, a lot of U.S. beaches are very meh. Beaches in the Caribbean are otherworldly. Like you, it doesn't even seem real how clear the water can be, how beautiful. It can be super blue. You got like the sandbars. You've got the underwater life. There's a billion things. Oh, fuck, is Mr. Moot in here? I don't think he is. He left. Me and Melina felt so bad after going to Aruba for 2 weeks when we took Mr. Mooten and Peach on a snorkeling thing because we were like, snorkeling in Aruba was magic. It was like a Disney adventure of a million different types of super colorful fishes swirling around you. And it was like, oh my God. And then for Miami, we even took a boat out like a mile from the beach. And we went in the water, and the water was choppy, and it's brown and murky, and there was like one half-dead fish, like barely clinging to life, scraping the bottom of the floor. I was like, oh my God. The water down in the Keys, I think, is a bit better. Maybe there are parts of like Southern Florida beaches that I haven't been to, but like in my opinion, even the Keys don't compare to just the islands of the Caribbean, and the water and the movie sand and the lack of so many people is just beautiful. It's absolutely fucking breathtakingly beautiful compared to fucking Miami. But I don't know, whatever.
That were not so fond of said socialist revolutionary country went directly to the nearest area that they could go to inside of the country that is not fond at all of the socialist revolution.
Is I have been around a lot of Cuban people because there's a huge Cuban population in Miami, Florida.
No, I'm very familiar. These are very different.
I'm not saying that the Cuba that we're saying is the same as the Cuba that the Cuban people that I've surrounded myself with. What I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to not be is what I'm really trying to say.
Yeah, you're definitely not stepping.
No. Hey,
guys,
why are you letting me drown like this? Help me!
Because it's funny.
Yeah, but are people gonna be mad at me?
Austin did stunt work recently. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. I want to watch that video, but last thing I will say is,
can you help me?
They're not gonna get mad at you. They're gonna get mad at me.
Why?
And possibly even Will, because he's been to Cuba already.
What did I do?
Not the Cubans in Cuba, but the Cubans in Miami will get mad at me for saying I like Cuba and want to go to Cuba.
Oh, but
no, Cubans in Miami are not going to be mad about
first
you
of all,
saying that
I love
Cuba's
Cuban
nice.
people. I just want to be very clear.
Yeah. Yes, me too.
But
they all hate Castro, but I've only heard phenomenal things about how beautiful Cuba is from everybody, from every ex-Cuban. I've never heard anybody say anything bad about the people or anything bad about what it looks like. It's usually they just hate the regime.
Point is, there's some very flamboyantly dressed people in Miami, and I love them all, and I support both places equally.
Very cool. Okay.
Even the serial killers in Miami?
No, not those, except those.
Yeah, everyone but the serial killers.
But I dislike them equally.
Such a politician.
That was friggin' epic. Jesus.
We are now
state-sponsored trips, boy. Why do I have 2 Hassan streams open? Double the obsession. Commercial break in progress. Hold on. Let's see what he's up to. Our good friend. Epic. Epic Cuba streams. To be fair, if I traveled somewhere, these would be the streams I would do. I ain't going outside. Fuck
we
that.
can't have a country with these motherfuckers, man. It's just like, I don't know. Do we have an America to send them to? Is there a place that we...
Like, dude, I can't. My brain is falling out of my head. You're an American streamer covering American politics inside of a hotel with an internet connection that was guaranteed and provided to you by an enemy of our country right now. It's just not to take sides on anything. I've said a million times, I don't think the U.S. should be embargoing Cuba. I think the U.S. being hostile towards Cuba is cringe as fuck, right? I'm not supportive of any of that. I like that Obama was starting to thaw tensions. I think it's stupid as fuck. But this is just like, this is such an unbelievable thing to be watching. I'm just saying Putin would never, okay? Putin would never allow for this type of stuff. I'm just saying. Jesus Christ.
Persistently.
So they did pose
Absolutely.
an absolute threat.
A constant and immediate threat at all times.
Thank you. General Adams, as director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, can you inform the American people about the threat our armed forces have eliminated thus far?
Yes, ma'am. Representative Wagner, thanks for the question, and I will like to go in...
Okay, hold on. With these Comet igniters, I'm not the only one, right? Wait, hold on one second.
Detail, I'm going to cover a little bit here. We will be able to cover more detail in the classified session. But the goals that the president has set out and that have been accomplished and executed by the Central Command were aligned along the DNI's discussion earlier. One, eliminate their ability to power project. And that was inclusive of ballistic missiles, but it also includes their UASs. And so we have been very effective. We can talk about specific numbers in the closed session.
Okay.
Their ability to reproduce both missiles and UASs we've been very effective. And you can tell from the news, in fact, the chairman talked about it this morning, we have sunk their Navy. And so those specific objectives have been very well accomplished, and we'll go into great detail in the closed
General Hartman, as acting director of the National Security Agency, can you explain how weakening the Iranian regime is impacting the availability of resources to our adversaries like China?
One sec.
Mike, please.
Hey, thanks for the question. Obviously not able to go into any classified discussion here, but certainly weakening the regime and weakening the collaboration between Iran, China, Russia, other adversaries has a global effect of making the world safer.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for all your insights, and thank you for keeping our troops and our American people safe. As you know, I chair the first ever subcommittee on open source intelligence. Over the past year, our subcommittee has been working tirelessly to ensure the intelligence community is leveraging the vast amount of commercially available information to the highest degree of efficiency and cost effectiveness. Director Ratcliffe, as the CIA is the functional manager of open source intelligence, does the CIA know which data has been acquired across all agencies within the IC?
Thanks for the question, Congresswoman. As you know, the CIA's open source enterprise is driving the open source collection across the entire IC in support of the administration's top priorities. Two of those priorities I've already talked about: counter-narcotics and threats from adversaries' use of emerging technologies. Those collections, as a result of our open source, are up 70% and 40 or 45% collectively. The CIA does lead the IC in pioneering new uses of AI to extract insights from the vast amounts of open source data that are there that we then share with analysts, warfighters, everyone across the IC.
I thank you. My time has expired. I have a lot more questions dealing with open source that we will do in closed session. So I thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Before I recognize Mr. Gomez, I want to make sure that all members have had an opportunity to vote because they are prepared to close that vote on the floor. If you haven't, please go do so at this time. Looks like we're good. All right, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to get right into it. Director Gabbard, last year you testified that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon. Do you stand by that statement? Yes or no?
Context matters with that
yes
statement.
Or no?
Iran had all of the materials and capabilities to do so.
Mr. Chairman, I reclaim my time. It's an easy answer. You either stand by what you said last year or not.
It is a serious question that requires the totality
Director
of the
Gabbard, I reclaim my
information
time. I reclaim my time. Did you, when President Trump was asked about your testimony, he said you were wrong. Were you lying or not?
I stand by the intelligence community's complete assessment.
Director Ratcliffe, when it came to the director's testimony, she said that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon last spring in Congress, and so the Supreme Leader has not authorized the nuclear weapons program. Do you agree with what she said or not? Yes or no?
The director's right here. She can speak for herself.
Oh, so I thought this was an intelligence community briefing. Let's move on. Trump also said he didn't care what you thought or said. Should he care about what you have to say when it comes to intelligence?
I continue to provide the president with the intelligence community's assessments on all matters.
So let me just kind of get this straight. The department, you said that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon last year. President Trump said he didn't care what you thought, and you were wrong. They engaged in Operation Midnight Hammer. He then says it was obliterated. We hear later reports that in open source reporting that it was only set back by a few months. Then at the beginning of this war, he said that they were weeks away. I just want to kind of get a sense. Were they weeks away of achieving a nuclear weapon? Yes or no?
Congressman, this is a serious matter, and you've made some very serious mischaracterizations.
It said my sandwich was dropped off. They took a picture of it. I can see the apartment number is mine, but my sandwich is not out there. Do you think you just took a picture of it and then took it and ate it? I need to get a thing, like a ring cam. XQC took your take.
Literally my area of expertise when it comes to international relations, when it comes to talking about anti-imperialism. Not only do I have a degree in just this, but also on top of that, I've spent the last decade or so talking about exactly this scenario. So no, in comparison to the average commentator in the United States of America, both to my right and
Yo, you can absolutely tell that somebody's an expert when they're at work and they have 20 tabs of Twitter open. And clearly they're on the job while researching it. Very important fucking information.
liberal content creators.
Guys, this is like Einstein having books behind him. It's Hassan with Twitter tabs. I'm even watching a genius at work, dude. That's impressive shit.
I do have the specific knowledge to communicate.
So why didn't he have any journalism piece and analysis on the shot caller? Why not? Why didn't he study? Because I mean, he studied that. He's the expert to debunk his own claim.
He regurgitates American enterprise.
Who's that about?
Please just make him stop talking. I can't fucking take it anymore.
Sorry, me? Me talking? Or him? Yo. Wait, guys on stream anymore? No. Can I get fired?
Wait, what is this?
Reinforcing his long-running theme that America carries too much of the burden within NATO. And then 3, there is a domestic aspect to it as well. He wants voters here in the United States to hear the message that America is doing too much. Why should we be defending them?
Can you guys at least hear when the lower the bitrate, you himbo? I did. Chatter. I don't know if you know this. I'm in fucking Cuba. Okay? Are you aware of that? Like, dude, I'm basically fucking running an operation that's put together with, like, strings, okay? As long as you can still hear the audio, even if the video cuts out, like, you know, it's gonna be a little fucking, it's gonna be shitty.
He hasn't lowered the bitrate. Why does he need to stream? It's literally, you're not playing a game or anything. He's only at 1080p, right? He's not doing 14. Why does he need 7.5 megabits per second? It'd probably look fine with 2 megabits per second. Like, I don't know why he thinks he needs so much bandwidth. Also, damn, he's like eating up like half the fucking islands upstream right now. What the fuck?
Excellent. Good job there.
Starlink? He said before that he explicitly wasn't going to use Starlink, so.
Oh God, help by AI. Like that's also. It cuts in and out, dude. What do you want me to do? I'm literally in a country that hasn't had fucking oil shipping. I'm in a country right now, an island nation, that has not had a single barrel of oil come on its shores.
Then why are you there consuming their energy just to stream about U.S. politics? What the fuck is the point? Why would you do this? To go eat up the little bit of fucking internet, the little bit of energy they have?
For the past 3 months, and you guys are like, meh. Yeah, everything falls apart at times, okay? You live in the United States of America in the lap of luxury, and your internet cuts out. Like, what the fuck what are you talking about? Not even a comparison.
As you say.
Okay.
Yes or no? Were they weeks away? Yes or no?
Disservice to you and the American people to answer this question with a mere yes or no.
Reclaiming my time. Were they weeks away or not? The American people need to know if this was an imminent threat or not. If they're weeks away or not. If they're months away or not. None of this dodging. Were they an imminent threat? Yesterday you said that only the president, the only person who can determine what is an imminent threat is the president of the United States. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, I do.
Director Ratcliffe, do you agree with that assessment? That the president is the only person that can determine if something is an imminent threat or not?
The president's commander-in-chief gets to make a decision about what's an imminent threat. The intelligence community, the intelligence...
Reclaim my time. Reclaim my time.
Intelligence community has provided a body of intelligence that supports
the reason why is that if the president can determine and ignore what you're doing, why do you guys even have a job? Why do you even advise them? So you're saying tomorrow the president of the United States can say China is an imminent threat, and then he can take his own, no matter what the intelligence says, he can take his own action. So that's what you're basically saying. Okay, let's go on. Director Gabbard, you said that North Korea has intercontinental ballistic missiles that can reach the homeland. Yet, the Defense Department said that Iran was at least 10 years away from achieving an intercontinental ballistic missile that can reach the homeland. Which one is a more serious threat, North Korea or Iran?
These threats are taken within the context of the total body of intelligence reporting.
So that's, it should be, and that's my point. It's not just about having the capability of building a weapon. It's if they can actually deliver that weapon. If they can, they have the intention of doing that. How many weeks away are they? We haven't heard that they were weeks away. We haven't heard that they were months away. But that's what we're waiting for. Imminent to me means is that they're mobilizing troops. They're moving things into position. Artillery. They're getting ready to attack. But everything that we've heard is that this is not the case.
Gentleman's time's expired. Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all
No
for
one's
being here
disputing
and for the
that.
work you do.
It's a marvel that just 1 year of strong leadership from the White House has shifted the conversation in this room from that of appeasement and passivity from the Biden administration to that of American strength brought about by the doctrine in Venezuela and Operation Epic Fury in Iran. And it's not lost on me that as we sit here, we have one side of the dais talking a big game on threats, and yet they're unwilling to even fund our Department of Homeland Security. I want to thank President Trump's leadership in each of your efforts. Because of your efforts, Americans are safer today with 2 less despots to deal with. Nevertheless, there remains work to be done. While Venezuela and Iran are in decline, aggression from adversarial nations like China and Russia and near constant threats of terrorism and cyber warfare continue to persist. The Chinese Communist Party in particular remains a top adversary that routinely deals in bad faith, and this was highlighted most recently by White House Office Director of National Drug Control Policy Sarah Carter when she delivered recent remarks in Vienna saying, quote, "We know that China's weak export controls and lax enforcement allow its chemical industry to foster friendships with the drug cartels. At the same time, China's overly effective controls over rare earth minerals wreak havoc on legitimate industries," end quote. Of course, we're now seeing reports of a new synthetic opioid called cyclorphine that is said to be 10 times more potent than fentanyl and undetectable on fentanyl test strips.
What?
As you know, President Trump may meet with President Xi in the near future, where trade and export controls will most certainly be discussed. Director Gabbard, what is your assessment of the quality and quantity of AI compute that China can indigenously manufacture?
The majority of this question should be addressed in a closed hearing. The intelligence community's assessment is that China continues to rapidly advance its AI capability.
I could kill this
Do you assess
dude.
that export controls on semiconductor manufacturing equipment and AI compute have been effective, slowing the development and deployment of Chinese AI?
The intelligence community's assessment is that one of the effects of those export controls is China has increased its focus on developing its own organic capability.
What do you assess would be the economic and national security impacts if the U.S. decided to loosen export controls and allow the sale of NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs or large numbers of H200s to China?
I don't believe
What
there's
does
an
AI have to
intelligence
do with
community
Fent?
assessment.
What are you talking about? Fent is not only a super potent drug for the human body, it is also a super potent reactor material. That's why they have George Droid out there trying to secure Fent for the Fent reactors. And if China's going to be hoarding all the Fent now that they're not exporting it to U.S. citizens to kill us, now they're going to be using it to power their AI research.
That specific scenario.
I think that these national security implications should be weighed heavily when conducting these talks, considering that fentanyl overdoses are only down in the U.S. thanks to the President's leadership in securing our borders and taking the fight directly with the cartels in our hemisphere and not the empty words and actions of the Chinese Communist Party. Our adversaries are constantly conducting cyber operations on U.S. government and private sector networks to steal information and money or conduct disruptive cyber attacks. We've just been tracking the Chinese Typhoon actors for several years. And just last week, the Wall Street Journal reported that Salt Typhoon actors, which were responsible for targeting U.S. telecom, may have accessed sensitive FBI networks. I may have more to follow up on in the closed session. For now, I want to discuss how the overall U.S. government posture is going to change based on President Trump's cyber strategy, which was released last week. Been frustrated for some time about the unwillingness of prior administrations to decisively take action, including the use of offensive cyber operations. Director Patel, beginning with you, what can we expect from the FBI moving forward to be more aggressive on both defensive and offensive cyber activity?
Thank you, Congressman. So as you stated, the President just launched a new national security cyber strategy, and within that is what the FBI just launched 60 days ago. It's the most comprehensive cyber program we've ever put out called Winter Shield. And what we do, connecting Pillar 1 and Pillar 4 of the President's strategies, is go on offense and defense. And so what we've done already is while we are always going after nation-state actors, we also have to engage with the private sector communities because they're going after the private sector as well. We've held 355 engagements in the last 60 days with enterprises across America to harden their networks. And as you recall, just a couple of months ago, our banking infrastructure was hit by a ransomware attack from overseas. In one weekend, the FBI disrupted and kicked off every one of those bad actors from that network, saving the American people their valued billions in those bank vaults. So this is some of the things we're doing, but we need constant engagement with the private sector.
Great. General Hartman, what efforts are underway at NSA to bolster intelligence collection and threat detection in coordination with other federal agencies to target adversary?
They'll drop another bastion here eventually, right? They do that?
Operations.
Congressman, thanks. Significant effort to really focus our cybersecurity director, working very closely with Director Patel and our Cybersecurity Collaboration Center, which has thousands of analyst-to-analyst relationships with private organizations across the country. We need more work, not just from an offensive standpoint, but working across government and certainly working across private industry. And we're both dedicated and resourced to doing that, Congressman.
Thank you for what you do. Yield back. Gentleman yields Mr. Quigley.
Thank you. Lightning round, please. General, I understand tomorrow is your last day before retirement?
Yes, Congressman.
I can think of better ways to finish things for you, but we appreciate your being here. I want to respectfully ask you and each of you, if you have full-time personnel dedicated to analyzing and collecting foreign threats on the 2026 elections. And if so, just yes or no, and how many personnel we have.
Congressman, I'll get you the exact number, but certainly we have people paying attention to those threats.
Thank you.
Congressman, yes, we have an election crimes coordinator in each one of our 56 field offices and election crimes coordinators at headquarters.
Thank you.
Yes, we have personnel dedicated both to election security as well as foreign intelligence related to election influence.
Thank you.
Yes, we do as well. I don't know the numbers, but what we do collect, then we contribute to the larger IC coordination.
Thank you.
And Representative Quigley, we do not, to my knowledge, have anyone at DIA on that topic.
A question again for all of you. Well, first, Director Gabbard, you've seen the reports about whether or not Russia has helped Iran in targeting in the current war in Iran. Can you confirm that, or is that something we're going to save for closed session?
We'll save that for the closed session, sir.
But within that context, on CNBC, Steve Witkoff said on a recent call with President Trump, Russian leaders denied they were sharing this target information, shock, surprise, all that they would do that about U.S. military assets with the Iranians. Mr. Witkoff said, so you know, quote, we can take them at their word. Let's hope they're not doing this. Just from your own sense, and for many of you who have been fighting the Cold War for a long time, a long lost sense of a Reagan doctrine, just general, it is your sense that you can take Putin at his word on anything involving military, diplomatic, or intel assessment.
Hey, Congressman, from an intelligence standpoint, we don't take anyone at their word. From a foreign standpoint, we execute intelligence operations to provide that information to decision makers.
I appreciate that. Mr. Patel,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I agree with the general.
Yes, I agree. We don't take anyone at their word. And from an intelligence standpoint, we don't rely on single sources of intelligence and always look for multiple sources to confirm.
Wow.
Director.
Yeah, Congressman, I actually answered this question yesterday. I don't take Putin, Xi, Kim Jong-un, Supreme Leader, any foreign adversary leader at their word. Rely on our intelligence to reflect what those adversaries are actually doing.
General.
We absolutely do not take any of those enemies at their word.
Can I get a hallelujah?
No. Yeah,
Ms. Gabbard, I understand that you have...
Oh, you thought they would actually hallelujah. Cringe. Anybody else cringing? Oh.
Doing.
General.
We absolutely do not take any of those enemies at their word.
Can I get a hallelujah? Ms. Gabbard, I understand that you have to put your own personal views aside in your position. But I honestly think that the issue our grandchildren are going to be most upset about us with is climate change. So, you know your quote, and when you talk about climate change, as a member, it threatens the safety and security of the planet, especially in places like Hawaii, where we are already experiencing its devastating effects. But respectfully, it's not in worldwide threats. Used to be in worldwide threats. So help me understand. Who makes the final decision on what goes in here and what is a threat?
She does, right?
Congressman, it's a collection of the intelligence community's assessments that the National Intelligence Council and our experts there work on. This year, we've structured the annual threat assessment around the president's national security strategy to address the most tangible and direct threats to our security and our interests.
I get that part. Did you make the case that maybe climate change should be considered a worldwide threat when this collective process? Did you make the case with what you said not that long ago?
Yeah, once again, we focused on the most tangible and direct threats, given the complexity of those threats that exist here and on the homeland and around the world.
So that's stating that climate change isn't in any way a tangible threat now or in the future. It's basically saying we think so little of it as a threat, we don't even mention it.
I think the changing of the climate, the weather, the environment is a factor that goes into the different intelligence community assessments on effects.
Gentleman's time's expired. Ms. Tinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to our briefers and for your service to our country in multiple cases for some of you, and everyone who serves in the intelligence community to give the support to everyone that's serving. I fully support President Trump's efforts through your agencies over the last 18 days. We have to emphasize it's only been 18 days. And I think it was a courageous decision. And to the American people, I know many have recited this, but for the past 47 years, Iran has been the world's largest sponsor of terrorism. The Islamic Republic of Iran has operated with impunity. They've destabilized the Middle East, brutalized their own citizens, and have the blood of countless Americans and others on their hands, and now they're paying the price for that despotism. And I want to thank our service members and President Trump in making these difficult and stunning decisions.
Wait. Oh, they're fighting. Oh my God, these guys are so cringe.
But it is also stunning what the Iranian people and so many in the Middle East and around the world have suffered from the regime. And I want to point out that in 2022, when Mahsa Amini was killed in the hands of the so-called morality police by the Iranian regime, it spurred, I would say, probably one of the most profound women's rights movements of our time. So many women stood up in the face of certain death, or at least imprisonment, definitely having an eye gouged out, like so many others, to stand up. And I am so grateful that these people now have an opportunity to actually have some kind of regime that would give them a chance at freedom after all these years. And I wanted to ask Director Gabbard, some of these people and many of these people do not seem to have access to outside information. Can you characterize what the access would be to the internet or cell phones for those in Iran who have no idea about anything and are only receiving the propaganda from the regime?
Congressman, I can expand on this in the closed setting, but I will say briefly that throughout the period of protest that we saw previously and during this ongoing conflict, the access of the Iranian people to basic things like power or internet or cell phone access is extremely limited.
So I want to ask the General, since General James, in the same vein, do you think that the internet suppression by the Iranian regime is an objective that would be protecting the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps?
Yes, ma'am. It's a TTP, and we will go into in great detail in the classified, but it's definitely a TTP to maintain control.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I look forward to that. I want to turn to the northern border, which I represent most of the northern border with the state of New York. Across the Lake Ontario shoreline, we know that many on the foreign terror watch list. In 2024, 358 suspects were found and arrested on the northern border. Fiscal year 2025, that number has been reduced to 307.
Canada?
I want to ask Director Patel, how would you characterize the type of those types of people that you have obtained, arrested, or encountered on the northern border? Cartels, Islamic terror, organized crime. How would you characterize those people if you can?
Thank you, Congresswoman. With the solidification and reinforcement of the southern border, the northern border has become a target of opportunity for foreign terrorist organizations, cartels, those that wish to conduct espionage activities, basically all of the above.
How would you characterize the partnership of our Canadian friends to the north and their willingness to stop these individuals, especially in the last year or so?
At the FBI, we have engaged with the RCMP and their intel services at levels never seen before to specifically focus on the fentanyl productions north of our border. The cartels have shifted their operations to produce the lethal fentanyl that kills so many Americans. So that's one example where we're focused and locked in with our partners north of the border.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. One last thing I just want to ask. Upstate New York is now the new home to Micron, one of the world's 3 leading memory manufacturers and the only U.S. leading memory company. Memory produced at Micron is an integral component of the GPUs used to train America's dominant frontier models. I'd love to find out, Director Ratcliffe, what would be the economic and national security implications if China were to catch up on the U.S. on memory, GPUs, critical minerals, all those things that go into everything leading up to this, including the advent of AI?
Well, what you've seen, Congresswoman, is that when China can take advantage of things in the supply chain like critical minerals, they'll do that. This is particularly problematic in the area of all emerging technologies, and AI in particular. Obviously, whoever is dominant in the technology fields in the future will dictate the rules in the international marketplace. It would be devastating if China were ahead of us.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I yield back.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Patel, you had a question from Dr. Jackson about the shutdown we're in now with Homeland Security, and I believe you said that this would be harmful to America because of the threat from Iran. Is that correct? Do I recall that correctly?
It looks like it's about to die. Damn.
How many days before we invaded Iran did you know we were going to launch an invasion?
We can get into those details in the classified setting, but I work with my colleagues across the spectrum here to give me advance warning so that we can reinforce.
Was it 2 days, 3 days, a month?
It was sometime before that, sir.
Sometime before that. So with that knowledge, why did you fire at least a dozen agents in Counterintelligence Unit 12 that specializes in Iran counterintelligence, which makes us much less secure and safe with this war going on from Iranian attacks potentially against our country?
As I said earlier, Congressman, I don't work on timelines when these terminations occur. There are internal investigations conducted by the careers at the FBI that highlight unethical or inappropriate conduct, and it's up to me to make the decision. But our Iran Threats Mission Center has never been more resourced. As I've highlighted, a 43% increase in counterespionage arrests from Iran alone, and 360 ongoing terrorism investigations with Iran-affiliated
And the people you fired, those 12 people, they were experts on Iran, were they not?
I don't believe so.
They worked in counterintelligence, did they not?
I'm taking you at your word, sir. I'm not familiar with
You're
every
the
single
chief
word.
director. I'm not. You should know the answer. You fired the people. Where did they work?
People were terminated for violating their ethical obligations and the high standards.
Was
that
the
we
ethical
have.
violations that they dealt with the case of the classified documents that were found at the bathroom in Mar-a-Lago, was that the ethical issue?
As I said earlier, all those matters are pending litigation, so I'm not going to comment on them.
Director Gabbard, are you familiar with CI-12?
I'm not, Congressman.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. In the intelligence community's unclassified annual threat assessment from last year, it said, quote, Iran's large conventional forces are capable of inflicting substantial damage to an attacker, executing regional strikes, and disrupting shipping, particularly energy supplies through the Strait of Hormuz. It seems the IC was entirely correct in its assessment about Iranian retaliation in the Strait. Did the IC's assessment about Iranian capabilities in the Straits of Hormuz change in the past year?
No, Congressman.
Does Iran still have the capability to threaten shipping in the Straits of Hormuz?
Seems
Hormuz
like
with
it.
missiles, mines, and small boats?
Their capabilities have been largely degraded, but yes, they still have means to threaten passage to the Strait of Hormuz.
And how long can they keep the strait closed?
Based on current events, I'd have to get an updated assessment from the intelligence community on that.
Did you have an analysis of the impact of a war on global supply chains and the price of oil and gas?
I believe that assessment may have come from the Department of Treasury or Energy.
Jesus.
It didn't come through your office.
It came from their element within Department of Energy or Energy.
Do you know if the president was briefed on those assessments?
Pretty crazy.
I believe so, but I can't confirm.
So if he was briefed on those assessments that was a problem, and the Straits of Hormuz could be shut off, and that's causing a great problem in the world's economy with oil prices going up to $120 or something a barrel, and an effect on all countries' economies, why would the president not have taken actions to strengthen defense around the Straits of Hormuz?
All I can say is that the president ultimately is responsible for making the decisions based on the totality of information and intelligence that he has available to him.
The intelligence that he has available to him, that's a scary thought. Does the IC know where Iran's enriched uranium is?
The IC has high confidence that we know where it is.
And can you tell us that in classified?
We can speak more about this topic in the classified setting.
Okay. Could it be, we have methods of destroying it?
This is a conversation for a closed setting, sir.
Do you have any idea what the purpose of the Marines being sent, the units that are being sent over there, is the idea that we will put troops with boots on the ground in Iran?
ODNI and the IC is not involved in the operational planning and movements of the Department of War assets.
Thank you. I'll be very honest with you. When you made your original comments, it was kind of scary because of all the craziness that goes on in the world. Can't wait for the classified setting. Thank you.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see some of old colleagues. I'm going to start, and thank you for your service, gentlemen and ma'am. I'm going to start with General Hartman. General.
Look at how charitable Hassan is with all the aid he brought. Wait, what?
Okay, it doesn't matter. These guys will fucking.
You and me.
Oh my god. Oh, never mind.
Hey, what can you say? Assassination.
Okay.
General Adams, do you know how many days it's been since Russia went into Ukraine? I'll answer it for you. It's 1,480. Do you know how much money the United States government has spent, the taxpayers have spent in the war in Ukraine?
I forgot to link it. Whoa! What is this? This just looks like currency or something? Oh, okay, good meme.
I'm going to round it for you. It's about $200 billion. I mean, maybe it's a lot more. Maybe it's a little less. It's hard to tell around this place. To the best of your knowledge, was Russia an imminent threat to the United States when they went into Ukraine? To the best of your knowledge. Sir?
Congressman, I wasn't in this position.
I understand.
When that decision was made.
I'm saying to the best of your knowledge. I know it goes back 1,480 days, but...
So certainly I don't think it was in the best interest of the United States for...
was Russia an imminent threat is what I'm asking.
Not my decision to make or advice to provide.
Okay. How about you, General Adams?
General Hartman, I was in a different position many 4 years ago, and to make that assessment.
Yeah.
I guess, can I ask you to clarify? Are you saying
was Russia going to attack the United States 1,480 days ago?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah. All right. You recall who the president was at that time, gentlemen? I'll help you out. It was President Biden. Do you know who the Speaker of the House was at that time? The name Ms. Pelosi ring a bell? Do you recall this Congress declaring war in Russia and Ukraine 1,480 days ago, or any time between then and now? I don't either. Do you know, gentlemen, how many American service members have been killed or maimed attributed to Iran, the IRGC, their proxies, etc., roughly? Any idea? Could we say probably 1,000 killed, if not 10,000, over 10,000 killed and maimed? Probably a reasonable assessment.
Over what?
You know how many uniformed service members have been killed by Russia in the last 1,480 days? American uniformed service personnel? I'm just asking. I don't know.
Wait, what? Did I miss something? Wait. Did you just say thousands of American soldiers have been killed by Russia? Or hold on, what?
I don't either. Do you know who the Speaker of the House was at that time?
I must have misunderstood.
The name Ms. Pelosi ring a bell? Do you recall this Congress declaring war?
Or is he making a point?
Russia and Ukraine 1,480 days ago, or any time between then and now? I don't either. Do you know, gentlemen, how many American service members have been killed or maimed attributed to Iran, the IRGC, their proxies, etc., roughly? Any idea?
Oh, that's a lot.
Could we say probably 1,000 killed, if not 10,000, over 10,000?
My understanding is the majority of the time that we spent in Iraq, that when you hear about American soldiers that were hurt in Iraq, it was probably by extension some kind of some force or some Quds Force related thing or something, basically Iran. It was Iranian, like, coordinated, funded, trained, like sometimes they're people, is my understanding. So when he's talking about this, he doesn't mean that we were like at war with Iran or whatever, but I think a lot of the deaths that we suffered in Iraq for whatever period of time were as a result of Iraqi stuff, or Iranian stuff. Why the fuck is everybody killing my bastions?
Killed and maimed, probably a reasonable assessment. You know how many uniformed service members have been killed by Russia in the last 1,480 days? American uniformed service
Also
personnel?
the Beirut barracks.
I'm just asking. I don't know of any, but do you know of any? It just seems to me that there's almost like a political narrative being constructed here, and I just want to, point out this. It seems like a bit of an irony. I'm going to go to the director of the FBI. It's good to see you, Mr. Patel.
You know what? I'm going to be mean. I'm going to kill the people downstairs. Hold on. Maybe. No, because they killed the Bastion. That'd be mean. I wouldn't even win. Never mind.
Crossfire Hurricane, Round River, Plasmic Echo, Arctic Frost.
What was the point this guy was making?
Seem to have emanated from
just the
counterintelligence division of the FBI.
bound?
Is that a reasonably correct assessment, generally speaking?
Generally speaking, Congressman, I want to be careful here because there are a number of ongoing investigations.
I understand. There's a filing system that prohibited, with prohibited access. Is it possible that politicized investigation and filing system violated Sixth Amendment rights to the discovery and Congress's Article 1 oversight authority? Is it possible?
Without giving you a definitive answer that rests with the DOJ, let me just talk about prohibited
His
case
point
files.
is Iran attack good,
Prohibited
Ukraine
case
defense
files
bad.
are basically files that prior directors had created to essentially hide what was going on. They do not exist in our Sentinel systems. They do not exist anywhere. And if you search for that specific case, it won't even come up, which is why I, as the first FBI director to do so, have terminated prohibited case files. And as you know, I'm wed to constitutional oversight here at Congress and have delivered 50,000 pages, which is 400% more increase than my two predecessors combined.
Director, would ensnaring individuals or organizations based solely on their political affiliations or viewpoints be a potential violation of the Fourth Amendment?
I believe so.
Have any of the personnel associated with these activities, and I understand that investigations may be ongoing, have they been removed from duty pending the outcome investigation?
Yes, many have.
Okay, moving on. I'm concerned about a lab that was found in a clandestine Chinese biolab that was found in California, and then one that was found later in
a clandestine Chinese biolab was found in California? What?
Las Vegas.
Yeah, Nevada. And I'm wondering, are you concerned about a lack of vision or imagination in agents that solely work on a case and can't see that China has the capability and the impetus to do these things all around the country and things like those things? And have you done anything about changing that training or that operational conduct of agents?
I can only speak to what I've done, and this FBI is keenly aware of it. We're the ones that figured it out, not just in Las Vegas, but places like Michigan, where we arrested multiple individuals who were pretending to be researchers at the University of Michigan while bringing in lethal pathogens and trying to steal our trade secrets and our agricultural secrets, which is national security. So this FBI is laser focused on the Chinese threat, especially related to biolabs and agricultural theft.
Appreciate the response. I yield the balance.
Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Operation Absolute Resolve and the arrest and capture of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. It was incredibly complex. It was bold. It was unprecedented. It was a wild success. It really harkens thoughts of Radon and Entebbe 50 years ago, except this actually remarkably exceeded that in its success. It was historic, and it altered undeniably the geopolitical landscape in the United States' favor. So our military and our IC should be lauded, and I want to offer a hearty and deserved congratulations to all of you that are testifying before us.
Give
today.
yourselves a big pat on the back.
Director Ratcliffe, I want to just visit with you a little bit. First, I do want to take a point of personal privilege. I attended Coach Holtz's funeral Monday. He was very proud of you. How long has Iran been pursuing a nuclear weapon, Director?
Biolab article. Maybe I'll check it later.
Congressman, let me respond. Appreciate the kind remarks, and I also want to congratulate the people of the 4th District of Texas for getting a lot better representation than they ever did from the guy that was previously in that seat. Notwithstanding, as I talked about, a fatwa that was issued, I believe, in 2004, Iran has had a dedicated nuclear program beyond civil limits for the development of nuclear weapons. They currently possess at least 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium at 60% weapons grade that would be capable of putting together 10 nuclear weapons.
Director, what nation state has achieved 60% enrichment and then not produced a nuclear weapon?
I'm not aware of any.
There's none. You get to 60%, there's a reason you're at 60%, because you are pursuing nuclear ambitions. So we have sanctions have been imposed in the past, and yet that pursuit continued. Their economy was teetering, the pursuit continued. Their people were suffering, the pursuit continued. Under the Bush, Obama, Trump 45, Biden now, Trump 47, that pursuit continued. Then last June, Operation Midnight Hammer. Nuclear program was dealt a significant setback. But not only that, the autocratic, illegitimate regime in Tehran.
The joke is he was the representative
firsthand
from that
that
district
the
class.
American resolve under this administration should be taken very seriously.
Thank you.
I want to read you a few quotes. Iran will never be permitted to build a nuclear weapon. Barack Obama 15. The message to Iran should be loud and clear. We will never allow you to acquire a nuclear weapon. Never. Hillary Clinton. Iran will never get a nuclear weapon on my watch. Iran can never develop or acquire a nuclear weapon. Joe Biden. Make no mistake, as president, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend American forces and interests.
We get it. You're a glazer, bro.
60% enrichment. No nation state that achieved that hadn't produced a nuclear weapon. We can either talk about it, kick the can down the road, and let them get a nuclear weapon and get danger close to it on the precipice, or we can take action now, and this is what this administration chose to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Every day, the brave men and women of our intelligence community, armed forces, and federal law enforcement work to protect our homeland from a constant and evolving array of threats. But since Democrats chose to shut down the Department of Homeland Security, those threats have grown more acute. Our country has already experienced 4 terrorist attacks since the shutdown began. The consequences are no longer hypothetical. They are unfolding in real time. At a moment when the global threat environment is intensifying, terrorist organizations are resurging, and adversaries continue to encourage violence against Americans. Congress should be reinforcing our defenses. Instead, Democrats have sidelined the very department responsible for keeping the homeland safe. Not a single Democrat here on this committee voted to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. That was not an accident. It was a political decision made at the expense of the safety and security of the American people. As threats to our homelands rise and our enemies grow more emboldened, this decision has weakened our defenses and replaced action with dysfunction. Each day, the threat environment worsens, and with it, the risk to the American people, which is indefensible. Do each of you agree that the reckless Democratic shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security has affected your agency's ability to detect, deter, and respond to threats against the homeland? Specifically, has it impacted intelligence sharing, operational coordination, or your capacity to prevent attacks? General Hartman.
Congressman, it hasn't had a significant impact on the foreign intelligence mission of the National Security Agency.
Director Patel.
The shutdown has had a significant impact on how we protect and defend the homeland.
Director Gabbard.
This has directly affected the intelligence elements within the Department of Homeland Security negatively.
Director Ratcliffe.
I would agree with the Director of National Intelligence.
General Adams.
no significant impact on the Defense Intelligence Agency and the foreign threat that we analyze.
So, Director Gabbard, you, in your opening statement, talked about the threats to the homeland and the changes that you've made as it relates to the border and the changes that the president has made. After 4 years of open border policies under President Biden, during which cartels and gangs expanded their operations into American cities, what specific actions has ODNI taken to disrupt these criminal cartels and networks and stop the fentanyl poisoning and murdering U.S. citizens?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. We've taken several actions to be able to get after this threat that the president made a priority. Number one being making historic shifts in intelligence collection towards addressing this threat. I believe it is the biggest shift in intelligence capabilities that we've ever seen, or certainly in a long time. The integration and cooperation between our National Counterterrorism Center with the DEA and other Department of Homeland Security elements is also unprecedented. We have taken and coordinated the collection of individuals, known and suspected terrorists, known and suspected cartel members, leaders, and inputted that into the TIDE system, which has radically increased and improved our ability to identify those who are cartel and gang members trying to enter our country and those who may already be in our country. National Counterterrorism Center has been working again in coordination with our interagency partners to get after the financial networks that these cartels and gangs rely upon to be able to continue to fund. As Director Patel has spoken about, we have national counterterrorism elements that sit within the Joint Terrorism Task Forces and support the interagency efforts to continue to get after this threat very effectively.
Thank you. Director Patel, Mr. Cohen was asking you about a recent firing of counter-espionage agents with Iranian expertise. You and the FBI are taking, will continue to take all required steps to keep the American people safe during President Trump's historic military action against an oppressive and evil Iranian regime. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and there's 36,000 people employed at this FBI, and I reject the notion wholeheartedly that the termination of those that were weaponizing law enforcement are the only ones that can do the mission. There's a 43% increase in counterintelligence and espionage arrests just related to Iran alone, which is a record year for the FBI.
Well, and you plussed up nearly 1,000 agents in the field throughout the United States since this has occurred.
Yes, sir.
And there's a document that you posted on X, and I think that's what you have in front of you, about all of the wins and the changes that the FBI has made under your leadership and President Trump's leadership during 2025. In the little time that I have remaining, could you just highlight some of that for the American people?
Thank you. Under the Trump administration, this FBI has literally had a historic year. We have 112% increase in violent offenders arrested last year alone, a 20% decrease in homicides, 20% decrease in robberies. We have disrupted 1,800 criminal gangs. That's a 210% increase. We've seized enough fentanyl to kill 178 million Americans. That's a 31% increase. We have gone after the most vulnerable in our society, protecting children. 490% increase in arrests on those that prey on our children online. We have located, found, and identified 6,200 missing kids. That's a 30% increase. We have dismantled and taken down 1,700 child predators. That's a 17% increase. And those that wish to traffic our young American citizens and women, 300 human traffickers have been arrested. That's a 15% increase. And seven of the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitives in the world have been apprehended in the last 13 months. To put that into perspective, there was 4 in the prior 4 years. So this FBI under President Trump is fully stocked to get after every single fight we have, and these are just some of the statistics. So I thank you for letting me highlight those.
Thank you. My time's expired.
Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you all for being here in this marathon, two-day marathon. Appreciate y'all. I want to talk about FISA. Because we all have scars on our back from 2 years ago when we reauthorized FISA. I anticipated it being easier this time, but I still want to go over the myths that the public believes and that many members of this Congress believe. Mr. Patel, I'll focus on you here. Myth number 1 has to do with 702 versus FISA Title I. Trump was targeted with FISA 702. Is that a myth?
That's a myth. It's not true.
Well, it's just real quick. How was President Trump targeted under Crossfire Hurricane?
Under FISA Title I, Title III authorities, information was presented to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, a search warrant to surveil individuals associated with the Trump campaign, which was later revealed through the House Intelligence Committee's work that the information collected was not only unverified, but individuals lied in that application, individuals that were government officials.
I think it's worth pointing out that whether this process was FISA or in regular court, it was still lies told by the people trying to get the warrant. It had nothing to do with FISA. It was simply the people trying to get the warrant were lying. Okay, myth number 2. A query means that we're spying on Americans, means we're reading their inboxes, we're getting inside their text messages, all of that. Is that true?
Fuck. No, I'm going to borrow General Hartman's answer. A query of 702 is pursuant to lawfully collected information of non-U.S. citizens overseas.
Right, so if you query an American citizen, are you accessing their inbox?
No.
You're just seeing if they have spoken to somebody who was a foreign intelligence officer, let's say, and you would know they've spoken to them because they would show up as part of that conversation.
In foreign intelligence collection.
In foreign intelligence collection. So if you wanted to get inside their inbox, you would have to get an actual warrant under current law, right? A U.S. person.
A warrant or a subpoena process, yes, sir.
Okay. So that's a really important distinction.
Congressman, if I could just, but you wouldn't use FA 702 to do that.
Yeah, idiot.
Correct.
To get in the, I just want to be clear about that.
Yes, you would use your regular court process.
No authority under 702 to collect intelligence intentionally against U.S. persons.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah, so when somebody, and let's say their name rhymes with, I don't know, Tucker Carlson, is claiming that the CIA is spying on him,
That's his
I'm
name,
going to guess here, because I don't know, I'm going to guess that the most likely scenario is that in the process of him speaking with Iranian intelligence officials, it is incidentally collected. Nobody is spying on Tucker Carlson or his inbox, to my knowledge at least. Number 3, another myth. A warrant requirement, should it be required by...
Wait, is this guy talking shit? After he tried to kill me? No shot. Fuck that guy.
law is it's for a simple query. That should be easy to get, right? What's the problem? It's easy to get a warrant. We do it all the time. Would it be easy?
In my opinion,
I'm sorry, bro. I just don't trust that guy.
And the reason
Fuck.
it wouldn't be easy is because oftentimes these queries are part of a very typical analytical process, and they would not meet the judicial standards of probable cause. And I've seen many examples of this. I would love if you guys had some examples that are declassified. I've seen them in a classified session. So I guess my point is, and now that we've debunked these myths, is you put that warrant process on a simple query, you're taking away our analysts' ability to connect the dots from the outside actors, which we can collect on. They have no constitutional protections, but you're removing our ability to connect them with the inside actors, which is kind of where it matters. It's like giving up when you're right at the goal line. That makes zero sense to do, and that's exactly what this would do. I've already heard Director Ratcliffe's answer on this, but 18 months clean reauthorization. I don't know where that number came from, but would you rather have it longer?
As Director Ratcliffe said, I'd like 5 or 10 years.
Okay, me too. We went over that really quickly and well. I'll yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, panel, for being with us this morning. And let me start with Director Gabbard. You've heard from Mr. Stubbe, you've heard from Admiral Jackson, you've heard from Ms. Tinney, all this aspect of who we've encountered at our borders, north and south. And during the Biden administration with the open border that has been overly discussed today at length, there's this known and suspected terrorist, and I want to congratulate the Trump administration for getting, I think, 1,300 people identified out of the country under your 13 months, so congratulations on that. But for 3 years, in both classified and unclassified sessions here, I've raised this issue that we don't have the data and we don't track it in a fused way, meaning Border Patrol, TSA, FBI and follow-up, DOJ and prosecutions. And we don't really have that at our fingertips for oversight purposes. And I asked you at last year's Worldwide Threats, would you commit to helping us achieve, as the ODNI, that fused data? You agreed, but it was only 3 days ago I got that commitment from you in writing. So let me ask you again, can you help drive that process across the bureaucracy to get that regularly provided to the intelligence committees?
Sir, thank you for the follow-up on that. We have continued to work to improve that consolidated use of systems that will better help us identify who is in our country, who are known or suspected.
Listen. Where's the synthetic resin? Oh my God.
Suspected terrorists, to include those who are members or leaders of cartels and gangs and drug traffickers, and we're continuing to pursue that, particularly with the Department of State and their screening and vetting practices, as well as the Department of Homeland Security's. I will say that there has been a drastic improvement in our own screening and vetting systems, and that coordination is occurring, but there are still some silos that need to be broken down.
Also, in follow-up to the discussion today, I heard my friend from California, Mr. Barra, assert that President Trump's action in Epic Fury was unconstitutional. Do you think it was unconstitutional, the decision taken by the president?
That's a legal question, sir, that I believe has been asked and answered by the White House counsel.
But don't you think in Article 2 power in the War Powers Act, the president has the right to defend American interest, allied interest?
He does.
And he can do that for 60 days? And did the president and you consult with the Gang of Eight in Congress before the president took military operations?
My understanding is the Secretary of State fulfilled that responsibility.
Yeah, I think that's clear. I don't recall President Obama, for example, declaring war for 7 months of operations in Libya. So I think there's a lot of hypocrisy here as we try to defend American interests. Wow. Mr. Klein asked you about, and made a good comment, I thought, about, and he talked to Director Patel about this, on this issue of Winter Shield and doing a better job of coordinating offensive and defensive cyber here in the homeland. And I think that's another place, Director, where I think you should play an outsized role to coordinate, again, this issue of all operations. I'm very concerned that we don't have a fused, I'm going to use that word again, civil defense posture on cyber defense because we're too compartmentalized. We're too siloed between who's with the military and not with the military, who's got classifications and who doesn't. Would you work with me on trying to design a way for our governors, our private sector, the FBI to work better on countering state actors in our private sector?
Yes, sir. I would look forward to working with you on that. And we'll just comment, this would have to be done in conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security and CISA, given their statutory responsibilities. The integration and coordination with the private sector remains one of the biggest imperatives, but also in some cases challenges for folks who choose not to work with the U.S. government.
I agree. I sit on the CISA subcommittee here, and I'm very concerned about it. And I think our whole committee's been concerned about the assessment we have on offensive cyber, so we look forward to that. Finally, Director Ratcliffe, thanks for you being here, and it's wonderful to see you. Thanks for our decade of friendship. I want to say that I've traveled significantly with the chairman to Latin America, and I want to say your stations throughout the Western Hemisphere are doing an outstanding job. Would you say that we're back on track countering great power rivals in the Western Hemisphere?
Hell yeah.
I would. Thank you for the compliment
back,
for the workforce that I'm privileged to lead. And I do think the president's policies in making the Western Hemisphere a priority are really clear. Obviously, the success of Operation Absolute Resolve. It's funny, Congressman, no one's talking about Venezuela because things are going so well in Venezuela. But it really shows the commitment that the president has to taking care
Not
of business.
because he's starting wars with and doing horrible new things every day, and you can't even focus on a thing.
Central and South America, and I think that you'll continue to see continued progress with respect to that.
Thank you, and I thank all of you for your service to your country, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Before we dismiss, I'm going to ask all members of the audience, all members and staff to remain seated until the witnesses have cleared, giving them an opportunity to proceed to our closed setting, which we will reconvene at 11:30 to resume in HVC 304. With that said, please remain seated until the witnesses have cleared, and this proceeding is adjourned.
Wow. Well. What are you going to do? What is this? Somebody linked me this earlier.
I'm a white supremacist, I guess.
Hi, Hassan.
Welcome back to a series. Awesome. It doesn't matter if grapes happen on October 7th. Hassan Piker quote. Classic. This person hijacked.
The N-word thing is like, yeah, we're creating Al-Qaeda. True. And despair. First Lady Rama Dawashi used the N-word in an X post from 2013. Brother, it was not called X back then, okay? It was called Twitter. And it was in 2013. Oh, my God. Tumblr included a post blaming white people for creating Al-Qaeda. True. And disparaging U.S. troops fighting abroad is not brave, nor are they fighting for anyone's freedom. Double true. Oh my God. The more I read about her, the more I'm like, she's cooler than Zoran. She's so much cooler than Zoran. It's crazy. Yeah, no, the N-word thing is like, yeah, she's 15. I don't give a shit. And neither do you. Don't even, don't try to come at me and be like, oh my God, it's not your place. Like, come on. Okay. She was 15 years old. If you're really going to stress this, in July 2015, New York City First Lady Rama Dawashi retweeted a thread that said, Tel Aviv shouldn't exist in the first place. Yeah.
Wait, was that edited in? Hold on.
2015, New York City First Lady Rama Dawashi retweeted a thread that said, Tel Aviv shouldn't exist in the first place. Yeah. She's so awesome, dude. Okay. Oh, maybe she should have ran for mayor. What would the perfect Zoran response to this be? I condemn my chud wife.
Do it.
I am divorcing her immediately. And I am marrying my true love, the nation state of Israel.
It's so cringe. What the fuck? Maybe the Israel stuff is boring even to him now, but he has to force it so hard, and he's really trying to sell the reactions.
Right, so, Hassan having a real good time here, laughing and smiling. He found a fellow terrorist supporter. Hassan, for the first time in his life, he feels seen. He feels heard. He feels understood. It's really comforting for Hassan to see other people also support terrorists, just like, a real great guy right there. Real great guy, real role model for the people there. But little did he know that this would backfire super hard because Hassan constantly glazes this woman, and Hassan's fan base cannot tolerate that Hassan is glazing someone who said the N-word at one point. So his subscribers start confronting him one by one in a non-stop chain of rage baiting.
Those views are reprehensible. Don't represent her anymore. If he says that, I will lose my mind, dude. Very arrogant of you to decide that people should be accepting of saying slurs just because of their age. Black people throughout their lives have had to listen to peers say slurs at them every day because people think they understand our culture. Sorry, I'm a white supremacist, I guess. It's obviously unacceptable at every age, but if you think that I'm gonna cynically lean into, great man, it's ridiculous, man, shut your bitch ass up. Shut the up, dumbass. Really? You want to lean into Zionist propaganda about the wife of a mayor who's being cyber stalked? Get the out of here, dude. Suck my fucking dick. You are currently defending a Nazi government's Nazi-ass defenders by putting black bodies in spaces. How the does...
I like how for Hassan, like any bit of like criticism online is like cyber stalking. Like, what does cyber stalking mean to him? I feel like stalking usually implies some amount of like following and harassing or whatever. But for him, yeah, it's like anytime anybody's critical of anything he does, or I guess people around him is like him getting cyberstalked. The whole N-word thing with this with Zoran's wife though is super fucking cringe. I also really wish that like we just need a whole different way to refer to like the soft A thing or whatever, or versus like N-word as a slur, because like I still don't think I would care. Well, I care a little bit more if she was like calling people the N-word as a 15-year-old. But when she's just like typing in like the N-word with the A, it's like, what is it? What happened? When she was like 15, she tweeted calling somebody like a ninja or whatever. And it's like, who the fuck cares? Why are we talking about this? And like everybody, like Brianna Wu and all the warriors, all of our Israeli warriors on Twitter are like desperately trying to cancel her. Like, oh my God, I can't believe she fucking said this, fucking horrible. What the fuck? They're racist as fuck. I was like, this is really what we're talking about right now? Really?
does that feel? You're a black American in the United States of America, and you are actively participating in propaganda for the active, ongoing Nazi states initiatives to undermine and ridicule and bully anyone that places the humanity and the emphasis on Palestinian children. That's what you're participating in. Who do you think has it worse? You as a black American or Palestinian children that are being slaughtered? Shut your bitch ass up. Virtue signaling. Oh, I can't believe it. That's crazy, man.
Take some heat off her.
Crazy.
Call him the N-word.
Be smart. Be smart. You're a idiot.
Oh my god. Be smart coming from Hassan is absolutely diabolical. That is diabolical, right? But dude, honestly, never ask Hassan Piker what he thinks about black people. Worst mistake of my life. Never ask Hassan his opinion on black people. Bro literally morphs into a white supremacist instantly. Like, he said it. It's not even me. He's the one saying it.
When it comes to black folks, you really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last
Oh, this is an older thing.
time you spoke about Sudan? I'm gonna fucking ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my fucking cock. You think you have a pass in here to fucking speak like this? Go post a fucking clip about how much of a fucking white supremacist I am. Suck my dick. You don't understand black people. Shut the fuck up. Black people care about the border. I don't give a fuck what black people care about.
But guys, can I just say, I love this, okay? His woke scolding audience, the one he weaponizes against absolutely everyone, to cancel any person who blinks in the wrong direction, right? To cancel Ethan for his Reddit post decades ago, right? You know, he made a bunch of edgy jokes decades ago, and yeah, Hassan had no problem exploiting that. Also, I love how he uses the same tactics as he does against, like, SLOP tubers and Asmongold. He says, oh yeah, it's just Zionist propaganda.
Okay.
Wake up, babe. There's a new pseudo-historian in town with some absolutely amazeballs ideas.
Okay, I don't think I have the time to go through all of this. I ordered another sandwich, and it's been stuck on them preparing it for 40 minutes. We're still looking for a dasher. Bro, I'm getting Uber hijacked right now. I'm gonna die. I'm starving now. I'm starving to death. I can't believe that one guy stole my fucking sandwich. I know he did it. He took a picture and that motherfucker walked off with it. Oh, hi. The fuck is that guy doing in here? It's 5 minutes until... Yeah, I'm good. He's gonna kill me. I can tell. Oh, that's a shady motherfucker. I've never seen that skin before. So it's definitely... Can we not right now? What? Arc dropped the synthetic resin, bro. I'm 100% gonna die here. It's okay. Oh my god, wait. Are both barricaded? Oh no, okay. That would have been a good meme. Now they're protecting me. They say to can't... Hello, your order was stolen. They say to cancel and reorder it. I already... This is a new one. What? I'm getting scammed somehow. Somehow I got scammed. I feel like I just got scammed out of a second order. If I cancel this, is it going to hold me responsible? I bet it's the same motherfucker. I bet this dude just yoinked 2 of my sandwich. Hold on. Don't cancel. Well, I don't want him to bring me my thing. It's going to be fucked. I don't even see where I can cancel it. I can't eat this. I can't eat the food the guy's going to bring me now. It's going to be completely fucked. He's just biking around in circles. I won't cancel. Fuck it. I'll Uber Eats another sandwich. I'll get a third one. I don't give a fuck. I'm supporting Subway. It's a local business, and I love them. Fuck this guy, Jose. Thinks he can outsmart me. Jose? Yeah, we got a little call to ice coming up here. We'll see who's big chillin' at the end of this, motherfucker. I'm triggered, dude. It's okay. I'm not actually triggered. I am starving to death, though. Okay. Luxury. Siren, chance, carton, alarm, timer, shake, parking, rattle, fury, roll, concern, noodle, muse, boardwalk, and fate. A siren, an alarm. No. An alarm and a timer. No. Are these like fucking Greek sailor gods or something? Like sirens, fury, the furies, the muses, the fates, or some bullshit? I hope this is some bullshit. Please let this be some bullshit. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god. Limitless. Okay. Are these like parts of names of Monopoly things that you can land on? Chance. Is there a question mark card? Free parking. Boardwalk. And is luxury like a hotel? I feel like these are like Monopoly things. Bro, I'm just fucking on it. Like Sonic. Words for being concerned, missing the final letters or something. He's rattled, he's alarmed, he's shaken, he's concerned. God damn. Oh, I guess I didn't. I was too complicated. Noodle, timer, roll, carton. Eggs. Egg noodle, egg timer, egg roll, egg carton. Boom. Oh my god. I'm a genius. What drops this stupid synthetic resin the most? queen or the matriarch has a lot of them? Wait, shit, really? Should I just be trying to kill her?
President Trump, in his first term, President Trump took out General Soleimani. He took out al-Baghdadi. He utterly decimated ISIS. In his second term, he bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. He took out Maduro, and he is now taking out, among others, the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah, good news, he got to meet his 72 virgins. The bad news is all of them are Nick Fuentes.
Whoever wrote that for him? Okay.
By the way, laughing at the bastards who hate us is one of the best weapons we have.
Linda.
In his first term, President Trump took out...
I say that all of this is by design. I say this over and over, and I will continue saying it. They are doing this on purpose. They are doing it so they can continue to fund these parasite migrants into our country.
Parasite migrants.
And that's the reason why. And by the way, for you guys that are in Europe that are watching this, the same thing's happening over there. The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem. There is clearly a problem. There is clearly an affliction. And there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. That has to stop. Like, if I knew that I could get these people deported and sent back to fucking Guatemala or Somalia or wherever the fuck they came from, if I knew I could do that, I would take a break from my stream.
I'm sorry, are we even talking about illegal immigrants anymore? Did I miss something? Or maybe it just wasn't clipped correctly? They clip-chimped him a little?
I'd stream less so I could do that all the time. I would be packing these guys up every day. Oh no, I'd show up at their house with the ICE agents. I'd show up like Ash Ketchum. I'd say, guess what? Guess what? Get your shit. Nah, bring your family too. Let's go, boys. Come on. Get in the van. Get in the red and blue van. Gotta catch them all. That's right. I would do this, and honestly, I make videos about them. Like other, and I'm gonna be real. Like I would be so brutal to these people. People would say it's too much. I would be filming them crying, walking out, getting dragged out. I'd put like Pokemon theme music over it. I'd do the whole thing. I hate them. I hate them.
I mean, you could always sign up for it, bro. 50K signing bonus too, right? You could do it for free. Nice way to cut the context where he was referring to people involved in fraud schemes. Oh, that makes it much better. Jesus Christ. The New York Times has a game. Who's a better writer, AI or humans? Take our quiz. Literary fiction. Choose the passage you like best, regardless of how it may have been written. Passage 1. It makes no difference what men think of war, said the judge. War endures. As well, ask men what they think of stone. War was always here. Before man was, war waited for him. The ultimate trade awaiting its ultimate practitioner. That is the way it was and will be. Damn, if that's an AI writer, they're on some wild shit. The boy asked his grandfather why the old church had no roof. The old man said weather and time and indifference. The boy asked if someone could fix it. The grandfather said yes, but no one would. Things were built and things fell down, and mostly people just stepped over the rubble on their way to somewhere else. I feel like passage 2 is the AI one, and this is more dramatic. Fuck. Got it! Choose the passage you like best, regardless of how it may have been written. The healers teach that every remedy extracts its cost. Hey, you can set him up. Hell yeah, I will get my third sandwich. Where's that DoorDasher guy at? I hope he's still riding his fucking bike in circles. Jose, fuck you. He is riding his bike around. Yeah, you ride your bike. At some point, it'll let me just cancel, right? If it's been too long. Where the fuck is the cancel button on DoorDash? Help? Oh, I bet I have to push help. Help Cancel. Okay, come on. Give me the good order. Give me the good option to blame him. Hang tight and we'll add a $5 credit to your account. Yeah, there we go. Oh, they know it's fucked. Cancel that order. Why did you cancel it? Order is taking too long. Hell yeah. And with a refund. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. My issue was resolved. I'm very satisfied. Thank you. 5-star survey. Okay. The healers teach that every remedy extracts its cost. A fever brought down will rise again somewhere. A wound closed by magic leaves its scar on the world, invisible but present. This is why the wise hesitate. Not from cruelty, but from understanding that interference ripples outward in ways we cannot trace. To cure a blight, may curse a harvest 3 valleys over. Power is not the difficult thing. Restraint is the difficult thing. This feels pretty human. You must not change one thing, one pebble, one grain of sand, until you know what good and evil will follow on that act. The world is in balance, in equilibrium. A wizard's power of changing and of summoning can shake the balance of the world. It is dangerous, that power. It must follow knowledge and serve need. To light a candle is to cast a shadow. I think this is the human one, and I always prefer humans over robots. Please don't be wrong. Fuck! It's over. It's completely over, boys. Okay, we can get 4 out of 5. Science is not only compatible with spirituality, it is a profound source. It is a profound source of spirituality. When we recognize our place in an immensity of light years, and in the passage of ages, when we grasp the intricacy, beauty, and subtlety of life, then that soaring feeling, that sense of elation and humility combined, is surely spiritual. Passage 2. There is something astonishing in the fact that we are made of matter forged in dying stars, that the calcium in our bones was created in stellar furnaces billions of years before Earth existed. The universe is not indifferent to us. We are made of it, continuous with it. To understand that is not to feel small. It is to feel implicated in something vast. This is the human one. By my man, Carl Sagan. I ghost wrote this. That's how I knew. We got it. Easy. It is wise to conceal the past, even if there is nothing to conceal. A man's power is in the half-light, in the half-seen movements of his hand and the unguessed-at expression of his face. It is the absence of facts that frightens people, the gap you open into which they pour their fears, fantasies, desires. A letter can be read many ways, and he had learned to write in all of them at once. The surface meaning for anyone who might intercept it, the true meaning for the recipient who knew what to look for, and a third meaning hidden even from himself. Ambiguity was not weakness, it was survival. A man who spoke plainly was a man who would not speak for long. I'm saying human. God, I'm just on it. Okay, one more. 4 out of 5. We got this! Wow, Sleepy Joe Biden, thank you for gifting 3 tier 1 subbers, buddy. I caught a tremendous fish and held him beside the boat, half out of water, with my hook fast in a corner of his mouth. He didn't fight. He hadn't fought at all. He hung a grunting weight, battered and vulnerable and homely. Here and there, his brown skin hung in strips like ancient wallpaper. We found the owl at the edge of the north field, one wing extended, as if still reaching for flight. Its eyes were closed, the feathers at its breast were the color of wet bark, and beneath them you could feel the hollow bones. She asked if we should bury it. I said yes. We dug a small hole near the fence post. The ground was cold and giving. This one has to be human. I got it. 4 out of 5. I'm just a god. I'm a god. Except for this. Whatever. Okay. All right. Be careful. Don't die. I love you.